Yo, thank you everybody. Really appreciate redeeming first, Loudish. Here you go, Loudish. 1 second. Here is your bet, man. Your million. And who was second? It's Flame. Here's your 500,000. Stick around, guys. We're trying to hit partner. I really appreciate the company. For real, for real. And first daily check-in was Dark Elite. Do the daily check-in if you haven't already. I'd really appreciate it. Thank you, everybody, so much for joining. I hope you guys are down to stick around and help me get partnered. I'd really appreciate it. Whenever somebody does the daily check-in and they immediately dip, it does not feel good. And I know there's a very solid amount of you that do that. So I really hope that you spend your last of the Saturday and hang out with a brother. It would mean a lot. Thank you for joining. Really appreciate it. Let me figure this out. After Hulk, it was Flame. After Flame, Neon. After Neon, it was Redbeard. After Redbeard, MZ. After MZ was Jimbo. W Mini Royce Raid. Miyaki Queen, thank you for the daily check-in. We're about to get jiggy with it in a moment. Thank you for the good vibes. After Jimbo, it was Hundreds. After Hundreds, Big Wayne. After Big Wayne, Kane. After Kane, RP. Queen next. After Queen is Lino. After Lino, Heafy. After Heafy, Keen. After Keen, the Jonesy. Yo, guys, Thank you everybody for being here. So you know I'm chilling. You should do the daily check-in. Stream status 617th or 618th. It's 618th at midnight. Thank you. Stream crashed? Question mark. Stream did not crash. I rated the Royce too.
Remy, sit. Speak. Fuck. Good boy.
And if you guys are from the Royce raid, or the Royce 2 raid, you guys should try refreshing maybe. See what happens. Anybody who hasn't done the daily check-in, I would really appreciate that if you would.
Let him cook! I said let him cook!
Thank you guys for joining. I really appreciate you guys, for real. Matthew, did I ever send you what I was supposed to send you? Sorry my vibes are a little down. I'm trying to get out of it.
Naenaes before you get a whooping. You better hit the naenaes before you get a whooping. Naenaes, hurry up.
And his, because I told.
Thank you, Lurkin. Anybody that does decide to stick around and try to help us get affiliated, or not affiliated, help us get partnered on Twitch. We need a 75 average community. I love you guys. Thanks, dude. Hey, Hud, how are you? Clip, how you doing tonight? How's everybody doing? Thank you for joining. We are about to get jiggy with it. We're about to get hype. Today's the greatest day. Yesterday's 24 hours, we hit a new record of 151 daily check-ins in one day.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Everybody's daily check-ins reset. We were at, I think, 23. How's your day? Man, I'm having an amazing day. I have a lot on my mind. I hate it sometimes. Hope you're doing good, man. Somebody should join. Easy, I don't know how you feel, brother. I've never had a relationship like that, man. So I'm sorry you're going through that, and I'll always be here for you, man, no matter what. No matter frickin' what, my guy. W Raid, you know Royce raided? You know that was my brother Royce? Royce 2? My alt account. I have a method. I have a method. Yo, votable. If you guys see any negative Nancy's in chat, don't be afraid to tell those motherfuckers off. For real, for real. But I'm not saying like say anything about them or like say anything like I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. That's what it really annoyed me. 3 freaking accounts back to back to back. Like there's nothing we can do. We could freaking ban them, but what are they gonna do? They're gonna make another one. And that's what sucks to think about. That people want to troll me and I did nothing to them. I don't know. It's something that makes me wonder. Facts. My words won't come out. You know how I said I'm not going to sleep? I'm still not going to sleep, but like you probably can tell like though like looking at me or like listening to me that I don't have the energy. Like I have the energy, but like I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna come back. Trust the process. Trust the process. Did you guys not see me eat? You're saying you need sleep and food, and then food and sleep is necessary. You literally just saw me eat literally like 15 minutes ago.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Yo, Liam Cox! Let's freaking go! Let's freaking go! We are about to lock the greatest freaking game of Rainbow Six Siege of our life. We got a good vibe in game chat. Thank you for the good vibe, my brother. How are you? How's your day going? Chillin', man. You're the Luke guy, aren't you?
Yeah.
Like the Luke Skywalker. One day. Yeah, I've been streaming for like 96 hours, so I'm a little delirious. Don't mind me. After you
Said you've been streaming?
Well, like, recently I've been trying to push for partner, and we started at 17 out of 75 average, and now we're at 22 out of 75 average. And we've been streaming for
Hell
4
yeah.
full days now. 4 full days in like 5 minutes. And I'm just gonna keep going, and we're going up, so we're gonna get partner. Probably stop when I get partner. They're on me, they're on me, they're on me. No! Oh my god, I
How's he not dead?
have to fix my stick drift in a second. Oh, bad. Thank you so much for the follow, brother. You put us at 3,479 members in our community. Oh, fuck this game. I thought I knifed him. We have never lost! We will never lose! That is how you motherfucking win! Let's go! First game on! And we won. Hey guys. I got a new phone case. Have you guys seen it? I got a new phone case. I know it's cringe. But also I wanted to say, Liam, are you listening? If not, I understand. But I hope you're having an amazing day, dude. Thank you so much for the follow. Sorry I don't have as much energy as I truly desire. Indeed, I did. I do have the energy. I just have to freaking go crazy. You can't see me. Yo, anybody who would like to help us hit 3,480? We were one away. That is something. Are we gonna hit it? Can you believe? Can you believe that we've only gotten a rate of 13? That blows my mind. I don't even know how that's even possible. Jello, thank you for the daily check-in.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Thank you for joining, homies. Thank you, Akuma. Thank you, Oblivion. 69. We've had only a rate of 13. You know what that means, right? That you are the Muffin Man. That you are the Muffin Man who lives on Nanny Lane. I'm gonna fix my stick drift really quick before I start the next game. I hope everybody's having a great day. I'm a little tired because of the shitter goblins. I'm tired of mean people. I just want to have good vibes. I don't want to think. I don't want to. Why do people want to hurt me, man? Honestly. What did I do? Very proud. Homie, one day I'll have that verified check mark. One day I will have that verified check mark. One day, homie. One day. And then they won't say shit to me. Okay. One month later, and then we see the same shit. I'm trying to fix my stick drift right now, and I hear my dog screaming like a little girl in the background, and he's a dude screaming like a little girl. I'm curious if anybody does have somebody that would put us at 3,480. Anybody, if you know anybody, to recommend. We could get there. We could do it. Roy, my phone is broken, but still joined. How? How? You freaky man. How can you get it done? Roy, I watched the Meaty Marley raid back, and just seeing you a part of it, and I saw Shalane and a bunch of homies. Like, to see like a part of it, that was it really warmed my heart, brother, because you're still in my community. You still give me the time of day. And I really appreciate that, for real, for real. That goes for everybody who gives me any other time of their life. I love you guys. You guys changed my life. And I really hope you guys are down to stick around. I need 70, is it 75 average for partner? Like, I'm serious. If you guys stick around, what if? You never know. I'm not saying today, but like, we're going to keep this shit going. All right, guys. My dog Duke hates me. He says, "Fuck you, motherfucker. I know you hate. I see." He says, "I know it. I know you hate when I do this. I'm gonna do it anyway." Oh, because he likes to annoy me. So yeah, how's everybody doing? What kind of dog? A rabid dog. He is a rabid dog. I delivered that dog, and I think I might have accidentally dropped him, and I might have forgotten. Dropped him on his head or something. I'm just playing. Something wrong with him, for real, for real. Shouldn't act like that. Oh, Suppressor, or Kobe, thank you for the joining us. Do you know how to do the daily check-in channel point? I'm curious. If not, I can show you how. How you been, man? How's your day going? Oh, Suppressor, thank you for joining. We're working towards getting partner. We need 70, is it 75 average partner for partner? This is how, I'll show you quickly. It's actually pretty simple. So do you see this little gold coin right here in the bottom chat? Right underneath the chat bar? Right here? It's a channel point. You click it, and then you scroll down. In between the first and the second is the daily check-in. And then you can click redeem. Thank you, Kobe. You get 100,000 bread points. It's a different kind of bread. We got new emotes too. I actually made a new emote today. Can somebody show the emote that I made today? Duck, you sounds just like I love you. His name is Duke, and I call him Duck. That's kind of weird that he said that. That question mark? What do you mean that question mark? Have you ever done a cartwheel IRL? No. The emoji, yes. Fun fact. You're scaring me. You're scaring me. She's Zazad right now or something. You like that emote? We've been streaming for 96 hours and we slept. We're not going to sleep today. Did you know that the world's largest organism is a fungus in Oregon? Spans over 2,400 acres and is considered one of the largest living organisms on Earth. My mom hid my other energy drink because I'm not going to sleep and she thinks I need to go to sleep. I don't need to go to sleep. My body is better. My body's stronger than that. We don't need sleep in this house. Yo, Blicker, welcome back. Are you in our Discord, Blicker? I tried finding you and I could not find you. Kobe, why you want to sabotage me like that? Why don't you just do fun facts? And you tell me to get out? You want me to leave? What did I do to you? Oblivion. Think of it like this. We are playing all together in our imagination. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Oh no, our table is broken. Please don't hurt me. I'll do anything, please. We are the champions, my friend. Now. Alright, I think I'm gonna sleep on the floor and just call it and let my teammates do all the work and just take a nap right here for the rest of the game. I'm kidding! I'm just kidding. I'll try. I have to try. I still feel stick drift, but it's better. I think it's a tiny bit better. Lino, did you ever see the 3D, the 3D charm that we ended up getting to work? Instead of the 2D one? I know you were watching earlier. Yeah, actually, it's pretty cool how it works. And, Redbeard actually helped me, so I know how to do it, but he helped me get a picture that I know is gonna work even better. I think I'm gonna do it in a second. Oh my gosh. Dude, I put how many bullets in that man? Oh my gosh, I hate it. We have never lost! Not once! In my whole life! That was a win! That was a win. Let's go. Thanks for the carry. That was a great thing. That was a great game, team. W team. Hey Lino, you know before I ever had to like do this, like I had the idea to make one actually. I think that would be pretty cool to have like an IRL charm. Like, have you seen how the Rainbow Six charms work? I have not. So every creator gets their own charm. Or not every creator, but if you have like 250 average. And so that's his charm. That's Sky's charm, and you ever see me lean? It's because I'm trying to look behind my monitor. No fucking way. It's gonna make me wait 3 hours and 30 minutes before I can generate Yo, W check-ins. It's gonna make me freaking wait 3.5 hours. This charm looks so much better than the one that I was using. For real, for real. 100%. 3.5 hours. It'll come. It'll come. We're not going to sleep. Hello, 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 hello. Hope you guys are doing amazing. You're not allowed. Okay, what do you mean by charm? Like an IRL charm you can put on a gun or a keychain on it? Definitely a gun. No, keychain. You crazy. You cray cray. You cray cray. Yo, anybody who is on PC, you should check to see if you're still in the raid. And you can see if in the URL, it'll say twitch.tv/Royce_1, and then it'll say raid at the end. Backslash it, and I think it'll work. Are you talking about IRL or in-game thug shakes? And I need to turn that redeem on so that people can do that. Only reason I took it off is because I was embarrassed at one point, the thug shake. But now I'm no longer. Oblivion, you better be the first one to redeem a thug shake. Please. Please, Oblivion. Out of everybody, you better be the first one. Oh yeah, baby. Thug shake. That's how you make it clap really quick. That was way too quick. That was way too quick. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. Somebody help me. Please put me down, please. Make me go to sleep. I've had enough. I've had enough. Please. This icon guy looked at me funny earlier, and it made me freaking see red. That's all I gotta say. Take a nap. I'm gonna take a nap right here. Good night. Good night. We were supposed to let him get back up. This is Rainbow Six Siege. That's against the law. We are playing with criminals. Lock them up. Lock them the fuck up. You can't keep getting away with it. Oh no, please! Hey Oblivion, maybe we could have teamwork and I could show you who's on the enemy team and you could like message them and tell them to go easy on me. We could like work together, you know? I'd be the man on the sticks and you'd be the woman on the profile. You could. That's something. No, I'm not saying that. I'm not, especially not if like the game's ongoing. No, I was a joke. Like, you know how I say, I'm scared. Like, go easy on me. I can't take it anymore. You gotta message them, tell them to go easy. You gotta tell them to go easy on me. Sometimes. Can you redeem a fun fact? Please. Slander, I don't know who you are, but I may think that we could be friends, brother. For real. Jaeger, I've been thug shaking on stream. Not just making it clap, like live on stream. On my chair, thug shaking, making it clap. We're trying to get partner, man. You have to do what you have to do to hit 75 average. And, sorry you missed out. Sky had me on his stream like twice today. And, yeah, he even said that he was going to make me mod sometime. And he joined my stream like twice today. He needed help with OBS. And he also joined again to see the progress on the waiting screen. And both times, or at least one, the first time, they could hear me. And I didn't know that they could hear me until I pulled the stream up. That 500 people could hear my freaking nerdy ass voice. I cringed so hard. I never cringed so hard in my whole life. I'm like, is that what I sound like? Oh no! Oh no, I need to have a deeper voice. He's a really nice guy. Lurking for a bit? You're gonna lurk for a bit? You're not allowed. You're banned, actually. You're banned! You're banned. You know we had 10 TKs last stream. We had 10 fucking TKs last stream. 10! What did I do, Slander? What the fuck did I do? Tell me. So close, but not close enough. Why did I push it so hard? Well, you know, you have plenty of, definitely, you can't be banned. You're the one who bans, brother. You have that power, even though you're not even a mod. You could ban them just by looking at them. No! Doctor! 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 Lino has no idea what that even what even happened there. Did you know what happened? He got me to 1 health and the doctor hit me with a stem and I got all my health back. And that's why you scream at the doctor like you're dying, Fred. It honestly works. It does the job. Everybody's lurking. All around me are familiar faces. I killed myself, unfortunately. That was not his fault. Good shit, that's how you win. We have never lost! We have never lost a game! Not once! In our whole life!
Yo.
Stranger danger! Oh no! You can't do that! That's not allowed! Oh no, our table! It's broken! Jared! Oh my gosh, it's Jared. Love you, Jared. Vacation time. Brother comes here even on vacation. Thank you. Thug shake. Or slower thug shake. I don't want to do it. I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to. I don't want to take the beam. Please don't make me. Please! Please, you can't! You can't do it to me! I will do anything! No, we can do it, but let's do it right now. Three, two, one. Let's fucking go! Oh my god, I love this man. I love you. Thank you. Thank you. They made me burn. They made my mouth burn. It's bad. It's so bad. I can't take it. Thank you for the raid, man. If you guys are following Big Wayne, I really highly recommend him. Bum 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 bum. So if you guys are from PC raid, you should take the raid out of your URL. I don't know if you know what that means. I get absolutely dumb. That's what that means. Oh, yay! I love it! Yay! Thank you! Thanks for killing me! Do it again, please! What flavor is the bean? Jalapeno, and my mouth still burns, you monster. But get this, there's almost all the jalapeno gone, and then I'm gonna have freaking hell. I'm gonna freaking have to eat all the bad beans. What are you gonna do to me? You gonna make me thug shake? A slow one? Or a fast one? Anybody in game chat who's wondering what that sound is, you don't want to know. You don't want to know! I'm so sorry! I didn't mean it. It was a joke. I was kidding. Are you ready to motherfucking thug shake? You better be ready! We have never lost! How do I got 130 FPS?
Let him cook! I said let him!
It's because PlayStation said they liked me. They said, you get an extra 12. How's my Wi-Fi good? I got 27 ping. Oh, it gets extra frames. You're weird. That's not how it works. Jaeger, don't make me lurk. I will go lurk right now. I will go lurk mode on your ass. No! Why do you yell at me? Ah! Don't you ever get scared of yourself when you play Rainbow Six Siege. I put the fear in my heart. No! Oh, sometimes I think, what have I created? A monster? Shetty! First daily check-in. How did you know to do the daily check-in? That is interesting. How are you? Welcome back. Do the twerkalade. Now do the twerkalade. We're about to look. Why are you yelling? Please, calm down, please. I am Thug Shaken, brother. We are going on 4 days in 1 hour. So that's 97 hours. We've gone 97 hours streaming. We're not sleeping tonight. Going full delirious mode tonight. And we're already there. We're already mentally not there. But I'm glad you're doing good, man. And I really appreciate you for thinking of my stream. And we got a rate of 13 today. We got a rate of 13 today for my brother Royce.
Naenaes, hurry up.
And his, because I told.
He's quick! Fucker. On warm up, then stream. You should put your link in the Discord. That's how you win! That's how you motherfucking win. If you put your link in the Discord self-promo, I'll try to make it. But I don't try to make any promises or anything. But if you want to help us get partner, we're getting very, very close. Every person that does stick around is helping us. For real, for real. I really appreciate it. Average stream time? I stream 3 hours, like every day, pretty much. But not anymore. Not anymore. When I'm busy, though, I probably won't end up. Mom spaghetti. These weak arms are sweaty. It's vomit on a sweater already. Mom spaghetti. Shady, I hope Slim Shady, I hope you're having a good night, and I hope your spaghetti goes amazing. Exclamation record. Look at our new daily check-in record. We're at 44 daily check-ins right now in an hour. Yo, Thornberry, you're still appearing as a raider for me. Don't make me have to come over there and fix it myself. We're at 44 right now, so it's actually we're 1 hour in. Oh yeah. 1 second. Are you ready to lock? Let's do this. Oh my god, Capcans, be careful. Tricky, you're still appearing as a raider. Everybody's still appearing as a raider. Big Wayne even too as well. It's interesting. Oh, motherfucker. I sold the bag. I sold the bag. Rainbow Six Siege just hurt my soul. Am I lurking raider? No. Thorn, Tricky, Big Wayne is currently. Nicole as well. Maybe try leaving the stream for like 2 minutes and coming back. I don't know if that would work, but maybe, maybe not. We will see. Refresh my browser. Heck yeah. Thank you. Really appreciate that, for real, for real. We are about to lock. I think it's in the URL. If you're on PC, I think it's on the URL. Hey, well, we just won't worry about it. It's all good. Every little thing's gonna be alright.
Drone deployed. Op 4 is reinforcing its location. 10 seconds before insertion. 5 seconds before insertion. Biohazard container location unknown. You are clear to engage.
Are you ready? It's time! It's time to lock. Here we go. Oh, fucker. What is up? What is up? What is up? My best friend, his name is Jace. Please don't tell me that my own IRL wants to 1v1 me. Please don't tell me. Baby Hobo Slabs, are you streaming right now? Are you listening? Hope you do the daily check-in if so. You are streaming. And welcome to the stream, Jace. I would really, I would do anything for 5 minutes of your time, brother. What do I gotta do? I will make it clap right now. I will make it clap for everybody. How about I 1v1 you IRL, bitch? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding! It's a joke! They're in! 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 Rollback, hello. Anybody who hasn't done the daily check-in, I'd really appreciate if you would. Jace, we have been doing a 97-hour stream. A 97-hour stream. Springs! Yes! Yes! How did you know that? How did you know that? I do have a few special needs. I need Capri Suns. I need to make sure my stick drift is not bad. I need the naenaes. I have a special need to naenaes. Jinxie clone, I am Royce. I am as authentic as I can be. It is my 617th day streaming every single day. You cannot say Jinxie has streamed 617 days in a row. So I am not a Jinxie clone, motherfucker. Don't make me rage bait. I will lose control. I will see red! Don't make me see red! Thanks, dude. You check out the emotes, dude. Do the daily check-in. Can somebody do exclamation record? We have 100, I think it's 151 record daily check-ins. That was yesterday. So we have streamed for 4 full days straight, and then this hour and 18. So we reset it every 23 hours, 55 minutes. Maybe a mod, I am trustworthy. Jace, if you honestly would want to get to know me, man, and actually give me the time of your day, I would actually probably maybe one day, bro. If you're genuine and you, well, like, get this, there's a difference between somebody who wants to join and have mod, or there's somebody who wants to see me really grow and do good. I'll give you an example. Redbeard. Redbeard is one of my buddies and like one of my best friends, and he got the daily check-in. Like, he got it all figured out. Look at his watch time. But he got it all figured out. And he is the reason we have the daily check-ins. He's why we have 151 record daily check-ins and why my stream has been doing so good. And like, that's what a real friend does, is supports you, try to get you to improve in every way that you can, you know? Thank you, Peanut Boy. Creamy Lex, welcome, homie. Thank you, Springs. I'm gonna give everybody their 100,000 bread in a little bit. We also have a watch time leaderboard too that people don't ever consider, and one day that maybe some of you guys will be on there. And Jace, did you know that I naenaed? That I've never lost, that I did not die? I have not died once this game. Not one time! Not once at all! This is not real life. This is a simulation. That's how you motherfucking win! We won that shit! That is how you win! Let's go! Let's freaking go! Let's go! That is how you freaking win! We naenaes! We forgot how to naenaes!
Naenaes before you get a whooping. You better hit the naenaes before you get a whooping.
What I said.
Naenaes, hurry up.
And his, because I told.
Are you ready to win? Jeez, do you know the Muffin Man? She was married to the Muffin Man.
Let him cook! I said let him cook! Naenaes before you get a whooping. You better hit the naenaes before you get a whooping.
What I said.
Naenaes, hurry up.
And he's because I told.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Yo! You did not, Jace. You have to unfollow. What is up?
I hope you're having a good day, man. You got 5 emotes for following. I really appreciate you joining the stream and hanging out. I gotta make a clap. Thank you for the thug shake and the spicy challenge, you monster. Do you want me to end you? Do you want me to fight you IRL? Why would you do that to me? I thought you cared about me. One day you care about me, the next day you don't. What did I do? Why do you want to see me pain? Why do you want to see me cry? You want to see me cry? Don't stop believing.
Are you ready? Are you motherfucking ready?
I'm scared. I'm so scared. Please, somebody, please message Rainbow Six Siege and tell them to go easy on me. Jace, are you still there, brother? I just want to say thank you for the follow. I really do appreciate your time, and I hope you are still hanging out with us, and you might have got bored and left. And if that is the case, it is what it is, but...
Do you know the Muffin Man? She was married to the Muffin Man.
Yo! That's fucking fire.
What if we could have a naenaes spider duck charm like in the next minute?
Packer Glazer! What the fuck is up? What is up? You scare me. You put fear in my heart.
How are you, Glazer? How's your day going? I hope you're having a great day, man. I have one thing to ask you, brother. Would you like to join the community? I would really appreciate it if you would, bro. For real, for real. And you get 5 emotes for following. I make things for people. I do anything to help you, brother. Anything that I can make, I would do it for you. For the support, brother. For real, for real. Give you a few examples. I made a facepalm koala today for temp. I made a warden tiger profile picture for Matthew.
Yo, Tricky Turtle! Is this real life? Is this a simulation? No, Lex, you can't go! Please, no, you can't! We're trying to get partner! We can't get partner without you, Lex! Oh no!
Now do the spicy challenge.
Oh! Ah! Ah! But you're scaring me. I don't want to.
Packer! Packer, 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 Packer. Please, Packer.
Please! Packer! Packer!
Please, brother. You have to join the community, man. Before you decide to head out, I would really appreciate the follow. And I'm not all there right now. Obviously, my freaking brain says, fuck this shit, I'm out. Let's do the beat.
That is how you win! Let's go! That is how you motherfucking win! We won that. We won that shit.
Alright, now we have to eat this, this hell bean. Let's do it. Let's eat the fire bean. Yo, while I go over here for a second, somebody needs to convince Packer Glazer that it's worth joining the community. For real, type shit. I'll low-key make it clap. Let me eat this.
What does that even mean? You can't say that. Ah! You like to see me in pain! Why would you do that? I thought you cared about me.
Yo, Packer, are you still listening, brother? Are you still listening? I have a couple things to tell you. And, I don't think he is. Motherfucker. Motherfucker, I gotta be quicker than that next time.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Yo, Thorn!
Thank you, brother. Why did it go up an extra one? You're crazy, man. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, man. You have no idea.
Surprise, motherfucker.
My freaking throat hurts. My freaking throat hurts. What is going on with me? And why was that 45 seconds late?
Why was that surprise motherfucker 45 seconds late?
Naenaes before you get a whooping.
Before you get a whooping.
Thank you so much. Thank you so freaking much. I really appreciate it.
Motherfucker. Hurry up.
Let's go!
Hello,
Let's
motherfucker.
motherfucking go! Let's go!
Yo, that's actually really hype because hype trains actually are hype and they make people hype. And that means we're probably boosted on the recommended page.
Level 2 rule, let's go! Let's go! Sport! Thank you for the follow!
Surprise, motherfucker.
Thank you guys. Really appreciate it. You have no idea how much this means to me. greatest day ever.
Bum 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 bum.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Surprise, motherfucker! Yo, what are the odds? You're scaring me. You're scaring the children. You can't do that.
You put us at 211 subs for February. Thank you so much, homies. My freaking throat is burning. Thank you to the man who made my throat burn.
You can't do that.
Thank you so much, everybody, for being here, joining the community. I came for those emotes. Spart, I make emotes, brother. Anything that you'd ever want me to make for you, I'd make it for free, brother. For real. Any idea you ever had that I could make it into an emote. Anything. And you got 5 emotes for following. We have this daily check-in thing that we have records for. Thank you so much, dude, for subscribing with Prime. You got 40 emotes, no ads, and I really hope that you decide to stick around and we make a long-term relationship and actually get to know you, because let me tell you, I've seen so many negative Nancy's, bro. Like today, so many people have said so many rude, bad things to me. You have no idea how that shit builds up, and that shit sucks, to be honest. And I just want people to like me. I don't know what I'm doing wrong, to be honest. I don't know how to explain it. It's like they always have the worst things to say. People are weird. People are messed up. But thank you for the motivation to keep going and keep pushing. Really do appreciate your time. For real. Taking that time out of your day to watch my stream. And yes, yo, man. So you know the guy who doesn't like ducks, and so you got to use him to troll. But yeah, it's really nice to meet you, and I hope you're down to stick around and get to know each other. Where are you from, brother? I'm from Indiana. I like to yap. We've been streaming for the last 97 and a half hours, I think, or maybe it's a 98 and a half hours. My brain's not working. But the first day we slept for 3 hours. The second day we slept for 8 hours. The third day we slept for like 6.5 hours. We have not slept today, and we're not going to sleep today. Did I get rid of some emotes? You have to sometimes. You only have 40 emote slots, so I took the ones that I didn't think were as good as the rest. It's not deleted forever. It's in my library. I can always put them back. I can send you a screenshot of the ones that are in the library. If you think that they're better than any other ones, I would definitely put them back in. You play a lot of R6? Do I play a lot of R6? Get this, brother. I'm about to go 0 to 100 real quick.
I have never lost! Not once in my life. Not once ever.
And I will never lose. Thank you so much for the level hype, the freaking hype train. My freaking...
I'm gonna take a nap. Good night.
We're gonna do a thug shake really quick for our team and our family. What about you, man? What about you? And what are you doing today, man? And do you like to stream? What can I do better? Have you ever naenaed before? I don't think you've ever naenaed. You should use a naenae spider duck and tell me what you think. You should also use the daily check-in channel point. It's at the very top of the channel points. It costs 1. It's blue. And since you subscribe with Prime, if you have the time, since you subscribe with Prime, you have the time 100%. But are you streaming on YouTube right now as well? I streamed on YouTube and TikTok and Twitch at the same time on the 600th day for 10 minutes. And I had to restart my stream because it was fucked and I couldn't do it anymore. Kale is champ, dude. Is this the Kale that I know? Thank you for the daily check-in. I really appreciate the daily channel point check-in. Our record is 151 daily channel point check-ins in one stream. I really appreciate that. Like, you have no idea. For real. Thank you so much. Spart, thank you for doing it as well. How are you today? I'm doing amazing. But guess what? I'll be doing even better if you decide to hang out and big chill with me. For real. We're trying to hit partner. And so to get partner, we need an average of community of a 75. And we are at 22 out of 75. Tomorrow it will update to maybe 23, hopefully. Every day that we have streamed, we've streamed for 97 hours. Every day that we've streamed, we've gone up at least 0.8. At least 0.8. 1.8. We go up. We go up, and we're going to continue to. And we nae. We carry the boats and the logs. And I hope you like the emotes. And Kale, you have emotes you got for following. I hope you check them out. Want to know something? I'd love to know something if that'd make you happy, brother. I tried gifting you on my band account and it did not let me. What do you mean by that? Don't, man. Save your money, brother. I'd rather, think of it like this. More money in your pocket means you're going to be happier. And so, I try to make people happy any way that I can. I don't know if you've ever heard me say this, but even like homework. You know how people like suffer through homework? I want to help people. I don't want people to suffer. For real, for real. Like, 1 second. You like my energy. I really hope you mean that. Yo, C5. Thank you for the daily check-in. Fucker, I sold the bag, unfortunately. How are you, man? Thank you for the daily check-in. I hope you're down to stick around and get to know us a little bit more, and welcome back, homie. How are you? How's your day going? Have you ever nae'd? Have you ever thug shook? Welcome, brother. You should check out the emotes that you've gone.
Yo, can you hear me?
Of course I can, brother. What is up, man? I love to meet somebody new in game chat because everything happens for
How's
a
your
reason.
day going, man?
Oh, brother. Guess what, man?
What's up?
Greatest day of my life, man. The greatest. I'm making a waiting screen for Skype, man. My life couldn't be any better. For real, for real.
Yeah?
Pretty cool. It's a pretty cool feeling.
Awesome.
Yeah, today's been a pretty cool day. For real, for real. One of those things. You should check out the stream. It's my username spelled with a 0. We're about to lock. We're about to win. We've never lost.
We have never lost. We have never lost.
Not once in my life. Oh, that's sick. It's gonna be a fucking naenaes spider duck charm. There is going to be a naenaes spider duck charm, brothers. There's going to be. And it's gonna be very soon because that shit looks dope. Can somebody hold my hand while we walk into the building?
I got you.
Not you,
Surprise,
brother. You
motherfucker.
can't do that. You're too young, brother. Sorry.
Never swing me! Let's go! I'm not a weirdo, brother. I'm not a weirdo.
Thank you so much, Never Swing Me, for the follow. Is that you, Fab?
No, it's not.
Yo, thank you so much, dude, for the follow. How did you find the stream? Welcome in. I'd like to get to know you. If you have a couple minutes of time, I would really, really appreciate it if you give me a couple minutes of your time so I can get to know you. For real. I've been streaming 4 days and 1 hour without ending. Watch out for cap cans, I'm just letting you know. Let's go. I was scared, actually.
I was shaking! I'm still shaking! Make it stop! Rainbow Six Siege gives me PTSD. That's not healthy. What can I do? Do you have any recommendation?
Kale remembers my 680-hour stream. That is pretty awesome. Thank you for acknowledging that. I appreciate that. We averaged 7 over that. We streamed for the last 4 days, and it has completely smashed that out of the water by 1,000,000,000%. It is actually crazy. It's actually crazy. I don't know how to explain it. Right now, we're only 4 days. We could go longer than 680. We can go the full month. I already put money aside for the electric bill. I already did. I preemptively planned this shit out. I know it's going to be higher because that's a lot of time having your PC on.
Naenaes, it's time to naenaes.
How's your guys' day going? I hope you guys are having an amazing day. Thank you for being here. Fab, you gotta join us, brother. You gotta join us, man. You have to. There's no if, and, or but about it. You're not. You're not.
Careful for the roam.
Okay, good call out. Almost let them bite me. They spook up on you.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
They make me scream and cry a little bit sometimes. I gotta give shout outs in a moment to some really cool people. There's somebody being a bitch in the corner. That is unfortunate, but we're working all day. I'll be working for another 5 hours. Yo, man, you're a trooper, brother. Proud of you, homie. Great, hit Emerald 2 and Diamond 3 on my 2 siege accounts. Good shit, bro. Keep it up. Welcome back, Kel, and I hope you turn on notifications. I really hope to see you around some more. For real. Anybody who has another daily check-in, I'd really appreciate that. I'm about a naenaes really quick. 1 second.
Oh, my Lancer.
That's how you freaking win! We have never lost! Not
These are
What?
so free.
In our life.
Free game.
Free
Free game.
indeed. Kayla, I have a Steel series for my PC. I have this HyperX 3 Cloud wired for my console. I like this headset more though. Running 6 has been a challenge. I started with my buddy a year ago. Me too, bro. I started with my buddy March 2023. Now he's around one interesting, crazy brother. I got like 3,000 plus hours, and yeah, you don't get much RP. I think it is consistency. I think they make you play a lot of games to actually go up. It is a tough life. That's a cool thing. Are you on PS5? You know they upgraded the 3D audio? Let's get a fun fact. Let's get a fun fact. Fun fact. I got like, yo, you're crazy, bro. You might be hard stuck, low key. Nah, I'm kidding.
I'm kidding. I'm just kidding.
4.5. That's so many hours, bro. You should master the game already, man. For real, for real. I'm just playing. Just a joke. Just a joke. Too much jokes. Fun fact. Let's do the fun fact. Did you know that the Sahara Desert is growing by approximately 0.5 kilometers per month? A stark reminder of climate change. That is a fun fact. But better for the amount that I agree. Have you spent time practicing like off game, like not actually playing the game, but practice? Because I think that's the key to it, right there. Is carrying the boats and carrying the logs. And every single one of our facts are the greatest facts. You won't find any other facts like them. Kale, I'm so sorry, brother. If you ever want to play, it would probably be off stream. I'm a solo. I'm a solo on stream. And every 25 days, we do play with the community. The next day will be in 8 days. And day 625, day 650, day 675, day 700. Maybe one day. I haven't had the time recently, but yeah, you're my friend. I'll make the time. You give me the time, the energy. I'll give you the time and the energy. Are you ready? Are you ready to win? We have never lost a game. Shed, hello, daily check-in question mark? You like to clip farm, Royce? It's not like I clip these, I just like to have fun. I like to give it energy so that people like to entertain by my stream. He didn't deserve that! Why did you do that? Oh man, what makes you want to play Siege? Why do you enjoy it? Do you really want to know? Why should I tell you? Give me one good reason to tell you, brother. I have a secret. And that is, every single game you meet new people, that it is infinite amount of good vibes, sometimes some bad vibes. But if you work on, like, I don't know how to explain it. Pretty much, think of it like this. You meet a lot of cool people out there. Today, I met somebody in game chat who gifted me 70 freaking subs, dude. 70 freaking subs. In the matter of like 1 hour. I'm not trying to brag or by any means say that, but like, wouldn't that motivate you to think that somebody random and generous enough? He's not random, but he's a great guy. You know what I mean? Like, to spend that money, like, to think that that makes me think that there are other people probably like that would do that potentially. What am I doing with my brain? Sometimes it just turns off, says goodnight. And I'm just like left in this body, just there. We're 2 away from hitting 3,483. And tonight, we're staying up all night, so our goal is to at least hit 3.5k, and if not, a lot further than that. Fine, I hope your trip's going well, man. Been going for like 97 hours now, or maybe like 98 hours. They can't kill me though, because I'm the one who knocks. And they can't kill the one who knocks. It's just not possible. Hey, brother, if you're gonna knife at me, join the stream, bro, for real. I had to mute you because you're a negative Nancy. I'm so sorry. Did I not even get that? What the frick was that? That was easy win, though. That was an easy wrap. He's on stairs. He's on stairs. I repeat. I repeat! He's on stairs! Let's go! Let's freaking go! That's how you win. We've never lost. Not once. Not once, ever. Never, ever.
Hey, Frost Jaden. I would and all, but I really want to get to know. I really want to get to know you and talk to you and see who you are. And I hope that you're down to get to know us and hang out. I really do appreciate the first time chatting. That if you want to give me your time of your life, then I will tell you a lot about myself, and maybe you could tell me about yourself. But I hope you're having a good day, man. Thank you for joining the stream. A follow would be greatly appreciated. It's my 617th day streaming every day. We're about to lock.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Yo! Jaded! Thank you.
Check out the emotes you got for following. And where are you from, brother? I'm from Indiana. It's very nice to meet you. Do you know how to do the daily channel point check-in? Oh, so it's that you're that Kale. Yo, Kale. I tried getting a hold of you, brother. You should join the Discord, bro. I think I and if I didn't, you should add my Discord and we'll figure it out. But I really hope this isn't the last time. And all time. What's your account, brother? What's your account? I will go all time in. Kale is one of those grown, improving negative Nancy's that at one point or another he may have been a negative Nancy. Which one? Which one is it? I have to update the all-time leaderboard anyways because we got 70 gifted subs from one person today, and that makes him on the leaderboard. That makes him on there. So let me know when you got it.
Let him cook! I said let him cook!
Yo, thank you for the daily check-in. Let's go.
Thank you. You had 12 days. 12 days of your life spent in my stream, brother. That's insane. I'm about to get both of you guys your bread in a second. Thank you, Cake, for the daily check-in. How are you, ESP? Wait, who's from Indiana? What is up, Sigma? Sorry, I didn't hear you say that. I'm from Indiana as well. That's really cool. This say that again, Sigma. Say me. You're on.
Me.
That is cool how all three of us are from Indiana. You too? Everybody's from Indiana. W Shady, brother. We don't sell promo around here, though. If you ever do want support like that. And it says in your viewer list, there's nobody in your viewer list, but it says you have 67 views. So that makes me wonder. Thank you for joining. Anybody who hasn't done the daily check-in, I would really appreciate it. ESP, how are you doing today? Cake, I didn't know that, and I'm really glad to know that. Can't wait to get out. Me too, homie. One day, get all that kind of money. What is up, Obscure? You should do the daily check-in. How are you doing today, man? We're going on 98 hours streaming every day. And we're big naenaes, and I've been working a lot on a sick waiting screen for Skype, and it has to be perfect. And I really am excited for it. That's what I did today. I spent like 8 hours on it, probably. Shalane, W naenaes, W daily check-in. Shalane and Font are tied. They're tied, and they're probably both going to win for the month of February. It's going to be something special. It's not necessarily going to be something like that money can buy. It's going to be something special. For real. You better naenaes. You better naenaes before you get a whooping.
Naenaes, hurry up.
And his, because I told
Shalane, do you have any ideas? Have you been listening sometimes? I know you're always lurking, but have you been listening to some of the things that I've been talking about? Because maybe you might know.
Speak. Fuck. Good boy.
He's right there. Sure.
For like what the day, like, so you don't know.
There's nothing on that ping.
What you would win for having the most daily check-ins for February, that you'd only be able to win once, and it's not necessarily like a doubt. Like, I don't know. I have an idea of something that.
Risk underscore on bro, I was just in queue bro, I can carry you, I am Emerald.
Else you not dead.
I don't think I got it in time. Fuck.
Oh, fucker. We've never lost. We have never lost.
Not once in my whole life. I just do for the sport. Thank you so much, for real. It really means a lot. You should do exclamation point record and see what our record was. Daily check-ins yesterday. Thanks to you. You're helping everybody else. Frost, thank you for the 100 bits. How did I pass that? Thank you. Oh, for the thing. Bro, I was just in queue, bro. I carry you an emerald. I didn't get to tell you the story. I didn't get to tell you. I am building a community that does not have any expectations to play with me. That I play with the community every 25 days. And that is the next day, 625. We're on day 517. Pretty much 617th day streaming every day, and in a couple hours it'll be 618th day, but that'll be 7 more days until community games. Community games is Sludge Myers, hide and seek, Roy Says. Roy Says is like Simon Says, but better. And we play PC crossplay. They're not competitive. They're not competitive games. And we're going to be giving away 3 Sky Charms to the top 3 winners of all the games. So for every game, you're going to win bread points, and the person with the most bread points at the end of the month will win the giveaway. This month it's $50. You never know. Maybe next month it might be $100 or something. because I start landscaping first week of April as landscaping season, or sometimes sometimes mid March. But so yeah, I really think that some big things are coming. So like, think of it: if you win the most games, the top 3 people will get a Sky Charm for free. It's something. Rock the Marley Charm. Shed. You wouldn't want to recognize Skype for what he's done for my community. For real, for real. Our stream's been doing really great since he's raided me. For real, for real. Thank you for Lurk Vanity. You should do the daily check-in. But yeah, we could always get to know each other off stream, and I'm sorry that you want to play, and I know that it's a disappointing thing. I hate telling people no. I really care about people. I don't want anybody to feel bad. That's something that, like, the whole reason I don't play with people is because they build an expectation. You'll play with somebody, and then they'll have an expectation to join you next time. And let's say you say no, and then guess what? They're going to be upset with you, or they're going to leave and not watch your stream. Or get this. If the scenario is that they join your stream, ask what rank you are, follow you, and then ask to play with you, and the question is yes or no, and I ask them a bunch of other things. I ask them, would you like to get to know me? Would you like to give me some of your time? And pretty much what happens is, as soon as I say no, they will immediately unfollow and leave. And so think about it like this. If I say yes to that same person, what are they going to do? They're going to play with me. They're going to be on my stream forever. This VOD's going to get posted on YouTube, and they're going to be there forever for anybody to ever see. And one day I'm going to have a million community members. And let me tell you, that shit is going to be always there. And you got to think of it like that. That some people, I don't know how to explain it. I don't know how to. It's one of those things that, you know what I'm saying? Just people will totally. I don't know, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, imagine the same person who would unfollow you, not give you any time at all, would be the first in line to play with you. That they don't give a shit about your community, really, truly. If they don't give you the time and actually care about your stream and what you say as a streamer, they don't want to support you, and they truly don't care. They just want to play with you. They just want to play with the streamer. That's something that's exactly why I don't play with people. And that, you want to get to know me off stream, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. That's something, literally. I want friends. For real, I have friends. I want more friends. Fun fact time, you're back. Doug shake, make it clap in the mic.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Yo, bro, thank you. Thank you for the bits, dude. Vanity, did you ever do the daily check-in? Anybody who hasn't done the daily check-in, I would really appreciate it. Thank you for the bits, Shaden. You have no idea. That actually really means a lot. You've given me 200 bits. I do appreciate that, man. For real. Thank you for spending any amount of money on me, man. Because you are a G, dude. And anybody who's not following Jaden, you should follow Jaden. I just followed him. Thank you for the 245 bits, bro. I really appreciate you, dude. Did he say that? He did. He did say that, actually. We're trying to hit a new record of daily check-ins, so we're about to lock. And I'm blind as a fucking bat. Thank you. I was gonna send you biz. Forgot. I bought them in my main account. Oh yeah, I was supposed to do that. And I'll actually fix the all-time leader. It will fix itself once you're not banned anymore.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Didn't you do that earlier? Am I tripping right now? Yo, jeez! Yo, that's new! Let's fucking go! Thank you. And Caleb, you don't have to do that, brother, for real. Thank you so much, Jace. I have a buddy named Jace. In a moment, I'm gonna give you the support, brother, for real, for real. What do you think of the emotes? You got emotes, you got no ads. And thank you so much, for real, for real. You freaked me out, bro. You actually put fear in my heart. Do you see how scared I am right now? Caleb, it isn't that name because I don't have anybody. Oh, there it is. There you go.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Hushin, you're such a loser. Hey, guess what, brother? I love you no matter what. The energy you give me, you're nothing. You ain't shit, brother. You ain't shit. You ain't shit to me, brother. Thank you. We're not gonna say that, and you have to be nice, man. I would ban him. We don't ban people, and I want him to know that a first time chat is a very, 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 very great thing. That a follow can be followed and unfollowed, and that you would think that the algorithm wouldn't technically. If you are gonna follow me, you have to give me one promise that you won't ever joke about life. You will ever joke about life. That is one thing, because I will remove you from my follow list if you want to make those jokes and be that kind of person. I'm gonna time you out, and if you decide to keep it up, guess what, bro? Guess what? He's gonna get a 10-minute timeout, and he's probably never gonna come back, so it's just one of those things. Good for him. They're nothing, bro. They're nothing. Don't let him bother you. Don't even give him the attention. You're letting him win when you say that. That's exactly what he wants, dude. Fuck him. Do you like it? Only positive, only good vibes, only good vibes. Jace, and that's one thing you're gonna learn really quick is you already said you have fuck vibes. We're not gonna say that. And we're not even gonna say hate. Hate is a strong word. We're not gonna treat people like that. We're better than that. Two wrongs don't make a right. And that you're gonna see in life later on in life, if you fuck with the wrong people and you do the wrong people dirty, and you try to seek revenge and you do things, it's called fuck around and find out, for real. That we're only positive, no more negative, or you're gonna get a timeout. You're gonna take a baby nap. You're gonna go to sleep, motherfucker. I'm gonna put you to sleep temporarily. Sleep in chat. You know, that means not talking chat.
Surprise, motherfucker.
You can take a nap. We're gonna go sleep. Good night.
Yo! Thank you for the bits, bro. I really appreciate that, man. It's something like that. He's reported. Yeah, report him so that he can get his account deactivated, for real. Because that will get his account deactivated. I'm tired of shit. Can we play? Oh, Jace, I know a lot younger people than you that remind me of you. Why are you continuing? You already know the answer. I'm 40. Are you actually, brother? Please don't tell me you're actually 40. If you are 40, that's cool, you're wise, but at the same time, I already said that I didn't want to play. I'm a solo. I'm a solo on stream. I want to make people value my stream and my community. And that doesn't mean that I'm not going to just instantly snap my fingers and play with you on my stream. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, brother Jace. I'm always here for you. Click on his picture. Click on his picture. That's fucking funny.
Bro!
Cap. He's capping. He's most definitely capping. Stream's never ending, guys. I'm just telling you. Not until we get partnered.
Remy, sit. Speak.
Fuck!
Good boy.
Redbeard. 1 second. Already knows. Not like I had a choice. It's not like I had a choice because sometimes people
Remy, sit.
force that upon you by putting
Speak.
pictures
Good boy.
in group chats or discords that you cannot necessarily say yes or no. It's one of those things. No, it wasn't consensual. I'd rather not even see anybody, to be honest. Just me, myself, and I. Nothing wrong with that. It's easier. It's easier to stream. I have to do the leaderboard really quick, and then I'll reset it.
Hello, motherfucker.
Naenaes before you get a whooping. You better hit the naenaes before you get a whooping.
What I said.
Naenaes, hurry up.
And his, because I told
Let's go! Are you smoking za? Jace, why would you say that? Why would you say that, brother? Please don't tell me there's a reason that you'd say that. Hey, exclamation all time, Caleb.
Op 4 is reinforcing its location. Insertion in 10 seconds.
Fun asleep.
5 seconds before insertion.
Appreciate the support, man. For real, for real. What rank am I? Oh, buddy, oh, pal. You have no idea. I am Ruby 4000! We have never lost! I got the stick drift, the only thing holding me back. Should I TK? I'm just playing. Jace, can you actually put it on something that you're 40 years old? Like dead ass, Jace. Jeez. We're gonna play, brother. We're gonna play. If you are mature, that is one thing that I'm always looking for homies to get to know. But it's just on stream that I just put in a lot of time and a lot of effort into. Oh, Perkman Jr. 2002. What the fuck? You just followed and I didn't even hear it? Surprise, motherfucker? Thank you so much, dude. Thank you for the daily check-in channel point. You're gonna get banned. You're gonna get banned. If you test me, I have banned 3 people today. I like banning people, man. Less negative Nancy's. Goodbye. I don't know what's wrong with you, but I hope you find a better way to live your life. Goodbye. Put him on Twitch. Exactly. I banned him. It's not worth being a part of our community. There's better people in this world. For real, for real. I'm going to make sure I remove him as a follow really quick. 100%. Because he's a fucker. We're going to go down 1 follower, but it is what it is. Worth it. Some people are just born shitters. Remove and block. Oh, fuck. Do you believe me now? Do I believe you about what? Don't call anybody an L viewer. That's negative Nancy energy. You're a pessimist, man. Don't be a pessimist. If this is a positive, yeah, you're a negative ass Nancy, for real. Like, I don't like that. I don't like that energy. And I will literally put you, I'll put you in the timeout corner if you say another negative thing. I promise you. It might be for a couple minutes, but you're going to, and you're going to have to freaking deal with it, brother. It may say 10 minutes, but I'll untime you out after like 2 minutes. But like, you for real gotta learn. You gotta, it's not cool, bro. I don't like your negative energy. Perkman Jr. You see my stick drift, how it has a mind of its own?
Thank you for the first time, Chad. They're above me too. How are you doing, man? Why play standard if you're diamond? This is not standard. What do you think this is, brother? I like to meet people. That is my goal. I've been playing the last 4 days. So, I've been playing the last 97 hours
Naenaes
just
before you
playing
get a whooping.
quick match and meeting people. Every single game I've met like one person. And if you do the math, statistically, if that many people know who you are, people will more join than leave. If you do it for so long, if you do it for that amount of time, I swear to you, it works. It has helped me. The first time chats have boosted me on the algorithm like no other. I can't explain it to you. It is something that if you find people in game chat and they talk to you, that first time chat will help you so much. That's how you win! That's how you motherfucking win! We have never lost! 5-1. 5-1, and we met somebody cool in game chat. That guy was pretty cool. Thank you for the good vibes. That's how you win. When did Meaty Marley gift you 300 subs? On day 538, streaming every single day. And would you like to stop really quick and watch it? We will watch it. We will watch it. All right, we're gonna watch it on stream when Meaty Marley gifted me 300 subs. Ready to carry? We're gonna watch it together. This is the day that he raided me. Do you see how I have 6 subs right here for I'm gonna move my camera for a second. Just because All right. This was day 538, December 5th. Put it on 2 times speed, and I'm gonna skip to the good parts.
Just not. Imagine sleeping in that. If you guys want me to. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You made my. Thank you so much. Opinion of the snow. I think Brent Kitty or Daddy loves the snow. Call you Daddy. Just for now. Just for now. Daddy loves the snow. New York snow's pretty cool though to think about. They have it. They have it at a different time than we do. Jenny, you didn't see me? You didn't see me give you 250k?
Cappy, he asked when did Meaty Marley gift me 300 subs, and so we have the highlight right here. But thank you for the daily check-in. Like gods, you should do the daily check-in as well.
Jenny just called me an angel. She's Cappy. She is Cappy.
Oh yeah, Hushin.
Yo, Ronan, thank you for the follow. And I don't want to give up Tommy Daddy, but would you like to support a fellow streamer that would really deserve it? Her name is Burn Kitty. She's the person that I'm stacked with. She's pretty cool. Probably should ask before I do that, but thank you for that, man. You help improve our community. Every person that is watching is helping us grow on the following the recommended page. It is hype. It is hype indeed. No problem. No problem, man. We got this.
That follow was the first of something.
The guy's spawn picking that was on second floor is not naenaes, so don't trust that guy's game sense. He was not thinking correctly.
We're gonna go for walk. Leave on voice or what?
Yeah. Let's do that. He's right out the window.
40 seconds from now. 40 seconds.
Appreciate it, 'cause I don't
30 seconds.
Get ready.
Ready.
Yep. They're scary. I'm gonna do this. I got it. What? No way. Oh my gosh. Morning rating coming. Oh my, what the fuck?
That's not even it right there. That's not even it.
No way.
Surprise, motherfucker. Surprise, motherfucker.
No way. Oh my god. What the fuck? Holy shit.
Surprise,
What the fuck?
I was
Oh my
on
god.
Skype's stream earlier. I was helping him with OBS and
Oh my
I'm
god.
making his
Oh
waiting
my
stream,
god.
doing a bunch of things,
Oh my
and
god.
Surprise, motherfucker.
There's no way.
I'm getting
There's no fucking way.
recognized.
Oh my god! No! Oh my god! Holy shit! Oh! My heart!
And then look at this. Look at this.
Oh!
Look at how
Oh my god!
crazy that
Oh
shit
my God,
was.
this is fucking
This isn't even
This
it.
made my life. This is the greatest day of my life. Oh my god! No! Oh my god! My heart! My freaking heart! Oh wait! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh! What the hell? It's the greatest day of my life! It's a 48-hour stream! 48 fucking hour stream! Oh my god! Oh my god! What the fuck? I'm dying! This is crazy! Dude, muted! Oh, fuck those haters! They hate us because they hate us! What the hell? Oh my god! This just made my life! I know the shout out isn't gonna be like, isn't gonna. Yo!
Doesn't
You know,
feel
shout-outs
real
gonna be a whole
either.
lot, But to Marley, but any of my homies who, oh my god! What the fuck? Oh my, yo, Meaty, whoa!
Me Marley gifted 50 subs.
Yo! Whoa! Oh my god! Oh my, wait!
Surprise, motherfucker.
Oh! Yo! Rasco! Oh!
Rasco gifted 20 subs.
Oh!
Rasco's
What did
pretty
I
big.
just do? What the fuck did I just do? I don't know what I did. I love you guys. Thank you so much. It's the greatest day of my whole life. This is the greatest day of my whole life. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh!
Hushin, you're a hater, brother.
This is incredible. Oh my god. Oh! No! Oh! Oh my god. What the fuck? Oh! Oh! Why?
I know, it's over and over again. It's trying to get annoying.
I'm about to pass out. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I know it's
Why?
cringy
Why?
sometimes.
Why? Oh my god. Yo!
I just thought you wanted to see this.
Dude! Oh my god! Oh my, this made my life. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
This is on
Thank you
2 times
so much.
speed.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh my god. Why? Oh! Yeah!
Meaty Marley just gifted me 100 subs right here.
Ah! Oh my god! My heart! Oh my god! You're killing me!
And then he gifted another
What the
100 right
fuck?
there.
No way! No way! No way! No fucking way! Oh! Ah! Ah! Oh my god! Oh! Dude! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Look at how that number went
Oh my
up
God,
like
oh my God.
freaking from
Oh my God, oh my
6
God.
to 326.
This is real life! Oh my god! No! No!
And I'll forever have him as my second
Oh my
all
God.
time.
This
Bro,
is fucking
bro.
crazy! Oh my god! It's the greatest day of my life! It's the greatest fucking day of my whole life!
Jace, is that negative?
Oh my God.
Do you want me to
Oh
time
my
you out,
God.
bro?
Oh
You
my
want to
God.
think before you
What the
speak?
hell?
Or do you want to time
What the
out?
hell? What the hell? Oh my god! No fucking way! No way! No way! Oh my god! I love you. I love you, Marley. I love you guys. From the bottom of my heart, my life is made. I literally, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
You're a cool guy,
Oh my God.
Jace.
Oh
You're
my
part of
God.
my
Oh my
stream,
God.
part of
Oh
my
my God.
community.
A 48-hour stream. Oh my god.
I did
Oh
a
my God.
51-hour
This is the-
stream.
Why?
I ended up sleeping 3 hours
Why?
out of the 51 hours.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I wish
Oh
I
my God,
did
oh my God, oh my God,
did
oh my God.
freaking
So
way
much fun,
longer.
guys.
I probably could have got partnered
Yo,
off of this if I did what I'm doing now and looped
This is the
it.
greatest. This is the
If
greatest
you
moment of my
if you
whole
raid
life. Oh my
an
god.
alt account
Thank
and your
you so
alt
much.
account raids
Thank
you,
so
you can
much.
keep everybody in your list.
Oh fuck! I'm
It
playing on
is
PC matchmaking on console.
something that if
Playing
you have
with
people
my
who have
number,
notifications turned on, we have
like, most loyal person on the planet.
60.8% of our
She is
community has
so incredible. She
notifications
is.
turned on out
She's
of
giving me like
3,000.
450 subs.
483
If
people,
anybody
so that's
deserves recognition.
how many
deserves,
people? That's a
really
lot.
amazing
So
community.
it's one of
She has
those
done so much
things
for me
like
to help me. I would have my
we
PC.
do the stream at
for her.
6
I wouldn't have
p.m.
my
The
alt-
notifications
Oh god,
plus the
H60X.
people who are
That's the.
it has stacked for the last
She's like
4 or
the
5
greatest mother ever. That's
days.
who's talking in the background.
And
Dude,
I
I have
wonder
two PCs. I'm a
what it's
computer
going to
science
do
major.
tomorrow,
I'm
to
doing
be
my computer
honest.
science degree so I can try
Like,
to work at the same
actually,
time. And
what if?
I can code and bug fix in Java, JavaScript, a little bit of C++, Python. This is my life. This is my life every single day. I wake up in the morning and I thank
Honest,
every single person
my partner,
thank God for-
my
thank God
thing
for
has
being
gone
alive.
up.
It's my last day, and I woke up
It has
today,
gone
the
up,
greatest day
so
of my whole life.
even if it's one a day,
Oh my God.
even if it's
Oh my God,
one a day, one a day is better
you so
than
much.
nothing.
Thank you so
I'll
much.
literally
Thank you so much.
90 days in a row if I have to.
Should I mute the sound? Oh my gosh, should I mute it? Let me know if...
Yep.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You made my life. You made my life. I don't want to be negative. Or
The
anything.
sound
I-
alerts
I- I-
ruined
I'm
it.
20 years old and like 250 days. 20 years old, 250 days. And I turned 21 March 14th. And that the things that have happened in my life have made me who I am today. And that if it's all thanks to Marley giving me the craziest raid of my life. And yesterday giving me one of the craziest moments that like, oh my gosh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You
Thank
do
so much. I'm a
IRL
graphic designer as
meetings.
well. Every single thing that
You're
I have, I
hilarious.
made myself. I spend a lot of time on. I'm working on so many projects, not only me but other people as well. That the time that I have is I value others more than I value myself. Like you have no idea. Like fuck this, Loki. I love you guys. I love you guys from the bottom of my heart. You guys have given me the craziest life of my whole life. Level 18. No way. No way. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Level
Oh my
8,
God.
level 18
Oh my
hype
God,
train.
Thank you so much. Oh my god. Dude. Dude, this is
It's just crazy.
I love you, Meaty Marley. Yo, Jaeger. Oh my god. Yo. Yo.
For the 4th
Yo,
time?
Thank you so much. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is incredible. This is fucking incredible. This is incredible. Oh my god. 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 Dude.
I know it's cringe.
Thank you.
I know
Thank
it's
you guys
cringe.
for being
You
here.
mock
Thank
me
you.
one more time,
I love
brother.
you guys. I love you guys.
Banned.
I love you guys.
Gone.
I'm gonna be streaming for 48 hours. I'll stream longer if you guys want me to. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This is crazy. This is fucking crazy. Dude, Meaty Marley is my #1 inspiration on God, on my life. On my life. I would not post twice a day on YouTube if it wasn't for him. On my life. That you have.
He is the
Since I was
biggest
freaking 8 years old and
YouTube
didn't have internet, and I used my
Rainbow
neighbor's internet.
Six content creator.
No! No way!
And Meaty Marley gifted. This is the last 50
No
subs
fucking
right
way.
there. So that was
Dude.
300
Dude,
altogether.
Thank you guys so much.
Put us at 400 subs in December. At the end of the month,
Oh, fucking
we're at
timing.
600
Oh my God.
subs for
Love it.
December.
Dude! Dude! Dude!
It was pretty crazy.
Dude.
It was pretty crazy.
Dude.
I got a new headset, a new
Oh my
monitor,
god! What the fuck?
and a new camera. And
Oh my god!
but also
my
at the
God.
same time, I did
Oh
have
my god!
some things that I had
Oh my god!
to pay for.
Jump into your
And
desk for the raid. Pretty insecure by myself. I don't really show the other half of my body,
it was,
but I could.
it was
stand
awesome.
up.
It was definitely.
But I stood up.
It made me
Thank you
stand
so
up
much.
on my
Thank you so
chair.
much from the bottom of my heart. And you guys have changed my life. You guys have 1,000,000,000%. You have changed my life. You have given me the greatest life that I could ever have. My heart is fucked. It is truly fucked. I love you. I love you guys. Burn Katie, I love you for real. Thank you. Let's have some fun. We're having fun, right? Oh my god, I can't play. I can't play. I'm so sorry about the ads. We're So... having fun. I'm here for it. Never apologize to me. It's fun. Dude, this is crazy. I'm lightheaded.
You're fucking awesome. You're awesome, dude. I
Facts.
you're awesome.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
But
I
yeah,
never say
that's
this, but
the
if I
main
could work
part.
every
That's
day,
everything.
every day. This is my
Well,
life that I
I'm gonna
really-
post the rest on YouTube. We'll check that out later. Caleb, we will not talk like that, brother. We will not talk like that. Not in this house. Don't make me put you down, brother. Facts. Me too, brother. Me too. Freaking back hurts. Jace, if you're looking for any wife, I would probably go to McDonald's, brother. I bet you'll find somebody, brother. For real. Sir, we don't talk about illegal activity, brother. You want to get people in trouble, is what you're saying. Good thing I don't even know what that means. You didn't even spell it right. That doesn't even exist, whatever the fuck you just said. You're crazy, bro. You're a monster. WW food. I'm actually hungry. I might eat a Pop-Tart. Do you like Pop-Tarts? It's free real estate. When I get my negative braces up, I'll lose it on. I'll use it on you. What do you mean by that? Whoa! Whoa! Whoa, man! Whoa! 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 Whoa!
Naenaes.
Do you know the Muffin Man type shit? You know, I am the Muffin Man. That I had a pistachio muffin the other day, and that shit was fire as shit. You guys ever had a pistachio muffin? I don't think you have. Because that shit is, oh my, it hits It hits. It's immaculate. Do you know what immaculate is? It is immaculate. The greatest. The most immaculate. You know we're at 60% or 61% of our community who has notifications turned on? I didn't even know that. Oh man, I thought we were like 60.8. That's actually pretty sick. Hey, Hushin, you should probably turn it on as well. Hopefully. And Jason, I'd really love to talk to you more, man. Like, I met you recently, and like, I already feel like I've known you a while. And I really appreciate the conversation. You guys are making my stream more interesting. Are you top 10? Exclamation launch time. We have never lost a game! Not one time. You're gonna make me do some work? Is that what you're telling me? Hushin, I'm only gonna do that if you are gonna be a regular around stream. Just because I haven't seen you in like 2 months, and that I want to have people on those that represent the community. Okay, if you will, I will. Peanut Boy, join. Peanut Boy, why do you sound like a peanut boy? It is unfortunate. Let's go. You change your name a lot, bro. His name has been so many different names. Gotta go eat, homie. I'll be back. Much love. Who said? Who said you had to eat, bro? Much love, homie. You don't have to eat, bro. Nobody has to eat, man. You just feel like you have to. It's interesting. So many different identity changes. This brother needs to be stopped. It's a crime, brother.
What the fuck? Are you ready to lock? I'm scared. I'm so scared. We're about to win. I'm so scared. Please don't hurt me. Please. I hope so, brother. It's like Penn's back, you're back, Votable. I don't know if you remember Votable Zeus. A bunch of homies from the past. Chicken Hair is back. A bunch of people back. Yo! Big Booty GX! W name. I like that. What is up? What is up? What is up? Neon. Neon sent you. Thank you for joining. I really appreciate that. You have no idea. They just completely slam me. I'm lurking. I'm mostly here. Lino, why are they naming themselves Big Booty GX? Lino, why didn't you name yourself that?
I'm just playing. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Hey, Lino, you naenaes, brother. You naenaes. You got this. You never lost. Something about our community is we've never lost. Not once. See, like, you know how there's 10 people on this game and how one team can win of 5? Well, get this. So my character is immune. So these guys, Synthetic and Cammy and Mr. Hulk supersized it. These 4 guys, they might lose, but this guy will always win. I will never lose. Look for attention, probably parent issues. Okay. Very busy esports. Hey, man. We're having a good time, brother.
Staying alive. Staying alive. Staying alive.
I'm going pro? What do you mean by that?
What do you mean by that? You can't say that.
What is up, man? What is up? Are you ready to lock? Are you ready to win? I'm probably going to pass out within the next 3 hours or so. I'm actually going to have to sleep 8 hours tonight. There's no freaking way. There's no freaking way. That's definitely... I didn't sleep last night, so it's one of those things. We're going a long period of time without freaking sleep. And I'm about to eat a Pop-Tart in a second. And I'm gonna call you GX because I swear I can't call you big. I can't call you Big Booty. Country Road. SpongeBob Ripped His Pants is a better song. I might sing that one. I might sing you know how Mario has that music that's not like anybody singing, but it's like sounds like Mario or something? And it's like Super Mario Bros. Background songs, music. I wish I could sing that. That would be pretty cool. Call him BB. BB. Breaking Bad at BB. That's if BB wants to join the community. BB, would you like to join the community? A follow would be greatly appreciated. We are about to win. We have never lost. Can you tell that I'm alive but I'm dead at the same time? I can't wait to munch in a second. That's just gonna be nice. I'm actually quite starving. Okay, what? You can't do that to me. That's not allowed! You can't do that!
Oh no! The table is broken. Oh no! Our table is broken. Oh no! Our table is broken.
I used to slammed a Zim player. Well, guess what, brother? Did I ask? I'm just playing. Cringe. Zim means like keyboard and mouse on console. You complain about cheaters. That's one of my pet peeves. I don't like when people complain about cheaters. It just means you suck, brother. I'm sorry.
Cause they don't exist. They don't exist, man. Not on console. That shit does not exist on console. PC maybe, but you're on console. I know it. There's nothing you can do about it. Passing out. There is no freaking way, though. There's no freaking way. I am Cammy B. Yo! It exists on console. If Cammy Baby says so, I 100% agree with you, Cammy Baby. What is up? What is up? It's my 617th day streaming every single day. We have a stream for like 98 hours, and I did not sleep last night, so I'm mega tired. But you should join the community. I stream every day at 6 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Central Time, 4 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 11 p.m. GMT, and I hope you like to join the community. Thank you for listening. When I meet somebody new, first time chat, it means that you felt comfortable enough to chat in my stream. I do appreciate the time and the energy you give to streaming. And that first time chat is a pretty big motivation to think that somebody new knows who I am, and I really hope this isn't the last time. Thank you for joining. And I've seen a few, but I'm saying like high top ranked, like their top champ. Like if you know Kale, he's like platinum. This brother is not facing no keyboard and mouse. I'm sorry, Cammy baby. I didn't mean to hurt you. Lino, you will never hear me ever say that they're cheating. Because I've never lost, because I've never died. I don't know what dying even means. You hear that sound? I make that sound on purpose to call them to me. Cammy, you might be the coolest person I've ever met. Where are you from, homie? I'm from Indiana. Cammy, did you see the x-rays that I just had on? Did you see that? That was for you, Cammy, baby. I'm gonna call you that. No, I'm just playing. I'm gonna call you... Can I call you KB? Can I call you KB? I'm just playing. What do people call you, Cammy, probably? Cammy works. What do you think people call me? They call me Rico sometimes when they're dyslexic and they don't know how to read. Stacy, that is Stacy. Hello, Stacy. Thank you for the daily check-in. Stacy's cool like that. She does daily channel point check-ins. She might be the one, the coolest ever in the world. And Stacy is another female. You should tell Cammy how it's great being in my community. That it's worth the follow. Thank you for the good vibes. I appreciate it. You saw how at the end I started running in circles? It was one of those things. I did that because I was bored. You ever get bored in Rainbow Six Siege?
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker.
Cammy baby, I'm literally about a thug shake for you right now. That ass. That was for you. That was exclusively for you. Hope that was worth the follow, for real, for real. Good, Gammy. That's what I like to hear. I love that. I tell people to mute me all the time. I like to talk game chat. But Gammy, don't let this be the last time we ever see each other again, please. You can't. You can't let it be. It means you have to join the community and give me a follow so you get notifications, and I'll see you again, hopefully, some sunny day. I'm gonna hide under the desk for the game. Hey, Cammy, I won this for you. You wanna see something? Cammy, where did you die? Where did you... I'm coming for you. I'm so sorry that you died. Should have protected you. And I didn't. And it's all over. And you can't take it. You can't take it back. Should I TK our teammates and then just TK myself so that we can have another round with Cammy? I would do it. I would do it. I think it'd be worth it. Oh, it's outside repelled. Those are your people? Who's your people? And what do you think of the stream? Is it... I did this for you. I did this for you. Because we win these. Because we've never lost. We have never lost a game! Not once! Not once ever! It was nice meeting you. Please follow. Please join the community. You have to, please. You can't leave us. You can't leave us, Cammy. We're trying to get partner. We need 75 average in our community. You need to help me. Please. I'm just kidding. Have an amazing day. Thank you for your good vibes. Really appreciate you. Peace, homie. You're 20 years older than me. I'm 20. I'm basically 21. How old are you? 29? Nothing wrong with that. I just seen that you stream and I followed you. How do you know how old I am? You look at my bio. That's pretty cool though. It means you have a lot of wisdom. And that means it's worth the follow.
Surprise!
Let's fucking go! Let's go! You got emotes for falling that I made myself. I make people emotes. I literally make anything you want for real type shit. Just anything for free. And I make waiting screens, banners, overlays, so many crazy different things. Like custom, programmed. Some of them are programmed, some of them are designed. My overlays are programmed in C++, or not C++, CS, HTML, and JavaScript. And
me tell you, the waiting screen is HTML, CSS, not CS. My brain's not working. We've been up for like 98 hours.
I'm losing control. Please help me.
Hell no. Hell no.
Should do the daily channel point check-in. Would appreciate it.
Hell no.
It's 1 point. It's at the very top. See you around. See you around, homie. I really do appreciate it, homie. Thank you for helping us grow. For real, for real.
Hell no.
W daily check-in. Thank you. We hit 151 daily check-ins last stream.
Naenaes before you get a
Not
whooping.
last stream, but like the other section.
You better hit the naenaes before
I'm
you
about to
get
eat a
whooping.
Pop-Tart. And that shit about to hit
Naenaes,
different.
hurry
'Cause
up.
I haven't eaten anything in like 24 hours. Type shit. Here's your bread. And Cammy, you're a W for real, for real. Appreciate you giving me a chance, homie. For real, for real. Most people are negative Nancy's. They say mean things to me. But you are nice. That is awesome. You smell that? You know what that is? That's fear. That's fear in the enemy. That's fear in the enemy's heart. I don't think you're ready for this. I'm the one who knocks. We are not in danger, Skylar. I am the danger. I am the motherfucking danger. Whoa. I just grabbed some pizza. What kind of pizza? And it better be good. And it better be good, brother. The best kind. Play-Doh pizza. Who's your oldest, or like, how old's your oldest kid? I'm curious. Like, that's a pretty interesting way to think. $20. My oldest kid is 45. Nae. It's time to nae. It's time to nae. So, who can guess what the first, the second, and the third, and the fourth most emotes are? Like, put the order. So first, second, third, and fourth, and you can probably guess. They're follow emotes, but like which order? You have to get all four of them in a row for me to say if you're right. If you do get it, I'll probably give you bread. If you can get all four of, or even all five of them, or four of them, but you can do whatever you want. I'm saying like put the emotes in the order, the follow emotes of the most used. I know that's pretty confusing. I'm about to eat this Pop-Tart, and that's just about to hit different, low-key. Yeah. Both of you are wrong. Can't believe it's only 9:25. You're amazing, homie. Tonight, I think I'm gonna put it on survival videos when I go to sleep, like primitive survival. Bailey. Call you're close. Okay, this game hates me. On me, on me, on me. Run, run, run. On me. Come on. Fucker. Gone. I've never eaten a Pop-Tart so fast. That's how you know I was hungry. Should I buy YouTube Premium? I'm actually getting YouTube Premium for tonight. Because I'm sick of the fucking ads. Guys, we don't have to watch ads no more. No more ads. If we're doing this long freaking stream and I'm going to have to sleep for 8 hours, there's not going to be any ads. 100%. I'm talking about not for Twitch, but for YouTube. YouTube ads, YouTube ads, YouTube ads, YouTube ads. I think I'm going to put 8 hours of Take Me Home Country Road on a playlist. Almost heaven. I think it's a good idea. What do you think? What do you think, guys? I think I'm going to turn my light off in a second. Let my eyes dilate to the light. And then I'm going to be passed out. As soon as I yawn 10 times, that is when I will pass out, probably. I just want to know that I'll be asleep and not up. Fucker. Saw that? Aw, he landed on me. Poor guy. If I turn my light off, the green screen's gonna get all messed up. Did you hear what I said about no ads anymore? We're gonna watch Breaking Bad on YouTube. Let's play. Every SpongeBob song ever, 60 minutes. Imagine Rainbow Six Siege category of just random, like crazy shit. crazy shit, like the craziest shit you could ever think of. Like an hour of SpongeBob. Can you hear this when I like go over like that? Can you hear it? I don't think you can. Oh. Rainbow, 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 rainbow. You and Skittles. I'm glad you're having fun, brother. Pain and the suffering, bro. I have the worst freaking For You YouTube page. Sucks ass, low-key. The only good videos are from Marley. I think we're gonna watch the moment Walt becomes Heisenberg. Breaking Bad video diary. Video essay. So we can get the 1 hour we can get the 1 hour SpongeBob song compilation. Then we can get the 30-minute SpongeBob song compilation. Put those two together. Put those two together and we have a good time right there. That's what that's called. What? If anybody looks tired, it's you, Yojin. You're the tired one, man. I'm not tired. I don't know who that is. Thank you for the daily check-in, brother. Hope you're doing good, dude. I'm not even conscious, Yojin. I'm not even conscious. I'm gonna go to bed. I'm really tired. Much love. Have a great dream. Good night. Good night. Thank you for the daily check-in. I do appreciate you and your time, dude. Thank you for the good vibes. See you again soon, dude. Here, Yojin. Here's your 100,000. I'm probably gonna end up. What are we gonna do? Rainbow Six Siege is hard. What the fuck? Do you guys have any ideas for things we can watch? Hello, Vox. Do you have any like long form videos that you think that people would want to watch? Like I was thinking like survival videos, but at the same time I was thinking maybe not. What do you think? Because I'm getting on the verge of crashing, like dead ass. I'm gonna crash probably, and it'll feel so good. But you probably want to see that waiting screen, right? See where we're at. It's gonna get better tomorrow. Trust the process. It will 100%, like way better. I already have up 1,000%. I already know it's gonna be better because of the fact that I've had to. It might have been 3 hours. I could probably try it. Right, actually. See if it'll let me do it. I'm Brandon. Me too, bro.
He just woke up. Oh, he's sick. He just woke up. Oh, do you want to take a nap? Do you want to take a nap?
That's how you win. We won that. We won that. We won that. We won that. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. What is up, Samsy? Probably want to see the progress, right? I want to show you guys. And trust me, this is going to get so much better because this isn't even it. I don't think this is it. Maybe. No, I'm not. Don't say that. Don't say that. I don't condone that. I'm trying to full screen. It's not letting me full screen. There we go. I could send you a picture of what it's going to end up looking like. You should check on Discord. I still have to make more of the things that he wanted. It's just probably going to take a while. You guys have any long form videos that we can watch? So if I'm going to be sleeping 8 hours, we probably want like 5 videos. Do you know any long form videos that we can watch? Samzy, do you actually like it? Or are you just saying that? Oh. I showed Sky already. He didn't really like it. Nothing wrong with that. I know it's not perfect. No, he joined the stream earlier to check it out while you were asleep. No, he just says that it. He showed me George's. He said the charm is gonna look better. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. What about the little like sparks? Hey, if you saw the other side of it, you would see that it's not done on the other side, and that's why it goes back and forth this way. He also said it looked like a dog chewed on it. The charm, you already know the charm's going to get better. This could be better. This could be better. This is going to go in a full circle 3D. And somehow I'm going to have like a freaking video in the background of freaking Ash like running through a barricade or some shit. That's what he said. That's literally what he said he wanted. I'm like, bro, that's impossible. How the fuck am I supposed to do that? That is impossible. I'm just playing it. Oh man.
I'm gonna go shower. Enjoy your sleep. I'm probably about to pass out, bro. What would overcrowd it? Hey, guess what? Guess what? Guess what? Guess what? We don't have ads anymore for the YouTube videos tonight. So I got YouTube Premium because we naenaes. Oh, I found the perfect. I think I found the perfect videos. These are like 3-hour long videos, like survival videos. I think that's pretty cool. Do you like how it's slowly like? Have you seen where I've come up from? Like how I've come out of the trenches slowly but surely. Oh man! 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 I'm keeping myself up right now. I'm literally keeping myself up right now. Oh, I don't know if that's the move. I don't know if that's the move. I don't know what to put on, to be honest. I don't want to put on Moody Marley. We put him on the last 2 days. And I don't want people get over saturated. It's like Ross Creations. How's it been? It's been amazing, bro. That might be cool, like a blood splatter. Stick around, brother. Daily check-in. It's time for the daily check-in, brother. Probably don't know how to do that, but I don't know exactly. I don't know exactly though, to be honest. I could figure it out in a moment if you want me to.
I just need ideas for things that we can watch. I don't think I'm gonna put it on survival videos. Can't even freaking see. I'm on. Alright. I was looking at my other monitor if you're wondering. I'm not looking at a freaking. The campfire song. Let's gather around the campfire and sing our campfire song. You see PFIR, yes, already song. If you think you can. What happened?
Yo, let's fucking go. Yo,
I was singing the campfire song.
oh my gosh, you're insane, brother. You're insane.
Giving me the biggest, awesomest raid. I'm so tired. You have no idea. You have no idea. I'm so tired. Thank you so much, bro. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. You have no idea. If you're not following Temp, you better be following Temp. He's a crazy guy. You guys can help me figure out what we're gonna put tonight on like YouTube, like good wise. I bought YouTube Premium, so there's no ads, and we need like long form content that I can put in a playlist and just keep on for like 8 hours while I sleep. Because last night I slept like 6.5 hours. The day before that, I slept like, was it? I don't even know. Like, it's hard to keep track, but welcome in, everybody. Thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it, man. Like, you have no idea. Do you guys like Impractical Jokers? We're not doing that. We're not doing that. It was a joke. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you for joining. I'm Royce. I'm tired. Nice to meet you. Sorry, you caught me at a very lame time, that is for sure. Thank you for boosting my stream, man. I really appreciate that. Like, that means a lot, for real. If you're on PC, anybody, check your URL and see if you have raid in your name. If you do have raid in your name, you should take that part out of your name, and it will help the stream. Oh, what are we going to do? I have a good idea. You yell at me one more time, I swear. can't believe you did that to me. Blues, how are you? Thank you for the daily check-ins.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Yo, Owen. Welcome to the stream, dude. Thank you for the follow. My head hurts. Nice to meet you. You're a 3,488th member of our community. Oh, man, my brain says no. It says, aight, we're heading out. Time to go. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you for joining our community.
Ah! Why do you want me to get out? What did I do? I'm so sorry. Oh no. I didn't
Let him cook.
mean it.
I said let him cook.
Remy, sit. Speak.
Fuck.
Good boy.
Hey guys, we'll leave it up to you. So have you guys heard of Sean Ryan? Sean Ryan is like a documentary, or like not a documentary, but like a podcast where he talks to people for like a couple hours. So I'm gonna pick a couple of these, and you guys gotta tell me a few of these that sound interesting. Out of these categories, which sound the most interesting? Military and tactical content, conspiracy and UFO theories, political and social commentary. I don't know about that one. Survival in the real world threats. Which one sounds the coolest? You don't like that? Should I figure something else out? I was thinking that'd be interesting. That'd be interesting to me, but I'm kind of a nerd. I'm gonna say secrets. Like, well, I'm gonna get some. Yeah, it'll be cool. They'll be cool. Trust the process. It'll be cool. Like government secrets. And I'm gonna be listening and watching it as well, so for like an hour probably until I pass out. I'm so freaking like drained. I didn't sleep last night at all. I just stayed up through the day. We've been streaming for how long? Too long? 48 times 2 and then plus 4. And OM, what do you think of the stream, man? Welcome.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Oh, man. You're killing me, bro. You're killing me. You want me to die? I'm dying. These are the perfect fucking lengths. Yes. They're 5 hours long. Yes.
Naenaes before you get a whooping.
You better naenaes.
You better hit the naenaes before you get a whooping. Naenaes, hurry
Hey
up.
guys, do you think my average concurrent viewers will go up tomorrow? Hope so.
Ah. Have you seen the new emo? This is called Never Lost. Doesn't it look hype? You know that my brother Royce, my Royce 2 account probably could get affiliated? Like, honestly, it probably could. Actually, I don't know. Now that I think about it, it only gets raid views. It doesn't only get raid views. Hulk was there this morning. Tam, it's because they said they didn't like you, brother. It was discrimination, man, and I'm so sorry. You got a face cam, bro. They learned you had a face cam. They said, sorry. Nope, not having it. I'm just playing, dude. Your face cam and yourself, you look perfect, brother. Perfect just the way you are, brother. You know, my freaking almost most live views from another channel is my own other alt account, Royce 2. That's pretty awesome. Be keen, daily check-in, homie. And stick around, man. Stick around. I would appreciate it. How are you? B, it's nice to see you, man. Good to see you again. How are you? I am amazing. Oh, we're trying to get partnered, brother. We're trying to get partnered. You know what's freaking crazy? Today, Saturday, we had 49 follows. Friday, 33 follows. Thursday, 34 follows. Wednesday, 57 follows. Tuesday, 23 follows. Monday, 23 follows. Sunday, 17 follows. Saturday, 12 follows.
Friday 11 follows, and the day that start like I think the Sky raid 75 follows. I don't even know, but like that's what's been stacking us up. I don't know how to explain it. You guys get what I mean? All right. Okay. So I got the number. I got the numbers now. I have to put them in the playlist. Okay, guys. I think I got. I got some. I'm actually gonna add more. Or maybe more than that, just because for next time. I'll let you guys help me put the order. Yo, everybody's checking in. Means everybody's going to sleep. gonna turn off my console. Okay, guys, this is your job right here. You see these right here? I know it's hard to see. So there is 6 different ones, and each one has a different like person that is pretty interesting. And I don't know which ones you want me to prioritize over. Is basically what I'm saying. If you guys have any ideas. Here we go. It's even bigger. So out of these 3, I can like move them around. What are we watching tonight? No ads because I got YouTube Premium. That's 1 vote. Okay, I want everybody to vote. I want everybody to just say what they would want. At least for the first one, because they are kind of long. And I actually can get the other one for this one.
Ladies and gentlemen.
It's good, Shady. Get out! Get out. Fucker. I just deleted the wrong one. I just deleted the Randall Carlson one. Hey guys, so which it's been early, I'll see you, brother. I'm going to sleep, but since Hushin said
Sometimes it can be.
Ladies and gentlemen,
welcome back to the.
I did research and I heard this one was the most interesting one.
Nice. I thought merengue. Isn't that Dominican?
Yes.
Sometimes.
I hope it doesn't skip that one.
Nice. I thought merengue. Isn't that Dominican?
Yeah, so my family's Cuban. My father was actually in the Bay of Pigs. My father was a revolutionary. Was captured by Castro's men on the beach during the invasion. He was on the USS Houston. When
Good
it got
night,
rocketed.
Tim. Thank you for the raid, man.
Some
I really
CIA
appreciate
guys
it.
also were there. Didn't make it, unfortunately. But he was for 2 years in Castro's prisons. my father was a wonderful human being, but he's also a very tormented soul.
Damn.
And now, we can recognize as, he had PTSD, right? Or as the old timers used to say, shell shock. So he struggled with anger and volatility for a very long time during his life. And as a young person, I had a really weird background. There was always this idea, this understanding that after the Brigade 2506, which was what my father was part of, in fact, if you type in my name, Luis Elizondo, and Bay of Pigs, you'll see my father's prisoner number. There was always this understanding that there would be a reinvasion by the new generation, by us, by the kids, and part of Alpha 66, and So I had a really weird upbringing as a child. Always weird smoke-filled rooms and dim lights and weird conversations, and so at a very early age, I had my taste of paramilitary. And I didn't even know it.
Damn.
I thought it was part of Boy Scouts. And, you go back to school one day. What'd you guys do for? Well, I got my, how to light a fire badge. What'd you get? We disassembled AK-47s. You didn't do that?
Shit. We should dig into that. We should dig into that on the show. But
whatever you want.
Yeah, we will. So, Luis Elizondo, welcome to the show.
You can call me Lou if you want. I know I look more like a Bob or a Bill or a Joe. Thank you very much. Sean, if I can say something just for a moment. This is an incredible honor and privilege of mine, and not for the reasons that most people might think. Not because you have a very successful show and you have a big audience. It's because of who you are and what you have done in the service of your country. There's a lot of people on the outside that
what am I doing?
Will see things that people like you or maybe I've done, and they
Good
can
night.
glorify that.
Good night, Redbeard. Good night,
But
Flame.
we also know the other side of that. We know
Good
the
night,
truth.
Lino.
And we know the pain that it
good night,
causes
Thor.
for the loved ones
Good
we
night,
leave
Nicole.
behind. It
Good night, Deb.
causes,
Good night, Shady.
even
Good
to
night,
us
Tricky.
to some
Good
degree.
night,
Right?
Hushin.
You
Good
keep a
night,
piece
Shady.
of those
Good night,
experiences
Lula.
with you at all
Good night,
times.
Shocky. Good night, Kate.
And some of us try our
Good night,
best to try to
Fences.
suppress it. But what you have
Good night,
done for our nation,
Beaky.
I'm not sure most people in your audience can
Good night,
really
Salty.
appreciate. And I only know because I've been there and
How's
experienced
everybody in the
those
recent
things
active
with
shit
you guys.
like recently?
And I just want to say from the bottom of my heart and on behalf of a very
I do,
grateful
sure.
nation, although
My brother,
maybe they
good
don't
on ya.
realize it, thank you for
I
what
hope
you
you
do.
guys
We are
stick
only
around and
here
watch
today
this
having this
and
conversation
talk
in a
with me in
wonderful
chat.
country
I
that we
would
are.
appreciate it because
We
I'm going to
have,
be talking in
in
chat.
this incredible experiment
Seeing what you
because
guys
of the
think of it.
sacrifices you and your colleagues have made. So before we begin, please accept my humble appreciation, sincere appreciation for the sacrifices you and your families had to make
I'm going to go eat something, but
for,
have a good night,
for us,
guys.
for the rest of
Peace.
us chickens. Thank you.
Man, thank you. That means a hell of a lot. Thank you. But, wow, thank you for saying that.
Yeah.
And likewise.
Sincere.
Likewise. Let's get into the interview, huh? So everybody starts with an introduction here. So I think we might wind up doing a little bit of a life story here. I wasn't planning on doing that, but this sounds super interesting. Lou Elizondo, you're a former U.S. Army counterintelligence special agent and former employee of the Office of the Under Secretary of Defense for Intelligence. You led a previously covert program within the Department of Defense investigating unidentified aerial phenomenon, UAP. You came forward to the public about Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, ATIP, bringing to light what the government knew about these mysterious objects in our skies. Since then, you've worked to educate both the public and policymakers about the potential implications of UAPs for national security, science, and human understanding. You've been involved with organizations like To the Stars Academy of Arts and Science, aimed at advancing research into these phenomena. You're a fixture in the UAP transparency movement and have appeared in numerous interviews, documentaries, and media segments discussing UAPs, where you've shared insight from your experience while critiquing the government's approach to transparency on this subject. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. One point of correction. The UAP program at the Pentagon was not I did run covert operations and activities, but that was for another effort while working for the U.S. government. The ATIP program, Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, which I helped lead, and working with some of my colleagues, was a very sensitive program, but it wasn't covert. I know people like to, and forgive me for that, saying that, I don't know why it says that. There's a legal definition of covert activities. And then there is from a Department of Defense, which is Title 50. And then from a Title 10 or DoD perspective, you have clandestine type operations and sensitive operations. But ATIP was not covert. It was sensitive and a lot of classified aspects to it, but it was not a Title 50 program. Although I ran it under, when I was wearing my Title 50 hat, under the covert umbrella.
Okay.
But in itself, it was not a covert program. It was a highly sensitive program with a lot of classified aspects that I ran while I was running covert operations.
Okay. Did you start ATIP?
I did not. No. It's fascinating, actually, the way ATIP started. It actually started off as a program called OSAP, the Advanced Aerospace Weapons Special Application Program, OSAP. You know, in DoD, we love our acronyms, right? In intel community. It was in 2007, Harry Reid, Senator, who is, by the way, the Senate Majority Leader at the time. You had Senator Ted Stevens and Senator Inouye, so Alaska and Hawaii as well. So Nevada, Alaska, Hawaii, and even former astronaut John Glenn all got together on the Hill. And so, by the way, bipartisan, so Republican and Democrat, got together and put funding together to create a program called the contract vehicle was called OSAP. OSAP was a big program in order to look at, from the Pentagon's perspective, the UAP or UFO in the vernacular, the UFO issue. From there, there was an aspect of OSAP. OSAP was kind of, think of a big umbrella, and then you have a little umbrella fitting underneath this bigger umbrella, which looked at a lot of stuff to include elements of what now is known as Skinwalker Ranch and some other things. ATIP was really focusing on nuts and bolts of the UAP phenomenon. So OSAP did too, but they were much broader. Think of a shotgun approach versus a sniper approach. The shotgun being OSAP, the sniper being ATIP. And so I was actually part of the ATIP program. Although I worked with a lot of the elements in OSAP, my focus was really nuts and bolts on ATIP.
Interesting.
So it was started by Jim Lakatsky and Jay Stratton on the OSAP side.
You mentioned, so it was three state senators that started it: Alaska, Nevada, and Hawaii. Is there? I mean, interesting. A lot of UAP activity in Alaska.
Well, Ted Stevens had his own UAP encounter while he was a pilot. Believe it or not.
No shit.
And let's not forget that he was in World War II. Senator Inouye actually gave his arm for his country, all of our veterans. Stevens was a pilot, and he had his own UAP experience. And then, of course, interestingly enough, He was Alaska. He was Alaska. Yeah.
Okay.
Ted Stevens.
What was his experience?
Well, he reported, classic Foo Fighter experience, these objects that would pursue him while he was a pilot. And they were performing in ways that he couldn't explain. They were outperforming anything that he was aware of as a pilot. Instantaneous acceleration, very, very fast maneuvers, well beyond the structural limitations of what we had at the time technologically. And so, and this, by the way, this is not isolated. If you get a chance to talk to members of Congress privately, a lot of them will share with you their own UAP experiences. They're like, hey, man, I was fishing with my son, and all of a sudden this thing comes out of the water. We saw it right there in front of us. I think, politically, they're a little shy to have that discussion publicly. Now, maybe it'll come out. But you'd be surprised how many members of Congress have had their own experience.
Is there a lot of, the reason I brought up the three states, Nevada, obviously a lot of activity. Alaska, a lot of activity. Hawaii, is there a lot of activity down there?
Well, there is some. It's hard to say there's a lot. So there's an issue with Hawaii. It's population density and surface area. So Nevada, Alaska, lots of landmass. When you have people all around, so you get pretty much a good persistent eye in the sky. Maybe there's a farmer, maybe there's someone driving a truck, maybe there's a military person, right? Military bases. Hawaii is a much smaller landmass. So you have fewer people in a smaller area looking up towards the sky. So we don't really know if Hawaii is necessarily a hotspot. We do have a military presence there, as we know, and we do have a couple sensitive facilities there because of geographically where it's located. And so it shouldn't be any surprise that we've had UAP activity there. But whether or not it's as much or as consistent as some of these other areas, like we've seen with now New Jersey, for example, with the drones, right, where they're being reported everywhere. You don't have that type of population in Hawaii, and you don't have the landmass. So we really don't know. We don't know if there's actually more activity occurring around the waters We don't know if there's actually an increase or a decrease simply because we don't have enough persistent, I guess I hate to use the word persistent surveillance there, but we just don't. Remember, it's a few little islands in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, right? And so unless you're right there at the time something's happening, you're not going to know.
You'd mentioned Skinwalker Ranch. I'm just going, I don't want to lose anything.
No.
Have you done any work out there with Brandon? Or
Well, so before Brandon, there was a gentleman named Bob Bigelow and he owned Bigelow Aerospace. By the way, this is a gentleman who made his fortune in the hotel industry and then decided to jump to aerospace and actually succeeded, right? So this is a guy who put together these inhabitable, inflatable type modules that could hook onto the ISS space station, which, by the way, they're there right now. He actually has them connected. And he had these projects, Genesis 1, Genesis 2 projects, to create these inflatable habitats for NASA as kind of NASA's future space program. And he was very successful. So he actually helped fund, through his own money, a lot of what OSAP originally did, to include Skinwalker Ranch. He owned the ranch before Brandon Fugel owned it. And there was a very robust research effort ongoing. People don't know that. Like, oh, it's just a bunch of hooey. No, it wasn't. There's a lot of real stuff going on, a lot of real research. And I had access to a lot of those files. That wasn't my portfolio specific, so I don't usually talk about it. There's other people that are far more qualified than me to talk about Skinwalker Ranch. And by the way, there was more than one ranch. People don't know that. There are other facilities.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, I would imagine there would be, but yeah, I've been trying to get Bigelow on here for a while. He is an elusive guy. And then at inauguration, I actually shared an elevator with him, and I didn't say anything. I didn't want to bug him, but I just
he is
let him be.
He is I consider him an American hero, and I don't say that lightly. People can think what they want of individuals, but I've seen what he's been able to contribute to our country. And if you ask him whether he likes me or hates me, it's really irrelevant. I've seen what he's been able to do and what he has done for our nation. So, I'm eternally grateful for what he's done. And there's a part of that story that hasn't come out yet. I think our country owes him a great deal of gratitude for what he's been able to do for our nation.
So you were affiliated with it before when Bigelow owned it?
I was, yeah.
What was some of the stuff that what was going on there? Is it similar to what's going on with Skinwalker right now?
Very intense. Again, I want to be careful not to speak for other people. But I can tell you that there are some very strange things that occur on that facility, on that ranch, that certainly warrant additional investigation. Are there national security implications? Well, it depends what your definition of national security is, but there's certainly enough going on there that warrants further inquiry. So I applaud what they're doing, what Brandon Fugel and others are doing. I think it's important.
Why do you think Bob never shared any of the research with Brandon? I've interviewed Brandon. He's a friend of mine now, and he did not give over any of the prior research to Brandon when he bought the ranch. So they're starting from square one.
I don't want to speak on anybody else's behalf. Certainly not Bob Bigelow or anybody else. And that's probably one thing you'll notice during interviews. I never speak for anybody else. And I don't offer my opinion very often because that opinion could be wrong. I'd rather stick to the facts. But there could be one of two things. Let's look at the full spectrum of why. It could be that maybe Bob says, look, I don't want to predicate the science. I don't want to prejudice, forgive me. I don't want to prejudice the science with predicated information, meaning here's access to all my data and you take it from there. Start from scratch. So we have a fresh set of eyes on it and remain objective. Maybe that's why. Or it could be, hey, you know what? I paid a lot of money and put a lot of time into this. I consider this information proprietary. And, you're going to have to figure this out yourself. Maybe that's why. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe because there was some government involvement, maybe he can't. Maybe he's like, look, it's proprietary to the U.S. All this information we did is proprietary to the U.S. government. I can't release it without the U.S. government's approval. I mean, those are just some of the what ifs. I don't know why. I've never had a chance to ask Mr. Fugel that question directly. But I do know Bob Bigelow, and I don't think he'd ever do anything just out of spite or to be mean. I'm sure he had a very good reason. He's always very calculated. I'm sure he had a very good reason for that.
I'm always on the lookout for ways to get healthier, especially now. That's why I'm so glad I discovered Armora Colostrum. Armora Colostrum has thousands of people reporting absolutely life-changing benefits, tens of thousands of five-star reviews, and transformational stories. Armora Colostrum is a proprietary concentrate of bovine colostrum that harnesses over 400 living bioactive nutrients that can help strengthen the barriers of your body and help fuel cellular health for thousands of research-backed health benefits. Armora Colostrum can help strengthen immunity and gut health, help improve fitness and metabolism, and enhance skin and hair radiance. We've worked out a special offer for my audience. Receive 15% off your first order. Go to tryarmora.com/SRS or enter SRS to get 15% off your first order. That's TRYARMRA.com/SRS. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition. These statements and information are not a substitute for or alternative to seeking care from your healthcare providers. Did you know that studies show that 80% of resolutions fail by February? You can beat the odds with Lumen and improve your wellness. Lumen is the world's first handheld metabolic coach that helps measure your metabolism through your breath. And on the app, it will tell you if it sees you're burning fat or carbs and gives you tailored guidance to help improve your nutrition, workouts, sleep, and even stress management. Just breathe into your Lumen when you wake up, and Lumen can tell you what's going on with your metabolism. Then Lumen gives you a personalized nutrition plan for the day based on your measurements. You can also breathe into it before and after workouts and meals. So Lumen can tell you exactly what's going on in your body real time and give you tips to keep you on top of your wellness game. Take the next step to helping improve your health. Go to lumen.me/SRS to get 20% off your Lumen. That's LUMEN.me/SRS for 20% off your purchase. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition. So in your experience, are the things that they were experiencing, are they very similar?
Well, you mean compared to Brandon Fugel, what he's doing now?
Yeah.
I think there's some overlap, but again, I'm not really tracking now currently the Skinwalker stuff. That's another group of folks. It's not that I'm not interested. I am. I just don't have the bandwidth. I'm simply, as I tell people, I am dancing as fast as I can. I cannot turn the tempo up anymore. As fast as these legs will move. So to spend my time and energy now on yet another portfolio, I just simply, I'd have to clone myself.
Yeah. Well, Lou, we have a Patreon account. It's a subscription account. They're our top supporters.
Good for you.
And they've been here with us since the beginning.
Fantastic.
Keeps growing. It's a community now. And I wouldn't be sitting here without them, and neither would you be. So
great.
One thing I offer them is to ask each and every guest a question that comes on the show. And
absolutely.
So this one is from Jake Gillian. Given your unique insight into the UAP phenomena and its potential implications for humanity, what do you believe is the single most critical piece of information the public should understand about UAPs right now? And why do you think this information has been withheld for so long?
Wow. Jake, great question. So let me see if I can deconstruct this a little bit. What is the one single aspect about the UAP topic that should be...
that the public should understand about UAPs?
The public should understand and should be revealed now and understand its implications and the importance of it. Wow. There's not just one. Let me see if I can break this down for Jake. There are fundamental reasons why you classify information by law, and then later on policy as well. Usually it's to protect two things called sources and methods. And then sometimes you can use it to protect some other things we won't go into here. But those are the primary reasons. What you can't do is classify information to cover up malfeasance or illegal activities or something that might be embarrassing to the United States. You can't do it. It is against. We used to do it as a nation, and finally Congress stepped in after all these nasty little things that we were doing, like the syphilis experiments, for example, or the CIA and the LSD experiments. Right? We did some pretty nasty things. So Congress stepped in and said, no, Moss. If you're going to classify information, these are the reasons why you classify information. And if you do it for any other reasons, you're wrong. I don't believe that any organization, any institution, any government, any religion has the right to classify information that should be universally provided to all the people of the world and all the citizens. Now, what do I mean by that? Galileo Galilei, when he first proposed, looked through his telescope and first proposed the heliocentric model for our solar system, was met with so much resistance that the church almost burned him alive on the stake. And he had to recant and say, no, I was wrong. In fact, they even refused to look through the very telescope to prove his observations. Now we look back and we say, well, that's silly. Why would anybody care that the sun is the center of our solar system and not Earth, right? Well, at the time, that information was thought to be very threatening to the Judeo-Christian belief system and the institutions at the time, primarily the church. So they, in essence, they tried to classify that idea. Don't tell the world that, because this goes against what we've been telling people. And I don't think, we look back, hindsight being 2020, we realize that was dumb. Why would you ever do that? Why would you stop somebody from telling the truth? I think this topic is very much the same thing. Look, we tell everybody in modern terms every day that North Korea has atomic capabilities, and that's not classified. The fact that the Earth is not the center of the solar system is not classified. Now, what is classified is the fact that maybe North Korea, how those atomic weapons are delivered and their flight characteristics and their targets, gotcha. And you want to keep that classified. But the fact that North Korea has atomic weapons is not a classifiable fact. Just like we're not alone in the cosmos. These things are here. It's becoming the worst kept secret. It's now a liability. There are two fundamental philosophies about secrets. Some people believe secrets are like fine wine, and the longer you keep a cork on it, the better it gets, the longer it ages. I disagree with that. I've told people all along since day one, secrets are perishable. They have a shelf life. They're like vegetables in your refrigerator. And if you leave them in there too long, they're going to rot and they're going to stink. And then you got a really big mess on your hands. So if you allow a secret to go on longer than what's necessary, it actually will start working as a liability against you. And ultimately, like we've seen with the JFK files, it will start to erode the faith and confidence and public trust in the very institution that that secret was there to try to protect. This is no different with the UAP topic. It is so obvious at this point, and our adversaries know it's real too, to keep the mere fact of the existence of UAP from the public knowledge, I think is a disservice. Mm-hmm. I don't think any organization, like I said, or government has a right to keep that fundamental truth away from the American people. That's not their business to do that. Now, if you want to say, well, how these things actually work, and because we obviously don't want North Korea or some rogue nation having that capability to hurt us, I got you. But to deny the existence of it, I think that's counterproductive. I think it actually works against, trying to reinforce and instill faith and confidence in our government. I don't think that's the way to do it. I think ultimately, at the end of the day, everything is going to come out anyways. Just like we see with the JFK files. There's an old saying from Bob Marley, you can fool some people sometimes, but you can't fool all the people all the time. Mm-hmm. And I think that's where we're at. I think we now have to reconcile and come back to the table and say, yeah, it turns out, we've been investigating these things for a long time, even though we haven't told you, or maybe we didn't tell Congress, and we didn't even tell certain presidents what we were doing. Now, is that a problem? Yes, but we can figure that out. We can get over that hill. What we can't do is afford to erode any more faith and confidence. The faith and confidence right now in our government, at least was at an all-time low. Most people do not trust their government. That's a problem in a democracy. I'm
one of them.
Hey, brother, we both served our Uncle Sam. I got you. And sometimes, if you really love something or love someone, you have to tell them what they need to hear, not what they want to hear. And this is a case, I think this is why I'm having this conversation. The government needs to hear, look, it's time for you to be honest with the American people. I know what I was part of. My colleagues know what they were part of. We know what we've seen, and so do the pilots, and so do the radar operators, and so do the special operators, and so do the CIA personnel. Cat's out of the bag, guys. The cat is out of the bag. So back to the question here, what is the one thing that should be revealed? The fact that we are not alone in the cosmos. In our 200,000 years of existence as modern Homo sapiens sapien as a species, and only really been the last 100 years we had the technology to even begin to explore our cosmos. Is it possible for our search for intelligent life that in all that time, Earth being 4.5 billion years old approximately, that intelligent life found us first? Yeah, statistically, yeah. And then when you look at the evidence suggesting that and reinforcing that, look, someone is flying these things around. They are intelligently controlled. They can outperform anything that we have. So who's behind it? That's fine if you don't, want to consider that option. It's either Russian, Chinese, or ours. And it's not ours. We've already said it's not ours. We don't have that capability. And we damn sure hope it's not Russian or Chinese, because then we're really screwed. No, by the way, we've been dealing with this topic now for the last, 70-some years? Can you imagine? Look, when these things, Foo Fighters, we talked a little bit about Senator Ted Stevens and Allied pilots seeing these Foo Fighters during World War II. Let me ask you a question, Sean. Right on the heels of World War II, we have this rash of flying saucers being seen and UFOs that were, in some cases, radar returns in the early 50s doing 10 to 13,000 miles an hour, okay? Where were we? Well, we had just come out of World War II. We became the world's premier superpower. We had barely broken the sound barrier, and we hadn't been into space, and we were transitioning from propeller to the jet age. These things, we forget about 13,000 miles an hour. We could barely break Mach 1, right? Who had that capability at the time if we didn't? Well, where was Russia? They were just entering the atomic age themselves. China, they're in the middle of a famine, right? So there's no one who had that capability. And I always use this analogy. That would be like going back into the 40s. That would be like going into King Tut's tomb for the very first time. And as you're breaking down the rock wall and peering into the vault, all of a sudden seeing a fully assembled 747 jet sitting in the tomb.
Uh-huh.
Temporally, it doesn't make sense. The Egyptians did not have that technology. So what is that aircraft doing in that tomb? It doesn't make sense. So, there's the adage, in the face, there's two types of people in the world. In the face of new information, you can change your opinion based upon new facts, or, like some people, reject the facts and stick with your own narrative because it's more comfortable and convenient. I think it's probably smarter and wiser in the face of new facts. We need to recalculate our thinking. And that's why I think, back to this question here, it's important that the people know that the U.S. government has been spending your taxpayer dollars, a lot of it, trying to research these things that are very real. You don't spend millions and millions of dollars and billions of dollars on a wild goose chase.
Uh-huh.
You don't do it.
Uh-huh.
And hiding black budgets and things. You do it because something's real and legit. And I think that's where we are. Certainly my experience in the Pentagon and the intelligence community. This is substantiated.
Well, I think a lot of people think maybe the Germans had some higher technology.
Well, they did. Well, they certainly did. We know that, right? They had the German Wunderwaffe program, Wonder Weapon program, had the Messerschmitt, right? The ME, what was it, 108? ME, that the first jet airplane, really, that it was the Germans that came up with it. The V1 rocket, the V2 rocket, right? The buzz bombs and the long range rockets. Those were all German technologies. In fact, what Operation Paperclip, when World War II ended, what do? We stole it all and brought it here, right? Werner von Braun and the Saturn V rocket, that was just, I hate to say it, but that was a glorified V2 rocket, So, yes, the Germans did. And then they had these other very interesting programs, not too dissimilar to what the Pentagon had. They had, the Nazis had something called the Anna Nerva. which really looked at some kind of far out stuff. Now, some people will look and say, oh, it was nothing but cult and witchcraft. Okay, but there was enough enough data to suggest that whatever they were doing worked or could help them with the war effort. So they invested a lot of time and money into that. And that's not just, I was mentioning this because you said Germans, but other countries did the same thing. There's other countries that were always looking for that strategic advantage. What would it take for me to have a decisive advantage on the battlefield, in the battle space? So people say, well, why would they spend it? Look, our country did. But one of my colleagues, Hal Puthoff, the godfather of the U.S. government, the CIA's psychic espionage program. That's right. I just said psychic espionage program. Your tax dollars paid for programs like Stargate and Grill Flame before that and various other names before that. Why? Because there was some information to suggest that it worked. And oh, by the way, the Russians were doing the same thing. So people look at things and say, well, that's silly, that would never work. And it turns out that sometimes it does work. Look at the Navy SOSUS, your Navy guy, the Navy SOSUS program back in the 50s. Who would have ever thought, well, I could just drop some microphones in the ocean and maybe I can listen to Russian submarines? It worked, right? So is it really that? Is it pseudoscience? Well, it's pseudoscience until it works. Now it's just science.
I mean, I also think that maybe as Americans, we're a little arrogant, thinking that that nobody else could have this kind of technology because we're so advanced, and maybe somebody else has it. And they're just not revealing it because they don't want to play the fucking world police.
Right.
We get ourselves involved in everything, and
we're
involved in everything.
Why would you want to tell somebody? Look, like we're in this wonderful room here, but if you're like me and sometimes paranoid. I've always have contingencies, and I have contingencies for contingencies. So if you were a country that had some super secret technology, would you want to advertise to the world that you have it? Well,
it's kind of what I'm getting at.
Right. So it is possible.
We think we're the smartest.
Right. But this is why I say
aren't.
temporally, I think now you're right, because we know that near-peer adversaries are absolutely ahead of us in certain areas. I won't say what they are, but we know that, and it's a problem for us. But if you go back to the end of World War II, we're really...
Who are some? Who are some that are?
I can't say that. I don't want. I don't want to. I want to let our folks in government do their job, and they don't need me spewing out vulnerabilities that we might have where other countries are ahead of us. But quantum computing, for example, certain type of capabilities, maybe in space, we have to maintain that competitive advantage. But again, let's go back to what we originally said here. If you look at this from a temporal perspective, time perspective, at the end of World War II, we really were the only world superpower at the time. We had dropped the atomic bomb and decisively ended World War II. What was referred to as the greatest generation then began to invest in the United States and became the world superpower, a dominant power. There was no real near peer other than the Russians at the time, and they were still nowhere near what we were able to do. So I can buy now if you say that there is a foreign adversary that has this capability. Okay, I doubt, but maybe. But not 70 years ago. And let's look at this, because Marco Rubio, the new Secretary of State, when he was senator, said something very interesting. He said, I almost hope that these things are not human, because if they're human, that's almost more scary who's created this technology. And I think he's absolutely correct. To put this into perspective, we spend billions, with a B, billions of dollars each year to maintain a strategic advantage from an intelligence perspective, all 17 agencies of the intelligence community, to know more than our enemies, right? Now imagine if there was a country that had the ability to develop a technology and deploy this technology that could come into our country completely unimpeded, unchallenged, unseen, be able to do whatever wanted to do, collect ISR on our military equities, and interfere with our nuclear strategic capabilities, turn them off, right? And then go back home, no sweat, and nobody would ever know. That would be, and by the way, have been in development for the last 70 years on this technology. That would be the greatest intelligence failure this country has ever experienced, eclipsing that of even 9/11. Because despite the billions of dollars that we invest, there wasn't a single indication or shred of information over 70 years that some country had managed to develop this technology. Think of the resources and infrastructure required to develop and deploy a technology like that. right? And you didn't get one shred of evidence in 70 years that country X was doing that, right? So choose your poison. It's either someone else's or it's foreign adversarial. If it's foreign adversarial, you need to fire every single person right now in national security and start from scratch. And you better not provoke a war because we're going to lose. So that's the other part of that argument. If you say, okay, maybe some country did develop this in secret. Okay, well, how, when, where, right? Under what circumstances? And now China, you mean to tell me it's going to be so brazen in 2004 to fly this right off the coast of California and, oh, by the way, tangle with 2 F-18 Hornets? That doesn't seem very smart. That's certainly not where I test my secret stuff. You know, we test our secret stuff at Area 51 and these places out of the prying eyes of people to see it. Now, maybe it's some sort of Red Force probe, right? Some provocation to see our response. Sure, but there's also counter arguments to that as well. So it simply doesn't make sense from a time perspective that some country had this technology 70 years ago. Now, sure, maybe. I doubt it, but I would buy that more. That, okay, yeah, China, Russia in the last 5 years has been able to develop this. Not bad. Look, 2004, how many people had quadcopters? Drones didn't even really exist in 2004. You had these fixed-wing remote-controlled airplanes that you threw in combat maybe for 15 minutes to get a sight picture on something. You know, what type of drones did we have? I mean, when I was in the Army, right before 2001, we were dealing with model airplanes, Hunter UAVs, Pioneer UAVs.
I mean, it could be us just not revealing it too, because I mean, if we are that technologically advanced, then you know, there's not really any money in that. And
well,
I think we both know that a lot of these, you know, the wars that we were in has to do a lot with KBR.
Oh,
with the military
I'm
complex.
going to hold my comments to myself.
So for that advanced, and I mean, we can end things that quickly, there's not really a lot of money in that. So they have to develop all this other shit that's, you know.
The problem with that is that
advanced, but it's not really that advanced so that we can spend all our fucking money, you know what I mean? Developing all this shit that's not at the top, because if we just went straight to the top, then it just ends, you know, immediately.
Well, I think, I mean, it's certainly a possibility. You're right, Sean. It is something we have to consider. But again, I go back to how
nobody talks about that.
No, you're right. How is the well, because that gets into a very uncomfortable part of the conversation. But
it's fucking real.
Oh, I don't disagree.
It's real.
Yeah. But you know, I'm not disagreeing. But if you look at Blue Force capabilities and how we test Blue Force capabilities, especially sensitive capabilities.
What do you mean Blue Force capabilities?
U.S. capabilities. So if you look at the way we test new types of capabilities, right, for our military, for our intelligence, we do it in places out of the prying eyes of eyewitnesses. We do it in a place where it's going to be safe and I don't have to worry about a potential mid-air collision, right? I'm not going to test this capability without letting, let's say, the fleet commander know that, hey, while you're out there in that range, I'm going to be testing my stuff there and see how you react. You don't do that because you could have mid-air collisions, flight safety issues. I mean, that's why you have a joint staff to coordinate these type of things and say, look, I'm going to do an exercise, and if I want to test a new capability, I'm going to do it on Area 51. I'm going to do it out of the prying eyes of anybody in a place that's safe. And oh, by the way, if it crashes, I don't have to have a recovery issue on my hands, right? Where everybody's going to see, and I have a big profile. So, I don't, and we've already said for the record, and certainly when I was in the government, we looked at Blue Force capabilities. We've got some pretty cool stuff. I mean, I'll tell you that.
I mean, even Area 51, though, it's not, I mean, you're talking right after World War II, objects going 13,000 miles.
In low Earth atmosphere, right?
That's not, Area 51 isn't big enough to conceal.
No, that's my point. That's exactly my point. If you're going to test a capability like that, you go to Antarctica if you really have to, right? Or you're going to drop it from the bottom of a B-52 at an altitude of 60,000 feet and test what you got to test, which, by the way, we've done. The X-15 is a perfect example. But we do it in a way that it's safe and out of the prying eyes of people that are not read onto the program. You don't test it right off the coast of California in the middle of a fleet exercise with an aircraft carrier, dozens of destroyers and support vehicles and submarines and F-18s. You don't do that. That's not how you conduct a classified program because too many people see it. So I think there's an argument there to be made that, you know, obviously I would rather this technology be ours than Russian or Chinese, but I think we're pretty clear now as a government, it's not our technology. And our government has already said, for the record, very senior people, this is not our technology. So if it's not ours, it's somebody's. Whose is it?
What's the X-15?
X-15 is a rocket-powered aircraft. So right on the heels of the supersonic age, we had just, I think it was the X-1, was the experimental aircraft that Chuck Yeager used to break the sound barrier for the first time, roughly 763 miles an hour at sea level, plus or minus. The X-15 was a hypersonic vehicle that was to take people into space, believe it or not. In fact, the pilots have astronaut wings. It is think of a long, skinny pencil with stubby wings on it. It doesn't even have landing gear. It has skids. And it's dropped from the wing of a B-52 at high altitude and then accelerates up to hypersonic speeds and goes to the upper limits of our atmosphere and into a low Earth orbit. In fact, if you look at that platform, the X-15, not only does it have wings and control surfaces, but because it flies so high, it has to have thrusters. It's just like a rocket, just like a space shuttle. And that was really, when you look at how we were testing, I think there were only 6 of those ever built. They started off with twin 500,000 horsepower engines. Then they switched it to a General Electric 1 million horsepower engine. And in fact, there was even a death associated with the X-15 because apparently it had an issue with telemetry. And it flew so high that when it was coming back down to Earth, it burned up. It didn't re-enter properly. And unfortunately, the test pilot was killed. But the X-15 was really our first early attempts. And you're talking maybe 4,000 miles an hour. So Mach 5 is hypersonics. The definition of Mach 5 is supersonic, which is the speed of sound, faster than the speed of sound, roughly 760 some miles an hour at sea level. Mach 5 is defined as 5 times the speed of sound. So 5 times that speed. So the X-15 was one of those preliminary early efforts to get into the area of hypersonics. It was manned. And so the X-15 was, and so when you compare that to objects that are doing 10,000, 13,000 miles an hour, and we had barely broken 4,000 miles an hour with the X-15, again, who had that technology? And more importantly, who had that technology to deploy it over the United States? Because we were seeing these things, and they were being reported over and over again since the late 1940s. There's a very interesting document, Sean, I'll share with you, that really, I think, emphasizes, and later on in the interview, if you want me to read it to you, I will. There's a very interesting document, and the date of that document that really is, I think, rather profound and really demonstrates that we're not dealing with our technology or foreign adversarial technology.
Let's read it right now.
That
way we don't forget.
Actually, you know what? It's on my phone, and I don't have my phone here.
Let's take a break. This episode is sponsored by Roka. Roka is a performance eyewear brand for people who want to invest in themselves. Roka manufactures premium sunglasses, prescription eyeglasses, and readers, and cuts all of their lenses here in the U.S. at their headquarters in Austin, Texas. Roka recently partnered with one of my favorite guests, Dr. Andrew Huberman, to launch a new line of glasses called the Wind Down Collection. Guys, I've tried these. You know I have problems sleeping. I absolutely love these frames and lenses. They're available with and without prescription and have a proprietary red lens that helps filter out short wavelength light. Short wavelength light is in pretty much all artificial light, and it's terrible for your sleep. Roka let me try a pair of these things, and I can feel the difference whenever I wear them. I wear them in the evening after the sun goes down. I pretty much start it at dinner, and I wear it until bed. And let me tell you, these things work. With so many options in eyewear and wellness products out there, it's a relief to know the glasses I'm wearing help 2 things I really care about: my vision and my sleep. And as a business owner with all the decisions I already need to make every day, wearing a pair of Roka's glasses is one of the best ones I've made. Check them out for yourself at Roka.com and use code SRS for 20% off site-wide at checkout. That's Roka.com with code SRS. One of the most important ways to stay healthy is cooking your own food. The best way to start the new year is with a home-cooked meal, and HexClad makes that easier than ever. HexClad are hands down the best pans I've ever used. HexClad makes cooking so much more convenient. I get the performance of stainless steel and the convenience of nonstick in a single pan. They're easy to clean, dishwasher safe, and simple to wipe off after use. They're even oven safe, up to 500 degrees Fahrenheit. The patented hexagon design is durable and protects against scratches, even from metal utensils. Plus, HexClad products come with a lifetime warranty. They can literally last a lifetime. For a limited time only, our listeners get 10% off your order with our exclusive link. Just head to hexclad.com/SRS. Support our show and check them out at hexclad.com/SRS and tell them we sent you. Bon appetit. Let's eat with HexClad's revolutionary cookware.
So I think, Sean, you'd be really surprised to know that there's documentation, historical documentation, that substantiates what we've been dealing with, and we've been dealing with it for quite a while. So if I have your permission, I'd like to read something out loud. And
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
You have to forgive me. I need my old man glasses because I am old. This is gray, not blonde. I'm an old timer. I'm also a lot slower than I used to be.
Tell me about it.
Yeah.
I got my kid a trampoline. I try to burn some energy off. I got on there thinking like, oh yeah, this will be great. No.
Yeah. It's terrifying, isn't it?
With my knees and dislocated my shoulder again.
Exactly.
I'm like, oh, I don't remember. I don't remember this
anymore
happening.
like I used to. So I'd like to read to you just briefly a very, it's a 2-page official document. And it's when you look at the letterhead, it's Headquarters, United States Air Force, Washington, D.C., with another header, the Inspector General, U.S. Air Force, I think it's 17th District Office of Special Investigations.
Is this before you read, is this the one you were telling me downstairs that hasn't been released to the public yet?
It has, well, a lot of people don't know about it. It has been officially released and downgraded from its classified original form through the Freedom of Information Act.
Gotcha.
But it's been lost to a lot of people. A lot of people don't even know where it exists, and I've got a whole bunch of these. But let me just read you one, if I can, to kind of emphasize what I'm saying. The subject of this memorandum, basically from the Pentagon, right? Summary of operations of aerial phenomenon in the New Mexico area. And I'm not going to tell you the date yet. In the first paragraph, it was determined that the frequency of unexplained aerial phenomenon in the New Mexico area was such that an organized plan of reporting these observations should be undertaken, right? So they're seeing so many of these, they need to start an investigation. The observers of those phenomena include scientists, special agents of the Office of Special Investigations, Air Force OSI, airline pilots, so civilian pilots, military pilots, Los Alamos security inspectors, military personnel, and many other persons of various occupations whose reliability is not questioned. So these are the best of the best people have security clearances and whatnot, trained observers. And they talk about some of the morphology of these phenomena to include disks or variations thereof. And so in the conclusion sentence, which is paragraph 6, this summary of observations of aerial phenomenon has been prepared for the purposes of re-emphasizing, so obviously they wrote reports before this one, and reiterating the fact that phenomenon have continuously occurred in the New Mexico skies during the past 18 months and are continuing to occur. And secondly, that these phenomenon are occurring in the vicinity of sensitive military and government installations.
Interesting.
Now, what's the date of this report? 25 May 1950.
That's from 1950?
It is from 1950. And there are a treasure trove of these things that anybody can look at now and see. And this is not World According to Lou Elizondo. I'm not telling you this.
Mm-hmm.
Your government's telling you this,
Mm-hmm.
not me. The same government that later on told people, oh, nothing to see here, folks. In secret, they're saying there's a lot of things to see here, folks, and we got to pay attention.
Yeah, yeah.
So therein lies the
I
conundrum.
wish we had recordings of people's reactions instead of like these fucking typed up, reports that have to sound.
Well, you can see that last paragraph, right, where it says The purpose of this is to re-emphasize and restate, right? So you can sense the frustration that action isn't being done. There's CIA documents that talk about how we're going to go ahead and collect information on these things. There's radar reports, track reports, multiple radar systems tracking these things doing 13,000 miles an hour in a low Earth atmosphere environment where the friction of air is, put it this way, the SR-70, Lockheed YF-12A SR-71 Blackbird,
Surprise,
when that thing is
motherfucker.
doing about 3,200 miles an hour, the entire aircraft had to be made out of titanium to keep the plane from melting because it gets so hot because it's flying at that speed. And in fact, the coolest part of that engine on the SR-71, they played it in gold, is 800 degrees Fahrenheit, right? That's the heat you're talking about. Now, that's at 3,400 miles an hour. Imagine 13,000 miles an hour. And by the way, no signature, no sonic boom, no acoustic signature, no contrail like you see with a jet plane when you're flying at 33,000 feet. No signature at all.
I got a question for you. Totally off. I was just thinking about the recording stuff, and you've obviously been involved in a lot of this stuff. I know you can't talk about everything, but why is it always these fucking reports that have been, what about the initial interview? Somebody goes out there and does the initial fucking interview. Why don't we have, where are those recordings?
Exactly.
Rather than some bullshit, typed up thing, hey, this came from the interviewer, they got passed to the analyst, they got passed to whoever reports to the whoever. Where are those initial recordings? Are they recorded?
Well, sometimes they're audio recordings, sometimes they're written reports, sometimes. So in this particular case, as you probably already,
that would be the most descriptive account,
right? Well,
not some
from one person.
Polished up.
Keep in mind when you want to get all the different perspectives, right? So the idea of a report like this isn't to just give you one compelling story. It's to take all of those reports that you're getting from various different, remember, pilots, OSI agents, military personnel, right? It's in the report. So obviously there's a lot of people reporting these things. And so this type of report is really an amalgamation of all those reports to send up to headquarters. What you don't typically do, and I can tell you this as a former special agent myself, in the field, when you're taking notes and you're writing reports, you understand that the report that you're writing isn't necessarily the one that's going to go to headquarters. The one that's going to go to headquarters is usually by the senior person who's taking all the reports and creates a comprehensive single report and says, this is what we're doing. So that 2-page memorandum that I just read portions of, there's probably hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pages that are used to substantiate that one report.
So where are those documents?
Well, they're usually in the hands of the investigative agencies. So, for example, whether it's Army or the Air Force OSI, Army Counterintelligence, Air Force OSI, or Navy NCIS, right? They don't typically share those reports because some of them are what they call law enforcement sensitive. Some of them are intelligence sensitive, and a lot of them are very, very classified because you're talking to people in key positions who have key jobs. Maybe they're working on special access programs. So you've got to compartmentalize that information, and then in order to distribute that information up to the highest level, you've got to start whittling away some of the more sensitive information. Say, here's the salient facts. Here you go. It's just like when you go to court.
I mean, I'm aware of that. Right. Because of what I used to do.
Exactly.
But what I'm asking is, where do those go?
Most of them, I think, that old are probably gone. They're supposed to be archived. I can tell you when and this is, God, I can't believe I'm going to say this is one of my greatest disappointments in myself, professionally speaking. So when I was a younger agent, one of my jobs was to go to a particular military base where they had all the old archives of classified reports back to Korean War, Vietnam. And there was this huge archive in the basement of a particular office on Fort Meade, I won't say where it is, where the Army and some other elements kept all their old historical reports, intelligence reports, talking to sources. It became so big and so cumbersome that there was an effort to try to digitize all of that. It couldn't be done, and this was in the day and age where we didn't really have very good technology. Everything had to be hand jammed into a machine and scanned them, cataloged, and blah, 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 blah. So very labor intensive. So the Army decided, okay, anything over 25 years old, unless it's obvious we need to keep it, we want you to shred it. And so one of my jobs was to go in to this place, into this huge room, and go through file after file after file and shred stuff. And now we look back and say, wait a minute, that could be considered evidence. You're right. But that was what we were told to do. And it wasn't that they're trying to cover their butts. It's too much. You had room after room after room of file cabinet after file cabinet of classified information that's 25, 30, 35, 40, 45 years old. And
Probably what
so-
the FBI's doing right now before cash gets in.
Well, God, I hope not. I hope that they're not doing that. But that's what was going on. So I suspect a lot of this may have just been lost. A lot of it may have been chewed up, burned up over the years, shredded. You have people that come and go. They put something in a safe, a 5-drawer security container with an XO10 lock on it. Someone forgets a combination. They drill it out. Oh, there's some documents here. Go ahead and shred the documents. These are from 25 years ago. Nobody cares. They don't even bother to look at it. Some of it just may be that incompetence. Maybe some of it is not. Pretty sure a lot of it's not deliberate. People just don't know what the hell they're looking at. They see a project code name, Blue Phoenix. Okay, so I don't know what that is. Obviously, it's not that important. It's 35 years old, shredded.
I mean, you're an investigative guy, right?
Well, they said I used to be. I don't know if I could.
You had mentioned ancient Egypt earlier, and it was just an analogy. What if we went in there and there was a 747 in one of the fucking pyramids? Look, a lot of people think that the Egyptians, the ancient whatever the tribe was, or the Peruvians, all these Easter Island had some kind of, that they were way more advanced than what they've been made out to be. I mean, they still can't explain how the pyramids were made. They got these underground caves that Graham Hancock kind of brought to life. I think they're in Turkey. It's like entire cities under the underground. I mean, is anybody looking back at that and trying to piece any of this stuff together?
Great question. I think there's a lot of people on the outside of the government that certainly are. They see.
Nobody within.
Well, let me get to that. I can't say that. So, there's a lot of people trying to find congruencies. Can we see things in the old world and make some sort of analysis based upon what we know now and compare and contrast capabilities? I can tell you when I was in ATIP program, several of us spent a good deal of our time looking at ancient script of human beings, whether it's ancient Sumerian and cuneiform or hieroglyphics or runes, and looking at a lot of different things because several of the UAP that we were investigating were reported to have some sort of writing on the outside. Now, that's very significant. Writing, runes, some sort of symbols. And so the idea was, is there a way to decipher these by looking at ancient human writing and see if there was any overlap? Was there ever a time where maybe some of that ancient script that we have was actually influenced by an external source, meaning someone saw something in the sky that landed and it had these writing on it, and therefore that inspired for them to write stuff, right? Are there any stories like that? Are there any cave paintings that maybe ancient humans came into contact with something? And if you look at the indigenous people here in the United States, they talk about the ant people, right? And some of their Genesis stories talks about things from out of there. And same with the Aboriginal people in Australia, some even in Africa. A lot of them have very similar type Genesis stories. So one of our efforts in ATIP was to look at ancient human texts in all various forms to see if there was any correlation. Now, interestingly enough, what the scientists that I was working with came up with, which now looking back seems obvious, but it wasn't obvious at the time, the mere fact that there is writing on some of these vehicles, whatever they are, can allow you to formulate several conclusions. One is, let me ask you, Sean, what do we use as humans? What is writing for? What do we use writing to do?
Communication, documentation.
Nonverbal communication, right? A thought, an idea, an order, something. I'm going to give you an order, write it down, right? I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to write it down in a document and give it to you, and it's indelible, it's there always. What do we use? What are we communicating? Well, it depends. Sometimes we're communicating, like if you see go to a Jeep Jamboree and you see a sign that says, if you can read this, flip me over, I've turned over, right? Or if you can read this, something went wrong, call home. Or it could mean something else. But it also means that whoever is using the writing, that human eyes, the way we look at eyes and the electro-optical spectrum, the way we look at data, whether it's a magazine or a report or whatever it might be, dictionary or Bible, you have to have eyes. That's why blind people use Braille, because they can't see, they can't read. So whoever wrote that, A, is smart enough to know that they want to communicate a message, and two, that whoever is going to read it has to have eyes of some sort of eye that can differentiate and actually see that and then interpret that as an actual message. And so that's a huge deal, because that's fundamental. You're talking a higher functioning brain, because there is no animal in right now on Earth other than humans that use writing to communicate information and knowledge, right? So that's a distinctly human thing. That's a very high brain functioning thing, or at least for most people, a high functioning brain capability. And then it also means that whoever's reading it, the audience, has to have eyes. So two fundamental things, whatever is behind these things, they have eyes of some sort, some way to visually see something, recognize it, and interpret that information, and that they have a higher functioning part of the brain that can take those symbols, and those symbols have a meaning. And so that was kind of a pretty big moment for us in ATIP, because we realized, hey, there's maybe a lot more similarity here than we think, right? There's some things that we share that with something that seem to be only humans can do, and now it turns out that maybe something else can do too, or someone else can do too. So we do look at ancient. I know your question is more like about ancient technology and capabilities.
Not necessarily. I mean, there's even that other, I'm going to butcher her last name. Diana.
Pasulka.
Yes, Pasulka.
Yeah.
Just interviewed her not long ago. We haven't released it yet, but I mean, she talks about a lot of the stuff, within the Vatican and some of the,
I've seen some of it. It's legit. I had a senior academic share some information with me, and it was in Latin, and it was a communication over 2,000 years old between a Roman soldier and a Roman general. And the Roman shield at the time they called eclipus. Eclipus in Latin means like eclipse, the sun, because it's shaped like the sun. And they discussed there how these flaming Roman shields in the sky were following them from battle space to battle space, right? Saucers, lenticular objects. So think about that for a minute. Going back to your point about ancient Egypt, look, you're absolutely correct. There's ancient knowledge that we don't know how it was done. Look at Baghdad battery. What the hell in Iraq were they building ancient batteries for? But that's exactly what it was.
What do you mean ancient batteries? I don't know about this.
Oh, yeah. Using copper and stoneware filled with a solution, probably orange juice. They were creating electric currents. You can look it up on phone. You look it on your computer. It's called the Baghdad battery. This is before electricity supposedly was invented, before we ever discovered something called the electromagnetic spectrum and electrons. And millennia ago, they were using it for something. They were creating electricity. It's called the Baghdad battery. That's a fact, right? You can go. I just came back from England, and in the museum there, the British Museum, there's an entire Sumerian art collection there, and there's a wall, and I have pictures of it that depicts ancient Sumerian warriors doing what? Being frogmen, scuba diving underwater. They had this sack that they would hold, and there's actually depictions of these people swimming underwater, breathing with these sacks. So, it's easy to look back and say, oh, the ancient people, that were basic, but can you build a pyramid? I can't. How much resources would it take now to build a pyramid? Yeah, you can go to Las Vegas and see one that kind of looks like one, but it's not a pyramid. You're talking millions of stones placed in an exact position, cut precisely, with tooling that even to this day we have a hard time replicating.
With all the tunnels inside of it.
With all the tunnels inside of that. Look at some of the H blocks down in Latin America, South America, in Pumapunku. Look at there is an ancient technology. Go to Greece, and at the base of the Parthenon, you'll see these huge stones that even today we're not quite sure even some of our largest cranes would have that capability. The infrastructure required is enormous, and there's other places around the world that are just like that. So, we can turn around and say, oh, ancient societies, they were primitive. Well, don't be so quick. And look, I'll give you another case in point. There was a discovery done talking about Egypt, about ancient mummies, where they found traces of what in their bodies? cocaine. Now, cocaine doesn't grow on that continent. It only grew in South America, the coca leaf, right? How in the hell is our coca leaf and the derivative of, the processing of, to create cocaine found in some mummies thousands of years ago in Egypt?
So
And
you're saying these ancient mummies were partying with cocaine?
Yeah. Careful. I don't know they're partying with it, but anyways, my point is whether it's used for medicinal purposes or whatnot. But yes, so that is a fact. You can see it. They pulled the traces up. How did that happen if these ancient trade routes didn't exist, right? There was no crossing the Atlantic Ocean or the Pacific Ocean. So there's a lot of mystery with our ancients and our ancestors that, I think it's foolhardy for us to just be dismissive and say, oh, they were primitive, they were savages. No, they weren't. Look at what the Aztecs were able to do with a calendar and predict even lunar cycles and to include eclipses.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't do that now, but yet they were able to do it. So I am not as dismissive, and this is why, going back to ATIP and looking for UFOs, it was important for us to see if there was any context in which we could see any similarity, any inspiration that might have existed between ancient man and perhaps something else.
So there is government officials that are looking back at this stuff. These things.
I'm pretty sure there still are. I don't know if, I know we did.
Mm-hmm.
I can't say they are right now, but they'd be foolhardy not to. You have to do proper research if you really want to solve a mystery.
Yeah.
Now, keep in mind, let me also say, though, in defense of some of the other folks who said we weren't interested in that very much because it didn't apply to today. When you know as well as I do, you're talking to a 3 or 4 star general. I can't show up and say, hey, boss, you need to see this document from 1950. They don't care. They want to know what happened yesterday and what's happening today. Yeah, that's great, Lou, but I don't really care what happened 70 years ago. What happened to our F-18 yesterday that came into contact with a bogey? That's what I want to know. I don't give a crap about that stuff. I care about this. So there is also this sense of urgency from an operational perspective, to keep it focused. From a national security perspective, you're really not going to spend a whole lot of resources looking in the past as you are going to be looking into the present and trying to predict the future from a military and a national security perspective, right? I don't care about Japan's use of a Mitsubishi Zero back in World War II as much as I care about maybe Chinese stealth technology being used today.
Mm-hmm. I mean, usually I wait till the end to ask these kind of questions, but
brother, whatever you want.
What is this stuff? Is this nuts and bolts? Is this, I didn't realize that you were connected to Hal Puthoff. I've talked to I talked to Skip Atwater, Joe McMonagle. I've done a handful of these guys, Edwin May, Angela Ford. I did not realize you were involved or whatever your involvement was with that. Could this be, and I don't know what you know that you can't say, is it nuts and bolts, or could this be? Could this be some type of collective consciousness that all of these experiencers are experiencing?
Brother.
We got Neuralink coming online, probably very soon. And I interviewed Andrew Huberman about. We had a little bit of a talk about that and how, it would technically be possible for with Neuralink to create an entire false reality, motions, all of your senses, touch, taste, feel, feelings, vision. That's one of the things Neuralink is going to do is hopefully help blind see. Right. Is that a possibility? Is that what this could be? Or
Sean, it can be everything and all of it together.
Then we've got Grush, who's coming out saying that they have crash retrievals where, and everything's so vague, where we've recovered non-human biologics. Is that the terminology that he used?
Terminology we're using.
That could be a deer carcass next to an airplane crash. I'm not saying that's what it is, but put a fancy term behind it, like non-human biologics. Okay, well, is that a dead mouse? I mean, that doesn't really mean
they're
anything.
using non-human intelligence, NHI. So it's not just non-human biologics; it's non-human intelligence.
What does that mean?
Well, intelligence infers that there's a higher functioning of the brain, right? And there's may even be. So, to answer your question thoroughly, we first need to break down and have an agreement on certain terminology. So let's talk about, for example, consciousness. You hear that term used a lot, human consciousness, But what does that mean? If you go to somewhere in California out by the beach, someone says, "Yeah, man, the world is a bud about to blossom, and human consciousness, we're all together." Then you talk to a neuroscientist and they say, it's actually a quantum process. It's actually probably based in quantum entanglement, and human consciousness is something that is distinctly different than human intellect and human physical sense. There's another part of the human being, another component that makes us human, besides a brain and a body. So we have to first agree what that means. Secondly, we also have to understand that the human being is an incredibly complex organism. My background is I went to school professionally to be a microbiologist and an immunologist. So I am a disciple of science. Always have been, always will be. I was never a science fiction kid. I always tell people I was more of a G.I. Joe kid than I was a Star Wars kid. So I was trained in science and empirical data collection, the scientific methods and principles. And then I became an agent, right? Which is just a facts ma'am kind of guy. Just give me the data. I don't care what you think. I don't care how you feel. Give me the data. Let's see what the data suggests. But I think we need to understand the notion of human consciousness. Our taxpayer dollars have been used to explore that idea over and over and over again, because there's enough information there to suggest that there is something to this human consciousness. Like, again, remote viewing program with Stargate, right? We actually did that against the Russians, and they did it against us, and we did it against other targets. And to some degree, there was some real success there, despite what some people may tell you. It was successful. And might still be. But with that said, let's take a quick exercise on human consciousness and trying to decipher what that means. You said you have a daughter, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you love your daughter?
Very much.
Absolutely, and so do I. But what if I said to you, prove it? Prove it to me you love your daughter. How do you know what it is, and what is love? I mean, we all feel it, right? But how do you know you really love your daughter? Well, you can't prove it, because it's something that we all recognize as being real, as part of us and our existence and our experience, but it's really hard to define, and you just know it. And of course I love my daughter. I'll do anything for I'll die for my daughter. But prove it. Well, dying for my daughter isn't proving I love her. It's just proving that I'm dying. So how do you do that? How do you define something that is inherently so hard to define? Now, take that conversation and apply it to all of human consciousness. What is consciousness? What is it even, right? And is it possible that human beings have something indelible beyond the body and the mind, something that lives beyond, something that is greater than the physical sense and the intellectual sense? Look, you and I are if you compare us to a banana, I think we share like 75% of our DNA with a banana and like 99% of it with a chimpanzee. But if you were to compare our DNA, yeah, there's some differences, but for the most part, we both have 2 arms, 2 legs, and fingers, and 2 eyes, and bilateral symmetry. So we're not really physically that different, And then if I asked you about your brain, well, maybe it's a brain that makes Sean Ryan who Sean Ryan is. Well, okay, but if you look at the neural pathways and you go to a neurosurgeon, they're kind of the same as mine, and medulla oblongata and the frontal cortex, and the parts of the brain are pretty consistent throughout other humans. That's why we can do brain surgery. How things are wired for the most part. So that's not what separates us. What makes Sean Ryan Sean Ryan? What makes Sean Ryan willing to go to battle and go to war and potentially die for his country? Or Luis Elizondo to do what he does? Well, that's the question. Is that where human consciousness lies? Is that where human sentience is? And is that something that is shared with other higher life forms, or is it specifically humans? I have 5 German Shepherds, love them. And they all have human names. But let's face it, they're not really humans. And I talk to them like babies, because that's what we do. Oh, you such a cute little bye, right? But in reality, it's a dog. Now, it's not a human. But because we are anthropomorphic creatures, because everything we do, we judge our entire sense of reality based upon what we know and who we are. So we superimpose that on other things that are alive, and sometimes even not alive. Why people refer to their boats as a her, right? Oh, she's a beautiful boat. because that's what we do innately. We are trying to ascribe something else with our own values and attributes. It's just what we do instinctually. So when you're dealing with something that is potentially truly non-human, truly potentially non-human and not earthly, how do you deal with something like that? Well, the only way you know how is by ascribing human attributes to it. Is say, well, they're maybe motivated like us, and they have they're scared like us, and they have whatever biases they have. We have those too, and it's a way for us to relate to something that is. It's a way for us to know the unknowable potentially. And so when we talk about human consciousness, and is it possible that these things are also part of a larger consciousness network? Well, it's possible. It's possible everything sentient has that. So you have societies that will refer to that as a soul or a chi or an id, or put whatever name you want to put on a spirit. But is that what really means to be human? Because this is not really any different than yours. There's something else that makes Sean Ryan who Sean Ryan is. And it's not your physical self, and it's maybe not even your brain. So that's part of the discussion. And then, you talked about the 5 fundamental senses in which we judge our environment and the universe. And for millennia, look, Homo sapiens sapien in modern format has been around, talk to most anthropologists, maybe the last 200,000 to 400,000 years. Earth has been around for 4.5 billion years. So modern humans have only been here in a blink of an eye. Really, just poof, just like that, popped in and here we are. We have 5 fundamental senses by which we judge our environment, and in fact, the way we process information. And if you can't touch it, taste it, hear it, smell it, etc., we don't know it's there. In fact, it's one of the reasons why we use radio telescopes. Where I live in Wyoming, beautiful unoccluded night skies to see all the stars in the heavens. And yet when you look at that same part of the night sky through a radio telescope, what do you see? Oh, you see all sorts of new stuff. You see Magellanic clouds, and you see nebula, things that you can't pick up with the human eye. In fact, most of space lies beyond our ability to directly perceive it. If you look at the electro-optical spectrum between red and blue, right, the way we see the universe, that's only 0.0035% of the entire electromagnetic spectrum. Again, 0.0035% of the entire electromagnetic spectrum. That little narrow sliver of window, that's how we perceive our reality. So most of reality lies beyond that. Imagine if you had cell phone vision, and now you could see in Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, and you could see in FM and AM and GPS. Your perception of reality would be different, fundamentally different, and your awareness would be different than what it is right now. And then you have a scalability issue as human beings. If you look, I tell people, if you really want to get your mind blown, type up on Google or any search engine the words pale blue dot. And what you're going to see is this black, inky blackness, and right in the middle, about maybe 2 pixels large, a little blue fuzzy dot. What that dot is when we sent out the Voyager spacecraft, on one of its last commands, we told it, turn around and take a picture of home, of Earth. Everything you have ever known, you've ever learned, everything you ever loved, everything you ever feared, every person that ever lived in history, every person that ever died, ever, is all on that tiny little blue dot hurtling through the vacuum and inky blackness of space. Now, that's uncomfortable for some people to think about. And then when you think about the size of the universe, right now, most physicists and cosmologists agree that the visible horizon, meaning as far as we can see in any direction, from one end to the end of the universe, is about 40 billion light years. Now, what's a light year? It's the time it takes and the distance traveled by a photon of light in 1 year. So how fast does light actually travel? 186,000 miles per second. That's 7.5 times around our planet in 1 second. Multiply that to a year, and now multiply that to 40 billion years, right? That is an enormous distance. And that's only 10% of the actual size of the universe, as predicted now by some scientists, because most of the universe is too big, it's too far away, the light will never reach Earth. Mm-hmm. So now you're talking about a universe 100 billion light years, and human beings, this infinitesimally small speck right in the middle, right? As mind-blowing as that is, if you take one hydrogen atom, Avogadro's number, 6.23 or 6.28 times 10 to the negative 23 in size, that's roughly the same magnitude, order of magnitude, that atom is to us as we are to the universe. Meaning we sit right in the middle of the scale of the universe. And mostly we can only interact as human beings with one order of magnitude or two orders of magnitude up or down. Otherwise, simply the universe is too big or too small. We will never know. And that's where most of reality actually lies. So for us to sit here and say, well, these things, and it can't possibly be this, and we know nothing. Our perception of the universe is so limited. It's like trying to look at the Grand Canyon through a soda straw. It's incomprehensibly large and complex, and we're always learning something new about our universe and our place in our universe. And so when you talk about human consciousness, I know this is a very long-winded way to have the conversation, but it's important because we don't understand consciousness. We don't understand how it works, right? If it's really part of quantum entanglement and where space and time is irrelevant, we live in a three-dimensional space with three axes, right? X, Y, Z, and axis plus time as a function of the fourth dimension. But we experience time linearly. Unlike space where we can experience it three-dimensionally, for the most part, human beings experience time linearly, meaning it's one way. But is that really the way time works? Well, we know time is relative because GPS satellites that have an atomic cesium clock on board, which is the exact same atomic cesium clock we have at the ground station, we started noticing something very weird. We had something called atomic drift, meaning depending how far the satellite was, the GPS satellite was from the surface of the Earth, the more there was a deviation in the time on that atomic cesium clock. Now, how is that possible if the atomic decay, the half-life, is exactly the same as the one on the ground? The reason is because time, the further you get away from a massive object, time runs at a different rate, literally at a different rate. And so we now know that the very notion of time isn't actually linear. And so I've often explained human consciousness potentially. This is just, I don't know this for sure. This is kind of the way I've experienced it. And especially if you talk to some remote viewers, you can imagine if I were to ask you a question, Sean, I say, Sean, give me your simplest in less than a sentence, few words as possible. If I were to ask you, Sean, what's your definition of the past? What would it be? And it's not a trick question. You answer it any way you want. As simply as possible.
Definition of the past.
Definition of the past. What's your definition of the past?
Prior experience.
Great. Something that already happened, right? It already happened. And by that same definition, if I ask you, Sean, what's your definition of the future? What would it be?
What's going to happen?
What's going to happen? It hasn't happened yet, right? So very simple. It already happened. It's going to happen. So by those definitions, if I say, now define for me the present, what is it? Well, the present isn't a moment of time. It's actually a transition process where the future becomes the past. And it happens so quickly and so fast that it's probably measured better in Planck time than in actual human seconds. And it's not really a point. It's a process. And so if you look at, for example, let's look at a cigar where the ashes, I've used this example before, where the ashes of a cigar is the past. It's already been burnt up. That's it. You can't put it back together. The future is that part of the cigar that hasn't burned yet. And the present is the cherry. It's that moment of ignition where the tobacco is being consumed and turned into ash. Now, if you had the ability to look very carefully at the cherry of that cigar burning, you'd notice something very strange. Once you remove the glare and really focused in, you'd notice that the cherry of that cigar or the cigarette is burning unevenly. Meaning if you could get in there and squeeze inside and look, you would see that there are parts of that cigar that are igniting and becoming ash before other parts. And you can actually have parts that have not yet been consumed behind parts that have been consumed. There's this weird fuzziness there, and it's why some physicists theorize what they call the atomic the electron cloud. When you and I were in school, we learned that an electron orbits an atom. That's not actually what's happening. We now realize it's a cloud. It's the electron is both there and not all at the same time. It's this weird duality principle because scientists believe that at that small of a level, the electrons are so small that they're actually able to zip in and out of reality. The fabric itself of space-time, they're so small they can zip in and out of. And so they're everywhere and nowhere all at the same time. This is kind of more into the more quantum physics models of our understanding of the very, very small of our universe. It may even apply to the very, very large, but also may apply to human consciousness, which may explain why we invested so much time and money into things like remote viewing, because if my brain is quantumly connected to your brain, then it doesn't matter how far away you are or what time it is, we can always connect. And maybe that is, as some neuroscientists have speculated, that human consciousness is actually a quantum process. It's actually, your brain is like a quantum computer. And that's the realm, that's the domain in which human consciousness lives. And if that's the case, is it possible other higher forms of life also have that ability? And that is actually not unique at all. In fact, when you see two dogs enter a room, some have speculated there's some sort of nonverbal communication going on. We don't understand it, but they do. And is it possible that human consciousness is really not that unique or special? In fact, many forms of life share that consciousness, a consciousness, and have the ability to communicate. Maybe things like remote viewing are actually vestigial capabilities, meaning it's nothing new. We're not evolving to become superhumans. We've always had this. In fact, before we had verbal communication that is now global in virtually any language I can look up and translate, perhaps it was a survival technique. Perhaps we needed this type of ability to communicate and transmit information for our very survival.
Well, Joe McMonagle talks about this a little bit. When I interviewed him, he talks about before there was language, before there was pointing and grunting, that basically language has made us a lot more lazy. We're not as efficient as we used to be.
Correct.
And the communications, while there were no words, it was a lot more efficient. I knew what you were thinking. You knew what I was thinking.
Look, people say, "Oh, that's a bunch of hooey." We're doing it now. We can put on helmets, and you can have an Air Force pilot sitting in a room with his thoughts be able to fly a drone. Talk about video games and these people that are really good gamers. It was only a few months ago that a gentleman, a quadriplegic, had a chip put in his brain, and now he can play Call of Duty, of all games, better than most professional Call of Duty players. Why? Because there's a direct interface between thought to action. There's no neurons and neural pathways and having to translate electrical signals into motor signals, right? Which is inefficient. It's just direct, boom, brain to the interface to the game, which is arguably much more efficient, much faster. Would that not be the preferred way if you had an ability? I'm seeing this wonderful portrait of you in a helicopter up there. Imagine being able to fly that helicopter without ever having to touch anything, and it's instant. That helicopter goes exactly where you want it to go, when you want it to go, and how you want it to go, right? All with this. Well, technology, don't look now, but we're getting close to that now. We can almost do that now. You have technical interfaces that are helping people do things now that were never even imaginable 5 years ago. So we're almost there now.
Here's something I'd love to tell us Americans to get better at this year. Something that our international friends beat us at in spades: speaking more than one language. And you can get fluent sooner than you think with Babbel. This year, find a whole new voice with Babbel, the language learning app that gets you talking. Learning a new language is one of the best ways to understand the world around you. With a focus on conversation, you'll be ready to talk wherever you go. And if you watch my show, you'll know I've spent a lot of time in dangerous places all over the world. Being able to speak the language was a lifesaver more times than I can even begin to count. With over 16 million subscriptions sold, Babbel's 14 award-winning language courses are backed by a 20-day money-back guarantee. Get up to 60% off at babbel.com/SRS. Spelled BABBEL.com/SRS. Babbel.com/SRS. This year, get talking with Babbel. January's almost over, and so is your chance to save on a Helix mattress while getting the very best sleep of your life. If you're dealing with snoring, back pain, sleep apnea, or if you sleep too hot, Helix mattress can help with all of that. So many of my listeners are getting the most restful sleep of their lives, me included, with their Helix mattresses. You know, a good night's sleep is one of the best ways to have a better quality of life. I know that Helix helps me get plenty of rest every night. It's really been a game changer for me. Helix is dedicated to helping everyone sleep better so they can live better. And right now, my listeners can go to helixsleep.com/SRS for 20% off site-wide plus 2 free dream pillows with a mattress purchase. That's helixsleep.com/SRS for 20% off site-wide plus 2 free dream pillows with a mattress purchase. helixsleep.com/SRS.
So to say, well, that's a bunch of hooey, that technology would never exist. Hey, buddy, have you seen the news lately? Right. So I think you're right. And I think going back to the original question you had, which is, I know, forgive me, way around, but it's important because we're talking about, you asked me, is this technological? Is it consciousness? Could this all be related? What do I think about when people say that? You know, there's a lot we have to unpack here. We have to discuss, what is consciousness? Is it something that is universal, or is it just for humans? And is it the thing that is mainly makes life? And those are all really relevant questions. I can't answer that because I simply don't know. All I can do is provide for you my own experiences and some of the work that we did in ATIP and some other efforts. But I think the jury is still out. And I think in order to have that conversation, we first of all have to agree what it means, even terms like something like consciousness, because different people will interpret that word to mean something else. It's like love, right? I love my job. I love my car. Well, I love my kids. Well, that's a different type of love. Well, wait a minute. Love is love. No, it's not. Love isn't love. I love chocolate, but I don't love chocolate like I love my kids, right? And I love my wife differently than I love other folks. So, and other things. So maybe consciousness is the same way. Maybe there's not a single definition for what consciousness is. And I think that's part of it, because we're trying to talk the same language, but in there, some of those words don't have the same universal meaning for every one of us, if that makes sense.
Does make sense. How involved were you with the Stargate program?
What I'm comfortable to talk about is that early in my career, I was brought into a very interesting program. The gentleman's name was Eugene Lessman. He was probably the top remote viewer for the United States Army. And that was my first experience. I was brought into a very strange program early in my career after getting out of the Army. I didn't understand it. I didn't know what they wanted from me. Eugene had me do some things, I guess, to test if I was a good candidate. And then very shortly thereafter, the program had the plug pulled, the funding was pulled permanently, and I wound up having a regular, normal job.
So you were going to be a remote viewer?
Well, I got trained to do some of it, yeah. I didn't say I was a good one. There's guys out there a lot better, and gals a lot better than I was, but I can tell you it works. And Hal Puthoff, if you ever interview Hal Puthoff, say, hey, Lou wanted me to ask you about the whole DC Metro incident on the Red Line, and let him tell you the story.
Maybe you can connect me with him.
Absolutely. Yeah, he's an incredible human being. Him, another person, if you ever could get Dr. Kit Green, Christopher Green, we call him Kit. Kit worked with me, and Hal worked with me on ATIP. The U.S. government has had a long interest in remote viewing. I know some people find it funny, but
we didn't stop that.
I would not be able to elaborate if there's any programs that exist or don't exist anymore. But
I'm not right on it.
Look, it makes sense that if something works, you don't stop it. Right?
I know we didn't stop that. But where I was going is, what do you make about? Edwin May said that, I believe don't quote me on this. You can go back and look the interview up. But I believe Edwin May told me that remote viewers are only correct less than 40% of the time.
Well, what's correct, right? So if you ask me to predict a lottery number,
he says what's correct is what can be verified, which I would tend to agree with.
Sure.
And Joe had two that stick out to me. He remote viewed a mountain in Alaska. I believe it was in Alaska, where they said that he remote viewed some kind of non-human beings inside of a mountain. Sounded basically like some type of a space center.
How about this? Let me ask you this, Sean, and we'll get back to that, because Joe McMonagle and those guys really know their shit, their stuff. Let me ask you something. Let's say someone remote viewed you and said, you got into a motorcycle accident when you were younger. It was a pretty bad motorcycle accident. Total your motorcycle, and it was it was an enduro Yamaha motorcycle. And you turn around and you said, no, actually, it was a Honda or a Kawasaki. Is that person right or wrong? They didn't get Kawasaki right, but they got everything else right, to include the injury that you sustained and the fact that you totaled your little enduro motorcycle. So this is my point when they say, well, they weren't accurate. Well, what's accurate? That they got 90% of it right and 10% wrong? So again, it goes back to the metric that's being used to say if something's right. I will tell you that in my experience, some of this stuff was off target, but some of the stuff was dead on. And I mean dead on, to the point where the United States actually successfully located a downed Russian supersonic test plane that was being flown, and it crashed over the Congo, over in Africa. And no matter what, all the satellites we used and airplanes, we couldn't find it, and neither could the Russians. Who found it? Remote viewers. Look at the story behind General Dozier and Brigada Rossa, Red Brigade, and the killing of Aldo Moro, who was at the time the president of Italy, and then they captured and they kidnapped General Dozier. And they were going to kill him. And remote viewers got pretty close to being able to locate him. If you look at what they were doing, they got damn close. And some actually say that's the reason why he was saved. Remote viewing can be very effective. Now, it's like any other collection data point. There's bias. There's collection bias, and then you also have other issues. You have interference. The human being, and that's why I say remote viewing should never be taken as a single source intelligence capability. It should be there as an additive capability, right? So just like when you're collecting intelligence now, you have a human source, but you never just go with human. You go with SIGINT, you go with ELINT, you go with, whatever other ints you need, intelligence collection capabilities, to bolster or to negate pieces of information that you're receiving. You never want to take single source reporting. You always want to have a comprehensive capability that has multiple sources of feeds of information, and then you base your conclusions off of that data.
So what do you make of stuff like that mountain, or which I'm sure you know what I'm talking about?
I do know what you're talking about.
What do you make of that?
I find it interesting. There's people who remote viewed stuff in Antarctica, people that have remote viewed stuff.
I mean, Joe remote viewed Mars at, I can't remember the years.
He's not the only one.
2,000 or 3,000 BC, the pyramid. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I mean, there's a book, really interesting book. This really all kind of blew up when there was a Army captain, his ranger, sustained a TBI in an exercise. I think it might have been Bright Star in Egypt, and he had a wound to his head. I think it was caused by a grazed bullet that caused some damage, and he was on his way to getting out of the Army because he said he saw things. And he thought they were hallucinations. And long story short, he got actually recruited into the Stargate program, into remote, because he was actually a very, very good remote viewer. And the name of the book is called Psychic Warrior. I don't believe the gentleman is practicing anymore. I think he may have had some complications as a result of it. But that was really the first book that came out that really kind of revealed the Stargate program and kind of the day-to-day operations of what they were doing and what we were trying to find and the type of things that were going on. So if you want an interesting book to read, or anybody in your audience that listens, pick up the book Psychic Warrior. I'm not promoting, by the way, let me just for the record, I'm not promoting it's a good book or it's a bad book, but it's an interesting way to kind of get a sneak peek behind what some of the people in the government, our intelligence community were doing, both CIA and DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency, Central Intelligence Agency, and even the Bureau to some degree, believe it or not, were involved with regarding remote viewing. It can be very effective.
I mean, the Mars thing, and the Alaska thing, it doesn't sound like there was a lot of follow-up on that. So
now you have, because now we have technology, right? We can confirm by sending probes and to the moon and to Mars and other things to substantiate if what the remote viewer is seeing is accurate. So again,
was there any follow-up?
So that wasn't. If there was, I wasn't part of that.
Okay.
That was significantly before my time. My folks. Now there was a very interesting. Boy, how am I get mad at me for this? No, I can talk about this. So as a result of remote viewing, some of these reports were very classified. There was one in particular incident with an individual. It might have been with Ingo Swann, actually, if I'm not mistaken. I might be mistaken, so let me just caveat. It was with a very good remote viewer, where their target was a Russian submarine. And they were providing the description on this new, might have been a Typhoon class submarine, I don't know, probably before that, but it was one of the latest new submarines that the Russians was deploying. And
This was Joe.
reviewing. And did you find out what was following the nuclear submarine?
No.
UAP.
No
The guy
shit.
said, well, that's interesting. Well, what else do you say? Well, that's interesting, but do you want to know what's following it? They're like, yeah. And he goes, there's a UFO following the sub. Yeah. So people like Hal Puthoff, who I consider a national treasure, talk to him. Talk to him if you can, because he's not getting any younger. He really is an American patriot that did a lot for his country. Took a lot of crap for what he was doing. He got accused of all sorts of nonsensical crap from his haters. Something I think we both can appreciate quite a bit. But in reality, he did a lot for his country, and a lot of that was extremely, extremely successful, and the fidelity of the information was right on the money.
Interesting. It's a fascinating subject. Quantum entanglement.
Well, look, I'm not a quantum physicist. I did sleep at a Holiday Inn Express, but I'm not a quantum physicist. I would talk to folks like that. Talk to maybe Eric Davis, Dr. Eric Davis as well, Hal Puthoff, Kit Green. Kit Green is also a medical doctor who understands things very, very well from a biological and medical perspective. And I'm sure he has his opinions on that as well.
What was Davis's name?
Eric Davis, Dr. Hal Puthoff, Dr. Eric Davis, and Dr. Kit Green. By the way, all of them patriots, all of them great work for our country.
All right, let's got a little sidetracked there. Maybe I'll actually hit this outline eventually. But let's talk about your involvement in Army intelligence and how you got involved with ATIP.
Sure.
How did that happen?
Well, they weren't the same. It wasn't the same journey. So I grew up, I think I kind of mentioned I had a bit of a dysfunctional upbringing. To tell you about how I got here, I need to really tell you about who I was and how I started. So my father was a revolutionary. He was a revolutionary in Cuba. At the time, there was this dictator named Batista in Cuba, and there were some corruption issues. So my father, with some other people like Fidel Castro, Che Guevara, realized that Batista wasn't good for the country. So they trained in the mountains and they overthrew the country in a coup. And Castro had promised freedom and democracy and elections and had a little bit of support from the U.S. government to do that. And he took over. And when he took over, he very quickly turned and pronounced himself pretty much president for life, which is a dictator, not a president. And he sided with the Russians. And that was a problem. So my father basically telling his friends, hey, this is not what I signed up for. He said he was going to, offer freedom and democracy. And instead, he's just as bad as Batista. So my father told his family that he was going to the United States to study English. Instead, went to Orlando, talked to some people in the CIA, and joined the revolution, Brigade 2506, Brigada 2506. And so he went to Guatemala, trained in the jungles of Guatemala, and then was on the USS Houston boat that went from Guatemala for the invasion of Cuba. They landed on the beach, and my father was subsequently captured. And for about 2 years, spent his time in Castro's prisons. The last one was called Isla de los Pinos, Isle of the Pines, where my father had, he had a tooth that had, I guess, become, it had erupted and he had an infection. So they did surgery on him without anesthesia. And for food, they ate boiled horse hoof, right? So really bad experience. Long story short, 2 years later, he comes to the United States. And my mom and him have what they call, my dad always called it the romance of the century. My mother was this beautiful bombshell model. She worked as a Playboy bunny. She was a model.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
While you were alive?
No. This is leading up to me, and so they were. My mother was this beautiful bombshell, very free spirit, and she had a really troubled past herself. So never liked to talk about her family. Met this young, dashing Cuban revolutionary, and they fell in love. And although interestingly, they never officially got married, I found out later. Even though they said they were married, they never were married. So as a young kid, I remember living in a wonderful, wonderful, loving family environment until it wasn't. My father, for 30 minutes of the day, they had, again, the romance of the century. The other 23 and a half hours were hell. My father and mother fought, very violent. And then when the marriage finally ended and they divorced, my whole world went upside down. The bank repossessed the house my mother and I were living in. I had to sell my clothes at a flea market so my mom could pay rent. Various male figures in and out of her life. She struggled so much. My father went from being very successful entrepreneur and restaurateur to now working in a wood factory. And I was making more as a busboy at Red Lobster than my father was making at the wood factory, and they were living separately. And I was caught in the middle, and I went to big public school, and really bad for me, bullied bad. I was a pretty interesting kid. So because of that, I got angry. And one day I decided, if I'm going to get beat up, I might as well, grab one of these guys with me and take them down, I guess. And I did. And that led, and I got in trouble at school for it. But that was very empowering for me because I never liked bullies. I hated it, but I was too afraid to do anything about it. And so one day I fought back. And I fought back hard, and I realized I was pretty good at it, and I started fighting a lot. Too much. And in my public school, I wasn't very popular. Really rough, really dark times for me. Bounced around a lot, many different homes. I was angry, and I joined JROTC. Now, JROTC at the time isn't what it is now. I went to a big public school. I went to a school that was still engaged in the now controversial practice of called busing, where they would take kids from different parts of the socio-demographics and underprivileged kids, and they would bus them into a different school to try to give them opportunity. So ROTC was kind of a last-ditch effort. If you were a bad kid getting in trouble all the time, you were kind of forced into ROTC, I guess for discipline reasons. And so most people, if you weren't, a popular kid and a jock and, you either went to ROTC or you went to juvenile hall. Really, it was kind of that way. I had a different experience. I all of a sudden met people that felt just like me. And we had this sense of camaraderie. And I found strength in that. And I loved it. And it was the military that I realized would save me. And it would teach me how not to be. Mm-hmm. And so I went into college very poor. So I had to pay for it. So I became a bouncer at a lot of the various nightclubs. I convinced myself I would take those jobs because I could go to school during the day and then I could make money at night, cash under the table. And, that was the way I was going to support myself through college. The reality is it was an excuse to fight. And I didn't realize until I got older and I got more mature and I realized why I was doing what I was doing. I was still very angry. And I just wanted to teach bullies a lesson. I had a lot of hurt inside. So I made a lot
come to that realization.
Oh, fatherhood, marriage, time. I was an angry young man for a very good portion of my younger years. And it was, anger can be like rocket fuel. It's very volatile, and you can use it to really propel yourself. But also, it's like rocket fuel. It's very caustic. It can eat you up inside. It's like acid. And over time, it can destroy yourself. And I realized that I needed to do so. I needed to figure this out because my motivation for doing things, while I would tell myself one thing, was really for some other reason. Self-delusion can really be a powerful thing when you're younger. So I went to college, studied microbiology and immunology for the wrong reasons. I was told by my family, who had at that point kind of disowned me, extended family, like, oh, he'll never make it to college. And if he does, he'll never make it past his first semester. So I chose the hardest major. I said, fine, I'm going to go to the medical program. I'm going to be a microbiologist and an immunologist. You? Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. And so I did. Again, motivated for the wrong reasons. Fortunately, it worked out to my benefit. I actually enjoyed it a lot and used some of that later on in my life and my career. So finishing college, I was in a lot of debt. Really not a whole lot of options. I didn't want to spend the rest of my life looking through a petri dish and a microscope. So I joined the Army. Now, what I didn't say is early on when I was a young man in high school, and before that, as a young, even 7 years old, my father had this idea that I would join the new revolution, Alpha 66, and retake Cuba. So me, myself, and some other kids were always taught weird paramilitary skills, how to disassemble a Kalashnikov, and what's the difference between a 223 or a 5.6 and a 6.2 by 37 versus 39. And my dad, when I was 8, taught me how to fly a plane. By 11, I was scuba diving. How to build explosives and provide explosive devices in the kitchen using household products, like really weird stuff that's not healthy for a kid to learn. But my father had this desire, I guess, for me to accomplish the mission that was his mission. It was never really my mission, but I think he felt that somehow that I would do it and help liberate Cuba. That was his number one prerogative for ever since I can remember as a kid. And he was volatile, man. He was volcanic. When he blew up, man, someone was going to jail, and it was usually my dad. He was very intellectual and very smart, but he was also exceedingly volatile. And as a kid, I was terrified of my father because of that, because he was unpredictable. And I didn't want to be like that. I wanted to be like my father, but I didn't, if that makes sense. I wanted to be like the good parts of my father, but I didn't want to be like that, like the anger. And I was turning out to be that way. I was doing the same things, finding excuses to get into fights and kick people's butts, and it wasn't healthy, and all for the wrong reasons. So after college, I went into the Army. Had an opportunity to go in as an officer because of my college degree, and my father's words were always ringing in the back of my head and in my ears. He said, "Look, son, if you want to be a leader, you first must know what it means to follow." So I enlisted in the Army, and had a chance to learn some stuff in the Army. Very short period of time. People will always go back and say, "Oh, you're this hero." No, I'm not a hero. I know I'm not a hero because I know what a real hero is. And most of those heroes aren't here to tell their story. I suffer from really bad imposter syndrome because people see you in uniform. They see the pictures of you in, various situations. And they're like, "Oh my God, you're so brave." No, there's people out there that had a hell of a lot worse, that did a lot more than me. The real heroes are the guys and gals that aren't here to tell their story. It's the families that are left behind that have to have the Christmases and birthdays without the service member, and going to PTA meetings and cooking dinners every night and doing homework. Those are the heroes. What I did was easy, comparatively speaking. The real hero is the female helicopter pilot who's low on fuel, but she's not going to leave her little ducklings behind, so she continues to stay on the LZ and stay and takes round after round after round until finally the helicopter gets shot down out of the sky, right? That's the hero. So all this other bullshit, people come by, "Oh, Lou, you're your hero." Save that shit for somebody who actually believes it. I'm not a hero. I'm just a patriot doing his job. So long story short, in the Army for a little bit, and then I got recruited out of there into a special program. They called it special. Maybe it was, but for different reasons. I am proof you do not have to be intelligent to be in intelligence. Let me just say that. But it was an opportunity that I relished. So I joined a special activities program. Did that for a while. During that process of the recruitment is when Gene Lessman came into my life, and I learned a little bit about the remote viewing program, you might say. And then spent my time early in my career doing counterinsurgency, counter guerrilla operations, and some counter narcotic support, mostly against in Latin America, because my language being Spanish. So think of FARC, right, and ELN, and Tupac Amarus, and Sendero Luminoso, and stuff like that. If y'all know, you're probably too young for this, but we had something called Plan Colombia that was arguably probably not so effective.
What was that?
Plan Colombia was a U.S. government effort, usually with Charlie 3rd of the 7th Special Forces. There was a DMZ area, demilitarized zone, between Colombia and the Fuerzas Armadas Revolución de Colombia, FARC. It's a terrorist organization. They call themselves guerrillas, but they did bad stuff, kidnappings and dope and stuff like that. So there was this demilitarized zone, and you had these three areas, Tres Esquinas, Api, and La Randia, were these cities where we had SF and intel people doing counterinsurgency, counter-narcotics missions, where we were trying to pump in a lot of American resources and money and support to help the Colombian government get rid of the FARC. Again, this is back in the days. So this is, late 90s, stuff like that. So we were involved in stuff like that. Then, long story short, a little later, 9/11 happened. And very shortly thereafter, I found myself in some weird place in the middle of nowhere in Uzbekistan called K2, Kashikanabad. And yeah, you probably remember that place a bit. It was it's crazy. Spent a little time there, and then,
What were you doing there?
prepping to go down south. I was only there for maybe 4 or 5 days, and then I was the next thing smoking into Kandahar back in 2001. Anyways, long story short, I digress. Spent the next years and years after that as
Who were you attached to back
special
then?
agent. So we were with J. Dagger.
Okay.
So we had a small intel. That's where I met General Mattis for the first time. Incredible human being.
Nice.
Oh, yeah. But anyways, long story short, found myself there in the Middle East quite a bit, and then Iraq kicked off, and I did some work with that effort, and then I wound up promoting myself to a desk job. So I went from being a special agent in charge and running counterintelligence, counterespionage, counterterrorism operations, some cross-border operation stuff, and to getting a job in D.C. Kind of what happens, you get promoted to a point where they pull you out of the field, and it's like, okay, now you're going to manage budgets, right, and stuff like that, and personnel. So I did that, and then it was in 2008. I was at the time the director of national intelligence as a senior intel official there. And the commute was killing me. I lived on this little tiny island called Kent Island in the middle of the Chesapeake Bay, which was great to raise a family, right? As having daughters, kind of give them a normal life. They can ride their bikes. You don't have to worry about crazy people in the town. But my commute was terrible. So if you know a little bit where the direct DNI is, it's actually past the CIA. It's right past Langley. And the commute was like 3 hours each way from me. And so I was sometimes in the car getting and coming from work than I was actually at work. It was brutal. So I had an opportunity to come back to the Pentagon for a 1-year JDA, joint duty assignment. And that's when Clapper's like, I need somebody to run law enforcement and intelligence integration. We want to get local law enforcement, somehow figure out how do we get national level intelligence, counterterrorism information that's classified down to a level where people can do something with it, but they don't have a security clearance. So how do you do it, right? So you create this terror line and stuff like that. So I was brought back for that, and very immediately thereafterwards is 2 people came in to my office. I was in Crystal City at the time at a particular location. They still don't want me to talk about, so I won't. But beautiful corner office. And 2 people come in, talk to me, and say, hey, we know you've got some background in this and that. And early in my career, I forgot to tell you this, I did some work on UASs, so unmanned aerial systems, so drones, all the different types of drones that we had at the time, which were fundamentally pretty basic, actually. But I did some of that. I did some advanced avionics protection and technology, high energy laser technology, first stage, second stage, solid and liquid rocket booster motor engines, some space platforms. So when they came and talked to me, they said, hey, we know you have a CI background, and we'd like you to consider working with us in a special project. Didn't know at all what it was, had no idea. And after several of those meetings, I said, look, our director would like to meet you. So I said, okay, sure. We set up a meeting, and I went to another undisclosed location where he was at. I remember going up there, and it was so bizarre. He the epitome of a true, whatever you think a rocket scientist in your brain, that's who this guy was. Kind of disheveled hair, tie a little crooked, glasses. And he happened to be, at the time, the U.S. government's premier rocket scientist. Like, for real, like the best rocket scientist in the U.S. government. Super, super, super smart. And we had our conversation. Then he looked at me towards the very end. He says, so I got to ask you. I said, yeah. He says, what do you think about UFOs? So I thought about it, and I looked at him, and I told him the truth. I said, I don't. And he says, well, what do you mean? You don't believe in them? I said, I didn't say that. You asked me, what do I think about UFOs? My response is, I don't think about them because I don't have the time. I don't have the luxury. I'm too busy, doing other stuff and chasing bad guys and stuff like that. I don't think about them. And he looked at me and he said, that's fair enough. I said, but let me give you some advice. Actually, he might have even said, let me warn you. He says, don't let your analytic bias get the best of you, because what you learn here may challenge that. And at this point, I still didn't know what they were looking at. I had no idea, but he just said UFO out of the blue. I'm like, what? And this whole time, the two people that had come to my office were telling me, this is very sensitive, we can't tell you what it's about, but our boss can. And they needed somebody with counterintelligence experience to run the counterintelligence and security aspect for their portfolio, because they were worried that the Russians and Chinese were trying to expose them, which I get it. If America's running a secret UFO program, yeah, the Russians will want to know. Mm-hmm. So very shortly thereafter, I realized the true focus of ATIP. And it was to look at, I realized at that point, the U.S. government was taking very, very seriously encounters of UAP over controlled military airspace and over our sensitive facilities. And the more we looked into it, the more we realized not only was it real, but it's a real national security issue. Like, we got real stuff happening where I've got another document here. These things actually interfered with our ability for nuclear strike capability. I mean, think about that, right? Our restrict our ability to launch if we're attacked by the Russians. The UAP was able to turn off an entire flight of nukes. Now, what's a flight of nukes? Think of a Christmas tree light, where each light is a nuclear silo, and you've got this kind of central command post. Well, they were all taken offline by a UAP. And by the way, one of the intelligence reports I have, and I can read it to you. It's not conjecture. It's like, oh, well, maybe. No, they saw the UAP, and all of a sudden, boom, the entire flight goes down. And only when the UFO left did the nukes come back online. And if that's not scary enough, we had intelligence reports that the same thing happened in Russia, but they were turned onto a ready position. Like, where ours were turned off, theirs were turned on. Wow. So, yeah. So we had serious concerns. And while OSAP was looking at other stuff as well regarding the ranch, my focus was really the national security issue of, look, it's very simple. We have a capability, a technology that's been demonstrated that can enter our airspace completely unchallenged, of unknown origin, and who seems to be interested in our military equities, our military capabilities, and, oh, by the way, has demonstrated an ability to interfere with our nuclear technologies. Now, if that's not a national security issue or a Department of Defense mission or an intelligence mission is, then I don't know what is. Right? That's the very definition of a national security threat. So that was the impetus, I think, for a lot of my colleagues in mine. And now, being the new kid on the block, I'm kind of walking around with, like, oh my gosh, wow, that's real. Wait a minute, Roswell's real, And my these scientists that have been, there forever and part of the efforts with the U.S. government, kind of putting their hand on my shoulder, be like, yeah, you're going to learn a lot here, buddy. Buckle up, it's going to be a wild ride. And boy, were they right. I worked with some of America's finest in that capacity. Really, really good people. And then in 2017, on October 4th, I resigned from my beloved department.
Why did you resign?
So, boy, I have to backtrack here. There was an aerospace defense contractor that had agreed to surrender their crash retrieval material to us, because we were the government, we were running the program. We had a facility specially built at a SAPF level, SAPF facility. level. And so they said, here's a catch. You just need, because we have this existing memorandum from the Secretary of the Air Force saying we have to possess this stuff. If you can get another memo from the Secretary of the Air Force saying we can give it to you, we'll give it to you, because this is a liability. At this point, we're keeping the lights on. It's very expensive. We don't want to deal with this anymore. You can have the material. We've exploited what we can exploit from it. The problem is Secretary of the Air Force didn't want to play ball. So along comes Mattis, and thank God Trump gets there, brings Mattis in. I'm like, man, my old friend's back. If we can't get a memorandum of approval from the Secretary of the Air Force, I'll just go above him. I'll just go straight to SecDef. I'll just go to Daddy Mattis, and say, hey, Jim, I need some help. But too, how command and control works, and we understand chain of command. So I was always very careful never to just intercept the boss and be like, hey, boss, I need to talk to you. Because I had many levels above me that I would have to go through. The problem is one of my direct supervisors at the time, I knew this, but nobody else did, had several IG investigations against him. So I couldn't trust him. And so what I did is I went around him and I was briefing, with the concurrence of the Secretary's front office, I was briefing the Secretary's staff, the White House advisor, National Security Council advisor, and another advisor who I'm not allowed to say who they worked for. Well, say they worked for the CIA, I can't say who they were. There were the three head people for the Secretary. They're up in the Secretary's suite. If you've been there, you know what I'm talking about, right there on the E-ring, and on the river entrance. And so I was briefing them on a weekly basis. Yeah, this is important, Lou. And I got the pilots coming, I have the radar operators coming, I have the reports, I've got the documents, I got the photographs, I got the videos, I got the briefings, I got, a stack of crap this big every time coming in. And they're like, yeah, this is important. The problem is we can't brief the Secretary of Defense just yet. I'm like, well, you can't wait. He has to know, because if something happened, we have these ships, the Roosevelt, that's being literally stalked by UAP on a daily basis. I mean, I have these emails on Cypernet saying, hey, Lou, I can't keep people below deck forever. What do you want me to do? They're all over the ship, right? So I'm like, okay, don't worry. The cavalry's coming. We're working this. We're gonna get you the relief you're looking for. I got you. The problem is that people in the head shed didn't want to do anything until we had at the time, our Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence, the USDI, the head senior principal staff assistant for the Secretary for all things intelligence, wasn't a Senate confirmed person. So they wanted to wait until they got somebody in there, Senate confirmed, brief the USDI, who then we would brief Secretary Mattis. I kept telling him, guys, don't let bureaucracy get in your way. Don't do it. We cannot afford to wait. He needs to know now that what's happening in the field, I can't keep a lid on it anymore. It's going to be, everybody's going to know this. And I also think there may have been and to protect the boss, which I totally get. Nobody wants to be the one to tell the boss, hey, look, we got a problem, boss. There's something in our skies. We don't know what it is. We don't know how it works. We don't know where it's from. We don't know who's behind the wheel. And oh, by the way, it's interested in our stuff. It's not a great conversation to have with somebody, especially like Chaos, Mad Dog Mattis, or others call him Chaos. He wants answers. And if you ever worked with a guy in the field, General Mattis is a very serious guy, very learned. He's a guy who wants more information, not less. And then last but not least, I suspect what they didn't want to do is give the boss some information only to be asked a week later by the media, have you ever been briefed on UFOs? And he would have to say for the record, yeah, I've been briefed on UFOs, right? So there's many reasons for it. And looking back, I can understand it. But at the time, I was very frustrated. And so I knew that the only way I'd be able to get the Secretary's attention without breaking that chain of command, I could have walked in any time I wanted to into his front office, and I have. But you and I both know you don't break the chain of command. You can't break the rules to enforce the rules. You can't do it. It doesn't work that way. You can't break the law to enforce the law. And so I was very cognizant of that. So I did what most people do in my situation. I resigned, and I knew that I addressed my resignation memo directly to him, knowing that they would not be able to stop that. And they tried, by the way, even that they tried. But I told him very point blank in my resignation memo, I said, sir, you need to be aware this is real. And this has the ability to impact our nuclear capabilities, our military readiness, and it's a problem you're going to have to deal with. And
have you been in touch with him since then?
I have not. No, I think he lives overseas right now with his lady. But there's some back channel discussions that occurred. It's for him to say, not me. I respect him tremendously. He was a great leader. in the military. Politically, I don't know. I'm not talking politics, right? I'm not a politician, but he was a very effective leader. And let's not forget. Look, almost a year later today, he resigned too, right? That's what you do when you can't fix something internally. You don't become a problem inside. You leave. You do what you're supposed to do and say, "Okay, aye, aye, sir," and you roll out. And then if you want to speak your piece outside, fine, but don't cause problems inside the chain of command. That is unforgivable, and I agree with that. I know some people differ with me on that perspective, but it's the way I feel.
So, Lou, we keep talking about UFOs and UAPs interfering with our nuclear arsenal. What are we doing to combat that?
Well, I think this new administration is going to do a lot.
Like what?
Well, let me let the administration first get a handle on what's going on and decide what they want to do. A nuclear facility isn't just Department of Defense. It's not just Air Force. You have Department of Energy there. You have all sorts of different organizations there that are part of the calculus, right? So you've got a lot of equities. First of all, they need to get a handle on what's going on. And by the way, for the record, I am extremely optimistic about this administration. I think this is the best thing that could have happened to this country. I get a lot of shit for it. But this is something, I know several individuals on the cabinet, I'm not going to say who, that are very interested in transparency for the American people, like sincerely, really want transparency, while also understanding we have to protect national secrets, right? So I think there's going to be some things done that will prevent any type of hopefully any type of interference in the future of our nuclear equities. Now, that's not to say, I mean, if something is super highly advanced and they're using a capability we don't understand, then how do you defend against that, right?
Well, I mean, now they have this, I interviewed Joe Lonsdale, Epirus, the directed EMP weapon that can take out 100 drones plus at once.
Yep.
I mean, is that something we could implement?
Yeah, and we already should have implemented it. This last administration dragged their feet. No, we can't do anything about it. Which, the hell you can. Yes, you can, and you should. This is my frustration when we allow politics to drive national level decisions involving security without having the expertise in-house or resident. Then everything becomes a political calculus. And that's fine until you talk about national security. There has to be an emphasis on national security, especially with our nuclear equities.
I mean, what do you make of this? It was that video, the whistleblower that saw, I think he was an Air Force special operations guy that came out recently, the whistleblower that came out about the egg-shaped craft that we picked up. There's a little video on night vision. We're going to overlay it right now on the video. But, I mean, what do you make of this? He says it's an alien craft.
Well, first of all, anytime a veteran comes out, I always give them deference. Why? Because they earned it. I don't care if they're wrong or not. They earned that privilege to speak their mind. Secondly, he is who he says he is. He is a former special operator. That is fact. So whether you are a Navy SEAL or you're an Air Force PJ or you're an Army special operator, these are folks that are not just trained observers, as you know, but they're highly skilled, right? And you go through a battery of psychological evaluations and sometimes polygraphs and drug testing. And, these are really representing the best of the best, tip of the spear. And that's why they're the tip of the spear.
Where was that retrieved?
You know what? I'm going to let him, I don't want to talk too much about his story because it's really up to him. You asked me about him as a person. I believe he is speaking his truth. I believe he is doing what he believes is correct. And for that, I support him. I was not there for that recovery. I was not there when he decided to come out.
Had you seen anything like that before?
There's reports of a vehicle shaped exactly like Lonnie Zamora. I mean, read the case. He was a cop, and he talked about an egg-shaped craft, just like that, back in the 60s, right? The morphology of this is not anything new. The question is that what it was? Or was it something else? I don't know. But the fact that he's willing to come out publicly and have us tell this conversation, I think is important. And I hope that other people do too. When people come out and start pooh-poohing him, well, you wonder why more whistleblowers don't come out. Look at the way I was treated.
I'm not poo-poohing him. I'm just asking.
No. Of course not. I don't mean you. I mean that rhetorically. people in general will say, well, how come we don't have more whistleblowers? Well, look when the whistleblowers come out, how they're treated. Look at poor Dave Grush. Here's a guy who I served with. We were at Space Force together working the UFO topic, working for the UAP task force. That's what we were doing. That was our job, right? He comes out 24 hours after testifying in Congress. What happens? Two guys from the CIA apparently leak his information, medical information, and try to use his PTSD against him. You know what? F you. What low-life piece of crap person that would use somebody's combat PTSD against him. That is, you who never done nothing, never popped nothing, never served nobody, you don't deserve it. Get your ass in the corner, because that guy was a hero. He actually did the right thing. I saw him every day. And by the way, everything he said was everything he told Congress was correct. And a lot more he knows that he hasn't said. And so what's his reward for speaking his truth? What happened? Oh, this guy, alcoholic. Oh, this guy, PTSD. I mean, that is the reaction by certain elements within a corrupt system. And by the way, that's my real issue. That's what motivates me every single day to come out. It's not just the UAP topic. We've got a very significant issue on our hands right now. And it's been there for a while. And it's become a cancer in our government. And that concerns me, because that threatens everything. That threatens everybody. And, unless you ask me, I won't go down that road. But that, to me, is a much greater national security issue than UAPs ever were.
What do you think he's hoping by coming out with this? You think do you think he's trying to force the government to reveal something?
Yeah, he's trying to do what I did and other colleagues of mine. Let America know the truth without getting in trouble and without being thrown into jail and wearing an orange jumpsuit. The problem is that there's a very sophisticated capability to try to smear people like that. Wait till the real truth starts to hit. People are going to go crazy. When people find out the length that some individuals in this system were willing to go to keep us quiet, you wait till that shoe drops. That's coming out.
You think it's going to come
out? I know it's coming out. Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Is there any relationship between that and, did you watch my interview with Sam Shoemate, the Matthews Livelsberger?
So you have to forgive me, Chris.
It's okay.
Sean.
Do you know about Matthews Livelsberger is the Cybertruck? He's former Green Beret.
Yes.
Blew up the Cybertruck.
I know the story very well.
Okay.
And I know what you did. I didn't see the interview. I apologize.
It's fine.
But I know very well that scenario and the email you received and the information you received.
In the email, he talks about gravitic propulsion systems. Is there any relationship between that and what the soft veteran just revealed in the short night vision video?
There is a relationship to the story. If it turns out that video is authentic and legitimate, then the answer is an absolute yes. But first, that video, again, I wasn't there to shoot the video, so I want to be very careful what I say. But anti-gravitics has always been the holy grail for us, and there's several reasons for it. But if you can understand and somehow control and master anti-gravitics, then that is whoever figures that out is going to put you about 200 years ahead of everybody else. And that's big.
Mm-hmm.
That's big.
We kind of talked about this at the beginning.
Yeah. Yeah. Anti-gravitics is the holy grail. All sorts of things. It's not just being able to fly without any obvious signs of propulsion or without wings and control surfaces. Again, space-time. If you understand anti-gravity and the warping of space-time, then distance doesn't mean so much to you. Time is a little more flexible. And so there's a reason why the U.S. government doesn't even like to talk about it, or any other government.
Yeah, we looked into it. It's just a science fiction term.
Is it?
That's all we could find. Couldn't find anything.
Yeah, it's an interesting world we live in.
It sounds like you know about this. Do you know about this?
I when it comes to certain capabilities, I'm not going to go there. People just have to see. I don't want to be. Look, I'm trying to do this in a constructive way, not a destructive way. I'm extremely loyal. People think I left the department out of disloyalty. No, I left the department out of loyalty. I want to do the right thing without. I want to have the conversation without being destructive. And the reason why I left the Pentagon was really just to finish the mission they gave me in the first place.
What about the New Jersey drones?
Yeah.
You know, that came out, what, about a month ago, whenever the
And it
Army
wasn't
gave
just New Jersey. It was New York, Massachusetts, Florida, California, Oregon, Washington, even in the UK. When
I
was
think
there,
it kind of spun out of control. I mean, every asshole with a drone was throwing it up and taking videos of it.
Sure, and I'm not worried
on
about
social
those.
media.
My concern is when you have some that have been reported the size of an SUV, or more importantly, aren't blinking. First of all, they're not squawking. There's no transponder on them, which if there's a large enough commercial drone, they're supposed to. Then secondly, the light patterns were not consistent with, in some cases, with navigational aviation lights. And then third, they were silent. And fourth, when we actually deployed drones to try to intercept, individuals try to do that, there seemed to be an anti-drone capability on board, meaning some drones were disabled and fell out of the sky, the ones that were flown to try to intercept these other drones. Now, let's talk about drones for a second in New Jersey. Most people are familiar with the quadcopters. Commercially available hobbyists have the little quadcopters. They fly for about 15 minutes, maybe a mile or two, and then they have to be recovered. Now imagine what it takes to fly a drone that's the size of an SUV. Let's look at technologically just for a second. Most drones are line of sight, RF, right? Radio frequency, line of sight. Fly the drone, it sees me, I see it, and it's getting my signal, I can control it. If you want to go beyond the horizon, beyond line of sight, right? You now need infrastructure to do that. You need a repeating capability, meaning an airborne capability or a land-based capability that will take that signal and then retransmit it out to your drone, because you're now over the horizon where these signals are going to reach. So you need an artificial way, whether it's a balloon or a satellite or a tower, to relay that signal. Otherwise, the thing doesn't fly. It'll crash. So you got to transmit that. That takes infrastructure. Then if you're going to have a drone that flies more than 15 minutes, in some case 5, 6, 7 hours, and not fly 2 miles, but fly over 100 miles. Think about that. There's only two types of fuel we use for drones. One is internal combustion engine, like Jet A fuel maybe you use, or gasoline for a propeller, internal combustion engine, or battery. Now, batteries don't last that long, and they're heavy as hell. So, and the fuel is even more expensive. If you want liquid fuel, that's even heavier. So loiter capabilities, the reason why our drones now, like a Reaper or something like that, are fixed wing, because they got to stay flying for a long time. And so a helicopter, a rotary blade drone can't do that. You don't have that loiter capability, so you have a fixed wing capability. That's not what these were. They weren't fixed wing capabilities. And so if you want to fly a drone, even one of those, you have to have someone to launch it, someone to control it, someone to recover it, someone to maintain it, someone to refuel it or re-energize it, right? So now you're talking a group of individuals that have to be on flying just a single drone with that type of capability. Where are you going to launch it from without being seen or detected? Where are you going to recover it from without not a single one being recovered, right? Completely in the dark. Now you're talking about, okay, well, maybe I can launch it from a boat. Okay, well, how far out are you going to be in international waters? And are you sure the Coast Guard's not going to see you and your ship identifier and all these other things? I mean, if, as some people reported, having a quote unquote mothership, that's a big profile in the water. Okay, well, maybe they're launching them from some submarines. Okay, great. But then there's a challenge with that too. Is a submarine surfacing to launch them? Or are these things being launched subsurface? Meaning like the old Polaris missile, right? Blows out of a tube and flies. Now, what about when it lands? And what about if one crashes? Because, it's technology, right? It could be interfered with, electronic jamming capabilities. Are you willing to take that risk? And all of a sudden now you've lost a drone and it's paraded like the Russians did with the U-2 back in the 1960s when we were flying the U-2 over Mother Russia? No, that's a PR disaster. So there's a lot of things that are inconsistent with some of the descriptions of some of these UAP or some of these UASs or drones. And I think, the fact that we don't know is proof positive why we need to know. For the government to come out, this last administration, I mean, this is embarrassing to say to the American people, yeah, y'all are seeing stuff. Every single one of these are being flown in a legal way, and they're all either hobbyist drones or manned aircraft. First of all, you don't shut down a military air base because something's being flown over your base legally. Get the hell out of town. We're not that stupid, right? And when you have all these people that are reporting, to include members of Congress. Don't tell me that these are all legitimately, because if they were, then where's the paperwork from the FAA? Where's the squawk code on this? How come they're not showing up on FlightAware, right? Nothing. And then it would say, oh, these are all being flown legally, but we don't know whose they are. Wait a minute. Then how can you say they're being flown legally if you don't know whose they belong to, right? It's even the statement itself is contradictory and saying, no, folks, just don't worry about it. Nothing to see here. You know, that's the same kind of crap they tried to pull with other things, like with the Afghanistan withdrawal. Don't get me started. I mean, you keep feeding a bunch of crap to people. You think that they're going to get used to eating crap. No, they're going to get pissed off and throw the plate in your face.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we saw with this last election. The people got tired of being lied to and constantly being told something that was exact opposite of what was happening. Politics aside, I don't care if you're Democrat or Republican, nobody needs to do that. Just tell the American the truth. And look, if you don't have an answer, say that too. But don't lie. Don't insult the American public. You know, come on. That's not why we put people in office.
I mean, what are they? What are they? What do you think they are?
Well, I think there might be multiple things. It might be a combination of things. You might have. So in the old days, if you had, like, for example, if you breach the perimeter of a military base, you would have some jeeps come out and maybe a helicopter to try to find what's going on. But we're more sophisticated than that. We now have drone capability ourselves. And so if we detect something on the perimeter, breaking a perimeter, we can just launch drones like that, automatic. We can geofence the whole place and automatically have drones take off without even a human being involved to figure out what's going on. And by the way, it's a lot cheaper. You can cover a lot more area using a drone than you can with one or two helicopters. So imagine a scenario where maybe some people are reporting some sort of really anomalous issue, a UAP perhaps. And then the response by us is to launch drones to try to figure out what's going on. And so you have some people reporting something that doesn't look like a drone, size of an SUV, that disappears, comes in and out of the water potentially, stalks Coast Guard boats in the middle of the ocean, right? Up to 20 at a time. And then our response is to launch drones to figure out what these are. And then people report, no, I was worrying. I could hear it making sound. It was blinking lights like a plane. It was definitely a drone. They both could be right. Both could actually be happening.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm not saying, for the record, I'm not saying that's what's occurring, but that could explain why you have this varying degrees of explanation between eyewitnesses. Someone says it's huge. It's been loitering for hours and hours. It doesn't look like anything I've ever seen before. And then someone says, oh, no, it's a little tiny thing with whirring blades and blinky lights. So to answer your question, what is it? And is it one or the other? It actually could be both. And it could also be other options that we haven't yet considered. But again, this is why it's so important. This is why I've been trying to emphasize with the new administration to get a handle on this, because this will be a PR disaster. It will be, if it already has been, if we don't get a handle on it. So there's been several recommendations that have been floated up to the new administration to help President Trump get a handle on this and do exactly like he said he's going to do. And I have full faith in Congress.
What are some of the other possibilities that we haven't considered?
Foreign adversarial capability. It's not a blue force technology. It's a red force technology that's being used to assess our reaction to certain things.
I mean, I think that was brought up a lot. There was a lot of chatter that it might be Iranian drones. There have been reports that that's why the inauguration was moved indoors, was an Iranian drone threat.
Yeah. Could be Chinese. Then there's also the other alternative, which you discussed. Maybe it's a blue force response to a threat, and we don't want to panic the public. You know, we've got a broken arrow situation on our hands. We've got a lost nuke, right? Or maybe some bad guy figured out how to do something and put something together, under our noses. That's a scary thought, Or it could be someone trying to figure out, look, let's see the response. If I was a bad guy and I wanted to use a drone to spray some sort of chemical or biological agent, right? How would we defend against that? Could we detect it? An airborne aerosol attack. And so how do we detect it? Well, we'll send some drones out to spray something, nothing bad, just something, a tracer that we can pick up with other drones, and send other drones out to say, yeah, we can actually pick this up and this technology works, right? So there's lots of different there's lots of different possibilities, and we really need to consider them all.
I don't understand why we wouldn't have used one of those directed EMP weapons.
Brother, we could have, and we should have, and we didn't. And this is my point. It is so ridiculous. And all it takes is someone in the administration say, FAA, look, I will tell you, when I was in Pentagon, I was part of a working group, the U.S. Air Domain Working Group, and it was co-sponsored by the FAA and Department of Homeland Security, DHS. And even when I was there, like 2013 and 2014, they were still arguing who was responsible for what. When you say, okay, who's responsible for drones? No one wanted to accept it. It's ridiculous, you know. And this is why I think the president, you're going to see probably some maybe executive orders come out saying from now on, okay, you're going to do this. And if there's a drone in the sky, the buck stops with you. And yes, you can shoot it down. You know, if it's not ours and we're not squawking, then shame on you. Zap it. You know, if it turns out to be a government contractor, well, you should have listed your flight path. Sorry, you know, sorry, your $1 million capability crashed. That was your fault, not mine. So, yes, we do have the capability. Very easy to do that, but we don't.
Yeah, yeah.
Just like the Chinese spy balloon, right? How many have went over the northern continental United States before we actually saw one and shot it down?
Oh, I was really upset about that. It did turn out
And
that
you should be.
we did extract some type of intelligence out of that balloon.
Well, you know, the story is now, right, that we've been knowing about these flights for a long time.
Yeah.
And it never got reported up. So that's a break in the chain of command, too. And who had the unilateral authority to make that decision?
Yeah.
I guarantee you they did not have that authority.
Yeah, yeah. How close are, I mean, how concerned are you that China, Russia, Iran, name enemy of us, has this type of technology?
This type, as in the drone technology or the UAP technology?
The UAP.
Oh, Sean, I am worried. I'm worried, particularly with the two big guys, Russia and China. China has already announced through the Five Continents Initiative to be in charge of the entire United Nations effort for UAP investigations.
They announced what? Can you say that again?
I think it's the South China Morning Sun. They announced through what they call the Five Continents Initiative, China has proposed to the United Nations that they set up and run the UAP investigation for the United Nations. Russia has had a long history in this. In fact, right after the Berlin Wall fell down, and there was this brief romance period, this marriage kind of honeymoon between the United States and Russia. Remember when that happened? The wall came down. Everybody, actually, you may have been too young. There was this brief period for a few years where we were working with KGB. KGB was working with us, and they were giving us all their files, and we gained a lot of insight into their UAP program, into the well, better not say it. there's some names, program names that the Russians were involved with involving UAP, and it was very precise. They were sharing a lot of intel with us. There was a lot of it. And even at ATIP, we had a lot of that intel available to us. So we know for a fact Russia and China. We also know for a fact that there were several key allies, Five Eye partners. I won't say which ones they are because they might get mad. But they were interested, and we had actually an information sharing agreement with them. In fact, Japan, 2.5 years ago, came to the United States, about 2.5 years ago, actually about 3 years ago now, came to the Pentagon and asked to enter into a bilateral intelligence information sharing agreement with the United States for the sole purposes of sharing UAP-related information.
Interesting. Is there any overlap with this information and intel?
When you say overlap, I'm trying to understand what define.
What I'm asking, are we seeing any similarities?
Oh yeah, all similarities. That's what ATIP did. That's what the five observables were. Yeah, there's similarities.
So they don't have totally different shit than we have.
No, well,
but a little bit different.
When you say they don't have different, are you talking about other nations? I'm sorry, forgive me. I'm a little.
When we're sharing files with Russia or Japan or China or whoever the hell it is, are we seeing similarities in the intel?
Absolutely, yes. The morphology, the velocity, the performance characteristics, the capabilities. Absolutely, we are.
Okay.
Absolutely, we are. What the Italian fighter pilot saw 3 weeks ago over the Adriatic Sea, we saw 4 years ago with a Navy Super Hornet pilot. Absolutely.
Okay. Okay. Wow. How much do you think they know that we don't know?
That's my fear. That's why this is a problem. I don't fear the UAP or the UAP technology. I fear some other country having that technology. and using it against us. And here we are. We're not even willing to have a conversation with our own people, and they're totally open about it. They don't give a shit. They're spending lots of money into this topic. So that is part of my concern.
Well, I hope you're right. I hope we start getting some answers.
Well, the good news is I think we actually know a lot more than we've admitted, fortunately.
Is that good news? I guess it probably is.
Well, what it is, it's at least, I think, encouraging that we've been looking at UFOs for a long time, brother. This is not new. We have been involved in this topic since well before Blue Book. I just read you a document. They're from 1950.
Yeah.
There's stuff from the National Security Council, the president, from J. Edgar Hoover, the director of the CIA. It's all in writing. It's all there. I just sent you a small tiny little snapshot of some of the reporting. There's a bunch of it. So when people say, well, our government doesn't know anything. Hello? Yes, they do. That's just been a recent part of the narrative, so you don't look over there. We've known about it for a long time, and we've been investigating. There's documents on official investigations all the way to the White House on this topic. We got it. So I would tell people, I think, look, here's the good news, because I don't want to be all doom and gloom, and people say, oh, look, you're fear-mongering, and you're trying to say these things are a threat. No, I'm not. The threat is our lack of knowledge. The threat is our lack of knowledge on this topic, and our threat is not being transparent with the American people. You can't fix a problem, right? You can't recover from a problem if you don't identify it in the first place. I think we're at the point now. There was a fear for a very long time why our government didn't share this information with the American public, and I understand. I don't agree with it, for the record, but I can respect it and understand it. At the height of the Cold War, what was going on? Well, you had this winner-takes-all approach to a chess match between then Soviet Union and the United States. And we had a lot of things going on. We had civil unrest, and we had conflicts over here in Vietnam and other places. And you had a real nuke issue. Russians had nukes, we had nukes, and we're building more and more and more and more and more, and possibly go to war. And there was this concern that, here's this real threat from Russia, and then you've got this other thing going on here that is interesting, but doesn't show any obvious signs of being a threat yet. So why don't we focus on this issue here, and then we'll kind of maybe at some point address that issue. Then there's also the notion of you don't admit there's a problem until you have a solution. Look, governments are solution oriented. That's what we pay them to do, to have solutions. And let me give you a real case in point to this. In the 1960s, it's actually started in the 50s, the CIA and Lockheed at the time developed the U-2 spy plane. And the idea of this plane was to fly faster and higher than any other plane we ever had, and fly in contravention to what? The Russian agreement we had, the treaty with the Russians that we would not fly manned reconnaissance missions over mainland Russia. And what did we do? We did the exact opposite. We actually flew manned reconnaissance missions, but we did it in a way where we didn't think they would ever see it. And what happened the first couple missions? We succeeded. Russians didn't respond. Mission success. They didn't even know we were there. Or did they? It wasn't until the Russians were able to develop and deploy the SA-2 surface-to-air missile and successfully shoot one down and parade Powers, who was the pilot, and show the wreckage in front of the United Nations, did the Russians ever admit that they were tracking every single flight. It wasn't until they could neutralize the threat did they ever admit, even to the Russian people, that there was a problem. Because that's what governments do. And so is it possible that some people in our government said, look, this is just too much for most people to absorb right now. We don't know how to deal with it. Let's not cause panic. There were some studies that were done by the United States government, commissioned by some think tanks by the U.S. government. And in those studies, I said, what would happen with the American people if we disclosed the presence of UFOs? And the answer was, you can't. You will cause civil unrest throughout our population. And people say, no, that's silly. You're not going to cause panic and civil unrest. Well, look, it's happened before where people got freaked out when the Dead Sea Scrolls were first, I think it was 1947, right? They were discovered, the Dead Sea Scrolls. It was like years and years and years later before the translation of those Dead Sea Scrolls were publicly released. Now, why is that? Because they were afraid it was going to contradict the current understanding of the Judeo-Christian belief system. We don't want this; will upset people too much, right? Cause panic, cause anxiety, at a hysteria at a mass scale. I can understand that. I can understand that mentality, but the reality is, the American people can handle the truth. In fact, the American people deserve the truth. This generation, new generation of young men and women, are different than mine. They are different. They have access to the entire world on their cell phones in virtually any language instantly. Of any, if I wanted to go learn something in school, I had to go to the school library, grab a encyclopedia that's probably 20 years old and read a paragraph on something, right? If the page was even there, so that some kid didn't rip it out and put it as part of his book report. Now, you've got the entire world history in the palm of your hands. So I think this new generation is much more willing and readily able to accept some of these more profound ideas about humans and our existence and our place in this cosmos. They're not causing panic. Most of the people, young people I talk to, they go, meh, yeah, we know aliens are real. You do? Yeah, why not? Well, okay. I mean, that's different than when I grew up. You know, people thought you were crazy. In fact, the American Psychological Association once considered the study or research or belief in UFOs as being an extreme form of deviance. Think about that. Same with tattoos, by the way, right? So I think our mentality of our society is changing. I think we're not, you know, the old saying, I'm not your father, you know, this is not your father's Oldsmobile. I don't think we're in the same place mentally, psychologically, sociologically, theologically than we were in my generation. I think with where we are as a society, things have fundamentally changed. You know, the way we deal with new information and new ideas. Let's not forget that, in the words of Arthur C. Clarke, right? Any sufficient technology, advanced technology, appears like magic, right? But it's not. It's just technology. I often tell people, you know, a little exercise. I say, if I tell you the word parachute, para being a prefix, Latin prefix meaning above or beside. So if I say parachute, what do you think of? Well, I think of about a device that deploys over my head and helps me hit the ground with a thump and not a thud, hopefully, right? And if I say parachute, paramedic, what do you think? Well, I think of first responders, something positive, people there to save a life, you know. So paramedic, parachute. But then when I say paranormal, what happens? You just did it. You did exactly what I most people do. They go, right? The reason why is because we have been conditioned that word paranormal is spooky, it's weird. When in reality, everything in science is paranormal until it becomes normal. The cell phones that we use and Wi-Fi signals and the laptop computers and all that at one point would have been considered paranormal. And now it's routine. It's not normal. It's just advanced technology. And so I think with this new generation of young people, they realize that. They understand that a lot of things that we grew up thinking strange and weird aren't. You know, I was at a time, you remember this probably. Yeah, you're in the military for this. Do you remember the whole policy of don't ask, don't tell? Right? And people's lives were ruined. And if they suspected you of being homosexual, that you could lose your entire career and be discharged. Well, that's silly. Who gives a crap if someone's gay? I mean, right? But that was the mentality back then. And man, you lose your career over that shit. Now we look back and say, being patriotic has nothing to do with your sexual orientation. Who gives a shit, right? But that was real back then, and it affected a lot of people's lives. This new generation, I think, realizes that. They're like, hey, man, you guys are really kind of stuck in this old paradigm of doing things. You know, maybe you should reconsider and reevaluate. Because at the end of the day, the topic of UFOs and the UAP aren't going to change. It's here, whatever it is. The only thing that changes is the way that we deal with it, the way we look at it, the way we think about it, the way we handle it, right? We can't change that fact that something exists. I can't change the fact that there's a lion or a tiger or, you know, a hippopotamus on the outside of the wall. What I can do is change the way that I view that. Is it a threat or is it an opportunity? Can it hurt me? Well, yeah, but if it's behind a cage, then probably not. And can I learn something from it and things like that? That's my perspective. I don't have all the answers. I have some answers that hopefully will continue to be developed and come out in a legal way. I'm not a leaker. I've never disclosed classified information. I still maintain my top secret security clearance with SCI eligibility. I'm not going to jeopardize it. I took an oath to defend this country from all enemies, foreign and domestic, and that's what I'm going to do. And I don't think I need to compromise national security to have this conversation. We've come a long way in the last 7 years, and I've said before to people, there's a difference between doing things right and doing things right now. I prefer to do things right. We have one opportunity to do it right. And I think we are making significant headway. If someone like me were to just come out full Monty and say everything I know, you'll know more information, but you'll never get any more because I'll go to jail and that's it. And so I think there's a balance. I think we can continue to have this conversation, get the members of Congress engaged, support our new administration in their dogged pursuit of the truth, while increasing the aperture of transparency and disclosure in a manner that is constructive, not destructive, in a manner that gives the American people what they deserve, the information they deserve, but without compromising any type of national security equity or capability. We can do it. Yeah, it's harder. Yeah, it's a lot harder. I know. Ask me how I know. But we're succeeding. We're doing it. We're able to do it. We just got to have a little bit of patience and a little bit of courage. And I think we're doing it. Look, the fact you and I are having this conversation, you are one of the biggest media personalities on the planet. Now think about that. You now have more people listening to you and your voice on a weekly basis than the major networks of our country for the last 70 years, like ABC, CBS, and NBC, right? So your voice matters, and we're having this conversation. There was a time that people in the media would never talk about this because it was suicide, just like politicians. This topic would be considered political suicide because when you mention UFOs, people think tinfoil hats and Elvis on the mothership and nonsense like that. No, what we're talking about is national security. And we're also talking about the human condition, the way we process information, the way we handle new paradigms. I've used this before, and I think to its effect. My wife will kill me for saying this. She hates this analogy, but I will submit to you that there are moments in our evolution as a species where these paradigm moments occur, where we change fundamentally our understanding of our reality. And so one may argue that when we were first coming out of the cave for the very first time and gazing upon the heavens, we realized at that moment that our world just got a lot bigger. Another paradigm moment may be when two people were striking a rock together and all of a sudden a spark flew and they created fire. And for the first time, mankind could illuminate the darkness. And now the monsters hiding behind the trees, well, they were just bushes. Right? Another paradigm moment may have been when mankind was standing on a stony beach. And one fisherman says to the other, I'm going to sail over the horizon. And he says to him, you can't do that. You're going to fall off the edge. And oh, by the way, there's sea monsters out there, giant kraken, and you're going to get ripped apart. And of course, people laugh about it now. But you know what? It turns out they were right. There are sea monsters. They're just called giant squid of the Pacific and great white sharks and blue whales. And they're really not monsters, really. They're part of our nature. They're part of our understanding. And so maybe this topic of UAP, this is just yet another stony beach we're about to sail over the horizon.
Yeah, but we already are with AI. But,
oh, absolutely. I could not agree more. I think you're absolutely correct.
Well, Lou,
I don't know if we got to any of the questions you wanted to ask. I'm sorry.
It's been a fascinating interview, and it was a real pleasure to have you here, and I hope to see you again.
Sean, it's my honor and privilege. You always have a home out in Wyoming. I mean it sincerely. Listen, you're doing great work for our country. You don't need to hear that from me. I know you hear it all the time. But truly, truly, from somebody who's spent a little bit of time in the media, you are providing a great service to our nation. And even if it has nothing to do with the UFO topic, the fact that you're willing to put yourself out there, have these meaningful conversations, and allow your audience to be part of that, history will remember you very kindly. You are setting a new tone for how America gets its information without a filter, by the way. Before, with the networks, remember, you had all sorts of people coming up and putting spins on things. And this is what you are doing is a tremendous service for our nation and humanity. So thank you sincerely. My wife is a big fan of yours. Really appreciate what you're doing, and I appreciate all the guests you've had in the past and all the guests you're having in the future. Even if some of those guests in the past don't like me very much, thank you for doing what you're doing.
Thank you for saying that.
You got it. Honor and privilege.
No matter where you're watching Sean Ryan Show from, if you get anything out of this, please like, comment, subscribe, and most importantly, share this everywhere you possibly can. And if you're feeling extra generous, please leave us a review on Apple and Spotify podcasts. Sometimes it can be a very fun conversation to go down the rabbit hole on topics that nobody really knows what the 100% truth is. Topics such as ancient civilizations, UFOs, extraterrestrials, all that kind of stuff. Nobody really knows. So we brought on our next guest, Billy Carson. A lot of you know who that is, to have a speculative conversation about these subjects and what Billy's opinion is on how some of these ancient civilizations were formed, some of the technologies they may have had. It's a fascinating conversation, but it is speculative. Keep that in mind. If you like the show, head over to Apple Podcasts and Spotify. Please leave us a review. Tell us how we're doing. Tell us who you'd like to see on the show. If you're watching this on YouTube, please like, comment, and subscribe. Patreon. If it wasn't for you, this show wouldn't even be possible. Thank you. You're our top supporters. We love you. We do love you all too, though. So, everybody, enjoy the show, and I'll see you soon. Billy Carson. Welcome to the show, man.
Great. It's great being here. From the first time I met you and you said you'd like to have me here, I'm glad it happened.
Me too, man. I've been wanting to get you here way before we met, and I actually got to tell you in person I wanted you here. I started watching you. Actually, I think I first found you on one of Dr. Greer's documentaries.
Okay.
And I really liked what you were saying on there, so then I found you on social, started following you and listening to what you were saying, watched a bunch of your podcasts, and your knowledge on the pyramids, just all of, I guess what you call it, ancient history is just incredible. It's fascinating. So
appreciate it.
So let me give you a quick intro here real quick. Billy Carson, you're the president of Forbidden Knowledge, Inc., childhood interest. You started researching aerospace at age 7. You hold a certificate study of science and neuroscience at MIT, ancient civilization at Harvard. You've researched the Emerald Tablets, the Key of Time, remote viewing, ancient Egypt, all kinds of stuff. And you are definitely a resident expert on all these topics. So something that I've been digging into, and you know, it all kind of stemmed. I think a lot of this stuff stemmed. We talked before, but a lot of this stuff stemmed after my first psychedelics experience, and it just took me down these rabbit holes, and I'm realizing we've been lied to about a lot of different things, and especially ancient Egypt.
Absolutely.
So I got a question from a patron of mine, Patreon. We got a subscription account. That's what enables me to do this, and you to sit here as well. And so I like to give them a question. Here it is. This is from Alex Tissot. What does Billy make of the resurgence in interest in what we are seeing now with the UFOs and UAPs?
Oh, yeah. Huge question, huge topic right now, obviously, with the Pentagon coming forward, people testifying before Congress. Even right now, you see active military people be able to make a statement as to what's going on out there versus before. Just 10 years ago, it was only veterans that could make a statement. And so what you see right now is this resurgence of this new UFO, now UAP information. But I think it's an issue to control the narrative. It's their agenda. They want to control what's going on, what the people actually hear, what they see, what they understand about the UFOs and now UAPs. And one of the main reasons why, I think it all has to do with money. You see, I believe that there are UFOs visiting Earth from outside of this planet. The ancient tablets talk about this over eons. However, right now, all of a sudden, it's becoming common knowledge and openly stated as if just matter-of-factly by the U.S. government. Why is that? Well, we now have the Space Force. And why do we have the Space Force? Well, we have the Space Force because we have to find a way to make more money. All the wars have been fought. Who are we going to go invade? Who are we going to bring democracy to now? We've literally invaded almost every continent on the planet. We've done our thing. And now the next big rush for super wealth is space. So you have to now control this UAP narrative, and you have to now say, hey, these things pose a potential threat to our national security, global security. We know that they've shown up at missile silos, and they've shown up at these flights where they have the nuclear missiles, and they've deactivated the nuclear codes. So what does that mean? Well, guys, listen, that if they can deactivate them, maybe they can activate them, maybe they can even launch them. This is the seeds that they're planting in people's head without quite saying it, just the manipulation of word and the manipulation of applied neuroscience. They know how frequencies operate in the human consciousness. So now when they come to say, hey, we need to divert X amount of trillions of dollars to this Space Force to develop space weaponry and to defend this planet against a threat, everyone's going to be all aboard. Hey, let's go, let's do it. Before, they were taking money and they were doing it illegally. They were transferring trillions of dollars illegally into black budget spending and then having no accountability, and nobody knew where the money went. Oliver North is testifying before Congress, say, I don't know where the money went. We're going to have to do some kind of a computing thing. Our computers aren't working properly. We couldn't work with your system, he told Cynthia McKinney one time. But now all of a sudden it's okay. Look, here's where the money went. We put it right over here because we're developing the stuff. Then you give the contracts to private corporations. Now, the people who sign off on these private corps to get these contracts, they're also on the board of directors, or they have family members on the board of directors of these private corporations. So what's happening is they're taking it out of government to private. Why? Because now there's no FOIA, no Freedom of Information Act is going to be requested. You can't request Freedom of Information Act on a private corp. So now these private corp get trillion-dollar contracts to build and develop space technologies that the rest of the world will never see, never know of. We won't even know they exist. We'll just know where the money went, and that's the end of that. They'll take big payouts. A lot of these projects will never see the light of day. Most of them will be projects that are born to fail from the beginning. So they'll take a contract. We're going to develop this device or this aerospace tech, and then we'll need $5 billion to start. 2 years later, well, we needed another $6 to $7 billion. It didn't quite work right. Another 5, 6 more years later, send us another $8 billion. We almost got it now. And then another 10 years, maybe a few more billion, and we're going to scratch this. It's not going to work. But everybody got the payouts along the way. People got big salaries. Big, CEOs and C-suite executives took home big umbrella payments. And now let's move on to the next project that we're never going to put out. And so this is the kind of cycle. But doing it this way through controlling the UAP narrative allows them to siphon trillions of dollars into these private black budget projects that are operating with complete no congressional oversight.
I've not heard that before, but it makes perfect sense. And I've been wondering why this is starting to see the light of day more and more. But the fact that, just to break it down simple, everything that you just said, basically what you're saying is the only reason this is happening is so that they can legalize the black budgets.
That's it. Pretty much. That is it.
Do you think there's going to be any, it does sound like that they are, at least at the congressional hearing, it sounds like they want more oversight over companies like Raytheon, Skunk Works, Boeing, Northrop Grumman, these type of the military industrial complex companies. Yeah. Do you think that they will achieve any type of oversight? I've been, Tim Burchett is on top of it. Anna Paulina Luna seems to be on top of it. Yeah. And it's the only, I went to that hearing, and it's the only hearing that I've, in recent times where you saw the right and the left come together, and,
Yeah.
and it was actually kind of nice to. It was very nice to see.
Absolutely.
Do you think that they'll have any success?
I think we have to keep putting pressure. I think that success won't be instantaneous, but I do think that with enough pressure, we can begin to see some progress and also some parameters being set as to what they can and can't get away with. And it's going to take some infiltration, some people working from the inside out. In other words, people from the inside of government and key positions of power that say, enough is enough. We're going to change this. People who aren't willing to take the payoffs. People who aren't scared of these private corporations threatening them or their families, because that's what happens from time to time, which keeps the whole ball rolling for these corps. So it's going to take some really brave people in positions of power to stop this and actually allow this open book situation to happen.
Man, just that conversation right there. I know this is going to be an awesome interview. So before we start, everybody gets a gift.
Oh, wow. Hey, thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
There you go.
Man.
So when we met at Greer's event, we had talked about consciousness, and we had talked a little bit about psilocybin and the influx of, psychedelic therapy and stuff. But that led me down looking into functional mushrooms and the benefits of functional mushrooms.
Oh, nice.
So check
it out.
So I got you. This is from Laird's Superfood. That's performance mushrooms.
Wow, beautiful.
And, it's just good for brain health. Helps with cognition, helps with energy balance.
Beautiful.
And that's a superfood creamer that also has a bunch of functional mushrooms.
I use this.
Do you really?
This is great.
You love that stuff.
I love this stuff. We take this to Egypt with us because there's no cream in the desert.
Yeah.
But you can get coffee. So we put this in as cream, and this is beautiful.
Oh,
Thank you, man.
perfect. You're
and I'm
welcome.
going to Egypt in a couple of weeks.
That's awesome.
Listen, listen, man. The universe knows what I love.
We'll get you some more then. But,
yeah, thank you.
But yeah, and the other thing that all of those in the performance mushrooms, all of those ingredients are sourced here in the U.S.
Yeah.
So you don't hear that very often.
No, you don't. Yes.
But,
appreciate it, man.
My pleasure. My pleasure. But all right, so let's get into it. One thing that I did want to ask you is, the more I dive into this subject, I'm green with this stuff.
Yeah.
I've been talking. I've talked to Greer. I've had him on the show 2 times, and had the whistleblowers on. The more I dive into this subject and I start looking at who's involved, I'm starting to see a lot of Freemasons.
Yeah.
What's the deal with the Freemasons? I hear a lot of
it's a lot.
stuff.
There's a vast array of information. There's only a few real Freemasons that exist. In other words, when I say a few, I'm talking about maybe a few hundred, maybe at the top level that really, really know the ancient secrets, right?
Okay.
There's masonry halls all around the United States. I just spoke at one in Detroit. I was doing a conscious lecture with the 19 Keys. We had nothing to do with masonry, but that's what, they rented the hall out to make money. But the people that typically go there, they have no real knowledge of the real ancient wisdom and knowledge that goes back into the ancient past. A lot of the cities, even the city I grew up in, has these Freemason halls where it's just like a place to congregate, hang out, have a barbecue, pick up women, dance. There's no real true deep knowledge being translated at a lot of these places. There's only a very small, and I do mean small amount of people that really house and hold the true knowledge of the ancient past as the top level Freemasons.
When did this start?
Yeah, this goes all the way back to deep, deep antiquity. We're talking about 30,000 plus years ago. There were these brick masons in ancient Kemet called the Shatu. After the Great Flood, Amun-Ra, a.k.a. Marduk, he's known as Marduk in the Bible, M-A-R-D-U-K. Some people say Marduk, depending on how you want to pronounce his name. He's also in the Jewish Torah as well. In Kemet, he was known as Amun-Ra, and this is why people say Amen, actually, it's to him. He actually made it a rule, a law. But he had these brick masons helping him rebuild the land of Kem. And these brick masons had the secret knowledge of space flight, technologies, how to turn stone structures into advanced computer housing, data storage devices, as well as power generators and many other functions. A lot of the stone structures that were built were actually multifunctional stone computers. If you're going to a place when you only have limited resources, that you can't take a factory and a whole bunch of workers with you, what do? You learn how to work with what's there. And they mastered stone masonry, but they also encoded and embedded a lot of the wisdom and knowledge from the ancient Egyptian mysteries and the Kemetic mysteries into the structures. Now, these Freemasons were called Shatu. As a matter of fact, the Shatu helped Amun-Ra escape. In the last, there was a pyramid war. There were 2 pyramid wars. The second pyramid war in the tablets talks about the fact that the Shatu helped Amun-Ra escape through a hidden passage in one of the pyramids. And before he left, he decreed that he would leave the kingdom to his Ra-Kam. Ra-Kam, K-A-M, translates now into shield. Kam translates into shield, Ra, shield. Over time, it became Rothschilds. And so this decree came down tens of thousands of years ago. Who's the richest family on the planet, worth $700 trillion combined income, net worth? The Rothschilds. It's happening till this very, very day. And this masonry is part of the mystery schools. Only adept initiates, handpicked people would get to learn this sacred knowledge. And then the Masons would actually encode it into structures and buildings, which is encoded all throughout the world, throughout Rome at the Vatican, all throughout Europe, all throughout areas like in Bosnia, believe it or not, where you have the Pyramid of the Sun there in the Bosnian Valley.
How would they pick who gets the knowledge?
They literally had a system in which they can identify people who they called adept initiates, people who seem to have some type of ability to perceive things at a higher level or retain knowledge at a higher level or display some type of talent, or ability. And those people were literally handpicked. Yeshua, aka Jesus, was one of these students as well. If you read the Gospel of the Holy 12, you'll find that when he disappeared from the Bible, where did he go? He went to Egypt. I've taken many people to the actual bed that he slept in, which is still there in Egypt. It's a shrine now. And he was there learning the Egyptian mysteries. And this is well known, well documented. I mean, that was an apocryphal text that was left out of the Bible. He left there and went to Tibet to learn Reiki healing and Qigong and energy healing with his hands, and came down through India, learned the mystic arts. And then the Bible picks up at the age of 32, I called my son out of Egypt. That's what the Bible says. And he ends up riding it on the back of a donkey back in Jerusalem. So that's the loop that's missing out of there, 12 to 32. That chunk is missing out in the Gospel of the Holy 12. Again, he also had the Mason knowledge. Now, the thing about knowledge is it can be used for good or it can be used for evil. You see, knowledge is just knowledge. If you have a gun and I have a car and you're trained on how to use a gun appropriately, which you are, right? Mm-hmm. Well, you know how to use it, when to use it, because your mind is clear, you're not going to use it on anybody just because you want to. You're actually trained to hit enemy targets or save civilians, right? Don't shoot civilians. I have a car, I have no training, I'm using ignorant knowledge and I'm just angry. I can take my car and I can kill people just by driving my car right down the sidewalk. I can wipe out a ton of people. And you could be walking on that same sidewalk with a gun and you kill nobody. But you have the knowledge and I don't. So just a little bit of a metaphor there. Mm-hmm. It's nothing to do with the knowledge, it has to do with how it's applied. And so a lot of people have taken ancient wisdom and ancient knowledge when they discovered how powerful it was and how it can control masses of people and allow you to supersede them economically and everything else. And they decided to use it for darkness, for negativity, for power-hungry type struggles and so forth. And so we have a situation where, unfortunately, a lot of these secret societies, Skull and Crossbones and Illuminati and all these things that exist, they all stem from ancient mystery schools and then developed into these subordinate dark entities that are now running the planet with Thoth from the Emerald Tablets, he calls them the Dark Brothers.
Okay.
But all these people were Masons.
Interesting. So they're not good guys?
For the most part, not that good. Now, there are some that I actually personally know that are actually great people.
Okay.
Again, yin and yang, good and evil, exist throughout the entire universe. It permeates everything. Some people actually utilize it for the knowledge and the wisdom that it is and have kept it as secret and sacred knowledge. Some people that utilize it to find a way to put their boot on other people's necks, unfortunately. But that's just the universe we live in. There's this dichotomy of good and evil everywhere. But the ultimate force behind the highest level of Mason knowledge has to do with reclaiming our birthright to space travel. You see, in the ancient tablets, there was a situation where the Atlantean civilization had spread around the entire planet. Atlantis was built by these Anunnaki people, according to the ancient tablets, not according to me. And these families had factions and they were fighting each other. They went to war against each other many times. And in one case, this one faction or one side of the family came against another. And because they lost the battle, they were banished to be locked and stuck pretty much on Earth and never to achieve space travel again. And so they were the original founders of this knowledge of masonry to hide the knowledge of space travel and advanced knowledge and wisdom and physics and everything else into stone buildings and stone structures. Over time, we have slowly regained our right to get back into space, and we now have done it. Obviously, in the last 100 years, we went from a horse, buggy, and carriage to putting remote control cars on Mars. We even have Voyager 1 and 2, which are about to head into interstellar space. So what does that mean? We found it out. In Florida, there's only one runway at the Space Coast. It's runway number 33. Why 33? It's a Mason symbol. Why 33 Mason symbol? Well, in order to travel in space, in order to break Earth's gravity, to get past what they call max Q and transition into outer space, you have to travel 33 times the speed of sound, or you will not get there. You see? Anything less, you fall back. You'll stall out and you'll actually crash. 33 times the speed of sound is required to get into space. And the whole thing behind why the number 33, it's all about reclaiming the birthright to be able to become a spacefaring race again.
Interesting. Let's move into, actually, what are these ancient tablets? What caught your interest at the beginning? Why'd you start studying them?
Well, I had an experience when I was younger as a kid, which is, I'll cut the story short, but I had an experience in my backyard. I lived near a private airport, and I used to watch the airplanes go over my house. And this one day, this object went across the horizon that cleared the horizon in seconds, not minutes. And I knew that it wasn't a plane. It didn't have a cockpit, wings. It didn't have tail fin, none of that stuff. And it was completely silent and was like a silverish glowing metal. Then it came back much lower and then it stopped dead smack over about now 200 meters, I can estimate now as a grown man. And then it went out the way it came in. And I went from that point. That's why I got into aerospace, research. I started getting all the Encyclopedia Britannicas, because this is back in 1977, on aerospace. Started studying from then, trying to find what I saw. Long story short, that led me into a whole nother realm, which then got me into ancient civilizations, which then I started seeing that these ancient civilizations were utilizing high technology. And I've been studying high tech. Well, how in the world did they have high tech back then? And my mother told me that in ancient times, there were people that were way more advanced than us on this planet that had everything you can possibly think of. She said they had the ability to fly from planet to planet. They lived on top of mountains. And everything she told me in the 70s, I started finding in these ancient texts. So the texts are the Enuma Elish and the Seven Tablets of Creation, the Atrahasis epic, the Code of Hammurabi, the Epic of Gilgamesh, which is the full and true story of Noah's Ark. Noah is actually Zazudra from the Sumerian tales. Later, his name was converted into Noah. And then you have there's so many tablets. I mean, there's just so many incredible tablets that are out there. And also some of these are like from the Mahabharata, the Bhagavad Gita, the Indian Vedas, which is a vast amount of wisdom and knowledge right there. The Mahabharata itself is a 10-book set that's all been translated already. And there's just so many other tablets that exist that you can get your hands on, and they're all translated. They've been translated since the 1800s. If people think this Zechariah Sitchin was the only person that can translate tablets, and now he's dead, and he made it all up. No, he used existing translations, and he even gives you his sources in the back of all his books. He didn't translate anything. You can go to the UCLA CDLI online cuneiform digital library. Say that fast 4 times. And you can drop virtual tablets into the translator and read them for yourself.
No kidding.
Yes. So everyone can read these tablets. You don't have to be a special expert like Billy Carson. Now everyone can read what's on these tablets and make up their own educated decision on what they believe happened in the ancient past. And what did happen, now with hundreds of authors writing about them, including myself, at some point in the ancient past, a race of people seemed to have landed on this planet and began to develop this planet as a breakaway civilization, and at some point engaged mankind. See, they didn't create us. We were already here. They talk about the fact in the epic of, in the Enuma Elish and the Atrahasis epic, they talk about, in 2 separate writings, by the way, that there was a being here, and they wanted to get us to do the work for them. So they did something where they called adding their essence to us, which is some type of a genetic modification of sorts. Maybe our junk DNA is what they unplugged. But whatever it was, we ended up going to work for these people, and they found the first gold mine in exactly where it says in the tablets at Adam's Calendar in South Africa, and it's been dated now to 200,000 years old. Right when the tablet said the first gold mine happened, and people started working under the tutelage of these people. So it's pretty interesting stuff. And so these tablets, they pretty much encompass a lot of religious books, Quran, the Bible, a lot of Buddhist beliefs, pretty much almost every religion that exists. A lot of the roots come from these ancient tablets. Even the whole creation of our solar system is in the Enuma Elish, the 7 tablets of creation, which matches perfectly to astrophysics books at universities. Think about that. We're talking about text that goes back tens of thousands of years. How can they be accurate down to the science? Talking about orbits, gravitational pulls, planets being captured by gravitational fields in the beginning stages of the creation of the solar system, because of the gravity being captured and thrown towards our sun and colliding with other planets, creating debris. I mean, the whole thing is right there, and you can almost watch a National Geographic Discovery, series on it, and they'll tell you the same exact thing. It's all based on real science. They talk about orbits changing and shifting, how Neptune and Saturn shifted orbits, which is they teach you that in astrophysics in college. How did they know this? So all this knowledge is in these ancient tablets, and so I go to them because they're as close to the truth as we're possibly gonna get. Like, if you want to get as close to the truth, you're not going to get to the truth, because still somebody wrote them. But man, there's so much information in there that matches up with real science, which is what I wrote in my book. It's like, it's crazy how accurate it is, and just why I go to the tablets first, because everything else to me is newer, and that's as ancient as you can get. I mean, the Emerald tablets are 36,000 years old, and that's like one of the oldest accounts of the Great Flood in history. It opens up talking about the flood, and how the temples were coming up out of the mud, and people were coming out of the caves, and that the hairy barbarians were there. In other words, they were at a high level of civilization prior to this flood, and so many generations had gone by, they had turned back into just basically, hunter-gatherers almost again. And Thoth talks about his father sending him there, and he gets in a ship and flies up into the sky until the earth disappears. And when he gets to the place appointed, he descends down on the land of Chem, that's Egypt before it was called Egypt, and he tells the people there that he's going to help them rebuild civilization. Rebuild, which means there already was a high-level golden age probably before this great flood. So these texts, man, they're just incredible. They have so much information in them. It's well worth taking a look at.
Yeah, definitely. Let's talk about ancient Egypt. I've been looking into talking to Dr. Greer, we talk a lot about zero-point energy.
Yeah.
I've been looking into zero-point energy, free energy. I've been researching it.
Yeah.
Looking into the Nikola Tesla stuff, and it sounds like Nikola Tesla got his information somehow from ancient Egypt. A lot of people say that the pyramids were some type of a power plant.
Yes. Not all the pyramids, some of them. So some pyramids have different functions, right? So the Great Pyramid at Giza, for sure, a wireless power plant, amongst other things. It was a multifunctional stone computer and a wireless power plant. It was also a communications device. So if you look at old images or old pictures of the Great Pyramid area at Giza, you'll see that the Nile used to run right up alongside of those pyramids. Now it's meandered miles and miles away. One of the main reasons why they don't want you to know is there was an ancient war that happened. That war, that second war I told you about, that's why there's glass in the sands at the Giza Plateau. When you dig your hand in the sand, you'll pull up balls of glass. That's 3,000 degrees to create glass out of sand. That's weapons fire. And there's still evidence of weapons fire on the Bent Pyramid right out there at Giza as well, which I've documented many times. It's coming out in my new TV show. But nonetheless, the water would run underneath in these gigantic aquifers. The tubes for those aquifers are still there. Sometimes I've gone down in them. Even kids play around in them and everything. But when you have running water underneath magnetized crystal granite, which is what the base is made out of, you create something called physiostatic electricity. Then those ions rush up into the Grand Gallery area, And there were these resonating rods going up the grand gallery to the king's chamber. Now the rods are gone, but the slots where the rods sat are still there. They can't take out the slots. The slots are embedded in the stone. Then also, when it got into the king's chamber, he's surrounded by thousands of tons of magnetized crystal granite in this specialized box with a 2-to-1 ratio. Now, at some point, something happened where they had to install this extra box. It's a granite box that's inside the king's chamber. People were saying, oh, this is a sarcophagus. I can't even lay in that thing. My knees have to be bent. It's not a sarcophagus. What it is, it's the same exact dimensions as the Ark of the Covenant. The Ark of the Covenant was a power plant device. We know this based on the descriptions in the Bible. And it's been replicated at 2 different universities by 2 different groups of people, and it generated so much power they had to shut it down, just based on the biblical information and instructions. When you take those measurements, it fits directly inside that box. And why did it fit in the box? Because the pyramid at some point had lost its ability to generate the maximum amount of power. And so that was needed to add an extra piece to fix the problem. And that's exactly what they did. Then the energy would shoot up through the apex. The obelisks are all made of crystal granite.
What do you mean the obelisk? What is that?
Those giant stones that stand up with the points at the top?
Okay.
Those are obelisks.
Okay.
They're all around the region. We have one at the White House, right? You know, we have one in Rome in the center courtyard there. They took them and put them all around. The one in Washington is obviously, it's man-made, but the other ones around the world are all come out of Egypt. But what's interesting is those obelisks, they capture the ambient electricity from the atmosphere. And then if you have something called a JED, it looks like a Tesla coil. I'll send you some photos of this stuff so you can utilize it. It looks like a Tesla coil, and it's all over Egypt. Everywhere you look in hieroglyphs, it's everywhere. And they have cables coming out of them, electric cables. They were connected to their electroplating devices, and anything else they needed, light bulbs, anything that needed electricity was connected to the JED. The JED would capture the ambient electricity from the obelisk. The obelisks were like electric wire poles in your neighborhood, basically, but just doing it all wirelessly. And by that method, they were able to transmit the wireless energy all around the region. And the JEDs would capture that energy and they can power whatever they wanted. And so, now what's also interesting about the Great Pyramid, a small amount of that water would be pushed up into the pyramid and down into the Queen's Chamber. Now, the Queen's Chamber, when you analyze it and look at it and look at the x-rays of it, you discover something interesting. It operates like an electrolysis machine. Why electrolysis? If you use electrolysis with running water, you can extract the hydrogen atoms out of the water, which is what we do in different types of engines that we have right now. The Navy has a ship that never has to come back for gas because it just takes the water from the ocean, extracts the hydrogen atoms, and pushes it into a chamber for engine combustion, and they run on hydrogen. They don't run on gas anymore. Matter of fact, that's the wave of the new future. We have Rolls-Royce developed an airplane engine that runs on hydrogen, and all the cars, including all the EVs, are going to go in the garbage can. All cars are going to be hydrogen-based in the next 10 years. Mark my word. Remember today. So what they were doing, though, they were utilizing it for what astrophysicists use it for, communication. Astrophysicists communicate and send information out into space to connect with ET or talk to ET on the hydrogen frequency, the most abundant frequency in the universe. Now, when you look at the Great Pyramid, it's got these giant shafts on the sides that align with Orion, Aldebaran, Arcturus, and all these other star systems on specific time frames, Sirius. And so what's happening is on specific alignments, they were transmitting on the hydrogen frequency updates, in my opinion, this is now my own hypothesis, updates to those star systems. Because why have those shafts pointed at star systems, and why have them have the capability of shooting hydrogen through those shafts? To me, it's a communications device, the same way we're using right now today in modern astrophysics.
What are we using in modern astrophysics?
We take the hydrogen frequency and we piggyback our data, zeros and ones, on it, and we send it out into space. Looking and hoping that another race of beings, I think that they already know who they're sending it to. They're just saying, we're hoping. I think they're communicating, but that's a whole nother podcast. But sending it out into space, that another race of people can pick it up and then decode the zeros and ones and decode the message, basically, and then transmit the information back on the same frequency.
What makes you think that they've already made communications?
Well, to me, just based on the advancement in sciences and what looks and appears to be of NASA as a front, the fake space agency. In other words, doing all the things that are already done in the 1950s, 60s, and 70s, and still utilizing those same techniques today, knowing that we know that they're 300 years ahead of us technologically. They meaning the private corporations. Well, why aren't we seeing any of that tech being used? So I just believe that, and I know this 300 years ahead from my private meetings. So I have a tech company called First Class Space Agency. And I was privy to a TS clearance for private space meetings at the Space Symposium in Colorado a few years ago. And in this room, I'm sitting there with some of the top tech companies in the world in space, travel, and also ancillary parts for space, like radiation hardened computer circuits and everything else. And they're all talking about how advanced they are. And the number is 300 years ahead of the general population. So if they're 300 years of the general population, 300 years ahead, then what in the world are we doing with chemical rockets going up into space and all this kind of crazy stuff? So to me, when they say that they're communicating, I say, let me extrapolate a little bit more. They're trying to communicate. Let me extrapolate. You are communicating. It's just the way I decode it is there's something going on. They've probably made some kind of a type of contact at some point because they keep transmitting nonstop, up and down, nonstop. There's even a dish on the moon that we transmit via laser information to every single week. Who are we talking to on the moon? This has been going on for decades. Why are we doing this? So you got to pay those people to do that, so it's costing money. So there's a reason for this. So my hypothesis is that they may be communicating with somebody already. But I do believe that's what the Great Pyramid was used for, power generation. And when I say other things, you can calculate based on the base size of the pyramid and the height and the size of most of the stones average, you can actually calculate a lot of things. You can calculate the distance of the Earth to the moon, the distance of the Earth to the sun. You can calculate the speed of the Earth on its own axis.
Hold on. How can you calculate all this?
Well, I have all these calculations broken down, which have been analyzed by college professors, and they're blown away. I'll send you a sheet you can show on the screen for this, the breakdown of the mathematics, how to times and square all these numbers to come up with these calculations. You can calculate the tropical year, the sidereal year. You can calculate the speed of the Earth around the sun, the speed of the sun around the Milky Way. You can even calculate the speed of the Milky Way around the local cluster of galaxies that are out there. All this can be calculated by the construction. This is the brick masonry. This is the Freemasonry encoded into the Great Pyramid. This is the Mason information. It's all about astrophysics. It's all in there. It's all built into the pyramid, all in the construction process. Now think about that knowledge you have to have. You have to say, I want to have this, and this, and this, and I want to have it all built into the construction. Let me input this into my whatever kind of computer program they utilize to do this, and then it spits out this blueprint, and they build it according to that blueprint so that all this information is encoded in it at the same time it's being built.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. When it comes to, you had mentioned a little bit earlier that you think that all vehicles are going to go to hydrocarbon.
Oh, yeah. Hydrogen.
Correct? Hydrogen, excuse me.
The hydrogen atoms, yes.
Somebody already developed this.
Yeah.
And they're
Stan
no
Meyer.
longer here. Is that his name?
Stan Meyer in the night. I remember watching that commercial live on TV as it aired on the news station, standing right next to my mom. That he drove this little buggy he built, run on water. You can go from New York to California on 1 gallon of gas. He said you can piss in it, you can spit in it, you can put snow in it. This guy was going in. And I was so amazed. I was like, this is crazy. This is incredible. Of course, he went to a restaurant where he met with some Pentagon officials, and then he ran outside and screamed, they poisoned me, and he died right there, right in front of his brother. And so at the time, they wanted to do away with it. We got to a point now where the world is fed up and tired of these pipelines and invading countries to take over their resources and trying to build pipelines through the middle of countries that don't want the pipeline. It's a big thing. It's a big, big problem right now. And it's driving economies up and down. It's causing billionaires to become millionaires. And when it starts affecting their pockets, something's got to change. So now we have this big push, right? This EV thing came. EV still use what? They use gas. They still use fuel. Why? Because when you plug that car in, down the street, the power station is using oil to give you that electricity. And then the infrastructure will never be good enough to house, billions or millions of cars in the U.S. economy. It just won't happen. Just one hurricane in Florida, you'll see it'll be a nightmare because you won't be able to evacuate. Because when you get to about 100 miles away from your house, you got to turn around and go back home. And you can't get in a line to charge your car. The lines will be longer than gas lines.
Yeah.
So it's a nightmare waiting to happen. The push now is going to be all hydrogen. Everything will become hydrogen. All cars, EVs will die. The batteries are not recyclable. The cobalt and the lithium are made with forced child labor, right, in third world countries. Kids literally mining with their bare hands, pulling this ore out of the ground, getting caught in collapses, and mine collapses and dying and everything else. All that's got to come to an end. All we need is for one rogue nation to take over one of these biggest lithium and cobalt mines and hold the world hostage for the cobalt and the lithium, and everything comes to an end, right? The prices will super skyrocket. There'll be a shortage of batteries in cars, and you can't recycle them because Elon Musk made it open source battery. So everyone who created a battery created them slightly different. There's no one mechanism or method to take these batteries apart and recycle them. So they're filling up in landfills by the thousands. And even in China, there's already millions of landfills, and they're more toxic for the environment than a regular old-fashioned engine, crankshaft.
Yeah.
So it's pretty dangerous stuff, and it's leaching into the water supply. We're drinking this poison and everything else. It's going to shorten our lifespans. They got to get away from that. They're going to go into hydrogen next.
Interesting. What do you think about, you had talked about those boxes of that produce energy.
Yeah.
Why do you think this hasn't been replicated?
Well, they have been replicated, but they've been what do you call it, eminent domained by the government. A lot of people who create these incredible inventions, they don't go about it the right way. They think they're going to be able to patent these items, to patent these inventions, and then put them out and become a billionaire. That's their dream. Well, they're crazy. It's not going to happen. You have to do what Elon Musk did with the battery, right? With the Tesla battery. You have to make it open source and create an industry and just take your fair share of what comes your way. Don't try to become the king of this technology, so you can, 20 generations could be trillionaires. That's the wrong mindset. The right mindset is don't patent it, make it open source, release it to the world, let everybody develop it. Then who are they going to come kill? Everybody?
Yeah.
You see, my tech company, we're doing the same thing. We're doing everything open source. Our laboratory ended up closing down because of the whole global sickness thing that came. We were just getting ready to start it, fire it up. We had an astrophysicist, we had a quantum physicist, and an engineer. But now we're going to restart again in 2024 and redo the lab and get everything cranking up again. But every concept, every idea, every theory, everything we create is all going to be open source. We're not looking to become trillionaires off of a great idea. We're looking to free the world from its bonds. Mm-hmm. And when you go with that mindset, your abundance is going to be guaranteed because you're operating in the right frequency. You're doing things right. And so everything will be taken care of. All you have to do is just find a way to create these incredible technologies and release them to the world and let everybody have the schematics. And you'll find out that you'll still be able to eat. I guarantee you there's enough abundance for everyone to eat, but people think there's scarcity. There is no scarcity on this planet. It doesn't exist. This universe is abundant in every way you could think of.
I mean, with free energy, doesn't it kind of make the whatever currency you're using almost, I wouldn't say 100% irrelevant, but
yeah.
Pretty damn close.
It's gonna help lead us and guide us into a brand new economy, which has to come at some point. We know that no empire can persist forever. Just read a history book. You'll see that, the Romans, they're gone too, right? Mm-hmm. And so there's this cycle where no matter how big you get, there's always this recycling, this cyclical civilization, rise and fall of governments and everything. It just happens. It's just part of life. And this economy that we're under right now, it will not persist forever. At some point, it will evolve. These technologies are developed and people are able to get access to free energy and clean water and even the playing field a little bit. I think that the economy will shift. Global economies will completely shift out of what we have right now, where we have a small amount of people. We have less than 100 families controlling 8 billion people. Think about that. 8 billion people being controlled by less than 100 families. This is why the aliens don't talk to us directly. Think about it. If I'm a super advanced race, I'm a class, a type 3 civilization or type 2 civilization, and I fly by and I look at the Earth and I see, they got 29,000 nuclear bombs aimed at themselves while they're still on the planet, and 8 billion people are being controlled by this many tiny people, and they can't see how to take back control of their own planet and love one another. Why would I even stop by? So we have to at some point realize this is not the way. Economy's got to shift. It's got to change. It's probably going to go to a credit-based system, not credit like your credit score, but credits of some type, whether it's through crypto or blockchain technology, some way you have access to, digital wallets. But that your status in society will be how good you are at what you do and how much you help people, and also will eventually harness the power of AI and robotics to free the burden of humanity instead of putting us to become eventually their slaves or maybe even worse. I think when we have the right idea and concept of how to utilize these technologies, that people will be free to travel, explore. If you want to work somewhere, you can work somewhere. There'll be programs set up where if something takes your job like an AI or a robot, your bills have got to be reduced. Your personal responsibilities have got to be wiped out in some way, shape, or form. All this is rough ideas, but something has to be thought through that will lead us into an economy and a world where people and human beings can thrive. Because after all, the most important thing is for human beings to thrive, not for a small amount of corporations to thrive.
Mm-hmm. 100% agree with you there. Let's get back to ancient Egypt.
Yeah.
Some of the things that really caught my attention was and we're not just talking ancient Egypt. I had read or saw or heard that from multiple sources that a lot of these wonders of the world, Easter Island, Machu Picchu, the pyramids, Stonehenge, there's probably more.
Oh yeah.
But I've read that they're all these unexplainable ancient structures are all sitting right on top of fault lines. Is there any truth to that?
They're not on fault lines. They're actually on energy grids. And the majority
what is an
of them,
energy grid?
An energy grid is where the magnetic field of the Earth whips out of the planet. So a lot of these structures are literally sitting directly on top of these high energy magnetic fields.
Really?
So if you go and get the from USGS.gov and take the Earth's magnetic field map, and then lay it over a map of like a lot of these megalithic structures, all of a sudden you go, oh my God, they're all sitting on top of like high energy magnetic portals, basically. And what's interesting about that is how in the world did they figure this out? Like what type of tool do you use to measure how much magnetism is whipping out of the Earth here from the core or 100 miles away? How do you distinguish which one is the spot to put it in? They had to have had some level of advanced technology that had the capability. Now we do it through satellite technology. So how in the world were they able to do it? We have a satellite that orbits the planet in a polar orbit. It orbits this way, not this way. And as the Earth spins on its axis, it's taking swaths of data. Magnetism, electromagnetic fields, it's taking topographical data and so forth and so on, minerals and so forth. We know everything that's on Earth from a polar orbiting satellite, which is why I believe that that's exactly what was used. Because if you look at the Great Pyramid at Giza, where is it located? Directly at the center of landmass on Earth, not the center of the Earth, the center of landmass. There's only one way to get that calculation. You have to have a satellite orbiting in a polar orbit, scanning the planet as it spins on its axis to pick up all the topographical data, to be able to calculate the landmass and to find the dead center of the mass of land. And not only that, of course, it has one of the biggest magnetic fields coming right out of that spot too. So boom, dead center, they drop it right there. And then also the Great Pyramid, the height of it matches the average height of all the peaks on Earth. Again, how can you do that? Polar orbiting satellite, as the Earth is spinning, it's calculating all the peaks.
The peak of the pyramid,
yes,
is the average of all the peaks
on Earth.
On Earth.
All the natural peaks on Earth is the average height of all the natural peaks on Earth.
I mean, there's just so many things. There's so many things with the pyramids and these other structures that just, I mean,
it's
it's
mind-boggling.
I was taught that these 7-ton bricks were, they use sticks
and ropes and mud and elephants. The mud ramp theory had it took over for a little while, but then some real good physicists said, I don't know. They did some calculations. You would need more mass than the pyramid in mud to be able to create the mud ramps to put it just didn't add up.
Yeah.
So the mud ramp, and then the lack of trees and lack of timber and so forth to roll these rolling these, 15-ton stones in some cases on top of wooden. I mean, come on. It just sounds crazy.
Yeah.
And when you go to the Serapeum at Saqqara, which is Enki's Halls of Amenti, it's these underground halls that are there that I take people to every year that has this incredible hallway carved out of solid stone underground, and these alcoves are in there, and inside of each alcove, perfectly fitted, tight and snug, are these 60 and 70-ton, what look like sarcophagus.
What's a sarcophagus?
What they claim they will put the dead body in,
Okay.
But it's not they're not sarcophagus because there's no dead bodies in them. They're clean. They're actually, you can eat off the floor inside of those things. I've stood inside of them. They're higher than my head, and I'm 6'4". The lids weigh like 40 tons. But if you read the Emerald Tablets, you discover those were the halls of Amenti, where these beings claimed to have rejuvenation chambers, and they would put bodies in them, and they would literally had some type of technology that would transfer their consciousness into a new body when the other one wore out. And they would put the wore out body in these things and let them rejuvenate over time. Sounds crazy, but now modern science is doing the same exact thing. They literally are right now doing the same exact thing, learning how to transfer human consciousness from one body to another. They've even created mind links where they can transfer an active awake person's mind into a person that is already awake and conscious.
Wait a minute. Who's doing this?
Scientists at the Brain Institute and other laboratories all around the world. They have an experiment, and I'll get you the exact experiment that it was, where they have one gentleman in a room with a blindfold on and his hand on a remote control, video game in front of him, but he can't see the video game. They have another gentleman in another room who's looking at the video game with no remote control. They create a mind link between the two and transfer this guy's mind into the other guy. He's now controlling the other guy's hands to play the video game.
No way.
Yes.
This is documented.
Documented. Real
actual
science.
science.
Actual science. I'll send you. And listen, in Russia, the 2045 project, Ray Kurzweil, they've already took a monkey and transferred its consciousness into a computer. That was done in 2010. In 2000, I think 16 or 17, it was to transfer human consciousness into a robot, which that's been done. In America, we have DARPA. They have the Avatar project. Look that up, the Avatar project. I wrote about it in my book, where they transfer a soldier's consciousness into a field robot. And then the only thing that gets damaged if the robot blows up, the symbiotic link is disconnected through consciousness, but the soldier's obviously not going to die. And so this has all been done. This is real science being actively used right now. By 2045, which is the 2045 project in Russia, they're looking to transfer human consciousness into an actual being, an actual avatar body. So they can take a skin cell from you, they can put it in a petri dish, they can get it under the right conditions, turn that skin cell into a stem cell, culture that, turn that into a group of stem cells, and then grow that into a full clone of yourself using your own stem cells, and then transfer your mind into your new body.
Whoa. I've never heard this before.
Yeah.
Ever.
And it's all in my book. This is real stuff, man.
How do you find this kind of stuff?
It just comes to me, when you start going down these paths of research, you become a magnet for information, and information just begins to come directly to you from all sources. And then when you look it up and dig deeper into it, obviously some of it's not good, you don't use it, but the stuff that is real, I write about it and I put my source links to it because I want people to know, like, this is real and you can go look it up yourself.
Wow. What? Let's go back to the pyramids and all these other wonders of the world.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of these wonders are the architecture and the strategy to build the buildings seem to be identical in a lot of these places.
Oh, yeah.
How do you explain that?
One master architect. If you look at the Emerald Tablets, got to go back to the oldest text that we know of, 38,000-year-old texts. Thoth claims to have built the Great Pyramid. He said, builded I the Great Pyramid, patterned after Earth's force, so that it too might remain through the ages, and it sure has. So the Great Pyramid is not 4,000 or 5,000 years old. That Great Pyramid is about 38,000 years old. And so is the Sphinx. His father told him to build the Sphinx and put his face on it. And then later on, that face was recarved. This is why the face is not the right size for the body, to his nephew's face. But the face was never the face of a lion. But this guy was the master architect. He laid down the blueprint for how to do this. In the Emerald Tablets, he takes a crew with him on the great ship that descends on the land of Chem, rebuilds the land of Chem. He says something very interesting in this text. After spending many years there, they don't specify exactly how many, but they say many, many years, rebuilding the land of Chem, he tells that crew, that team that came with that original team, to spread out around the world and duplicate what we did here. Then all of a sudden, what happens? Pyramids pop up all around the world, megalithic structures, megalithic temples all around the world, all using the same exact building technique. Thoth himself even leaves Africa, takes Olmecs with him, and leaves his brother Amun-Ra in charge, and he goes to Mesoamerica and builds the Teotihuacan civilization and builds that whole Teotihuacan pyramid complex, which, by the way, is aligned with Orion, the same exact formation as the ones in Africa, at Egypt, right, at Giza. And also what? Built on top of an aquifer. The base of the Pyramid of the Sun is exactly the same size as the base of the pyramid, Great Pyramid at Giza. And the height is exactly 50% the height down to the millimeter of the Great Pyramid at Giza. Again,
Down to the millimeter?
Down to the millimeter. And this is, again, what? One master architect, again, showcasing his talents and going all around the world. This guy is known everywhere I've gone on the planet. I went to Africa. He's obviously all throughout Africa. He's known as Tehuti, Jehuti, Thoth, right? According to the ancient Egyptians, he ruled for 16,000 years, one person. In China, he's Wang Di, the first emperor of China, who came down on a fiery dragon. Sounds like a flying ship. Ruled over to China for decades, for several centuries, and then just got on this flying dragon and disappeared again. In Mexico, he's known as Quetzalcoatl, Lord Pakal, Kukulkan. He comes in on again a what? According to the Mayans, a fiery dragon, and he's there. What he built? Chichen Itza, Teotihuacan, Cobol, all these places were developed. The Mayans didn't build anything. They inherited what was already there. The Aztecs didn't build anything. It was already there. And that's even in their own records. Matter of fact, they didn't even know who the people were originally that built some of this stuff, so they gave them the name Teotihuacans. But in the Emerald Tablets, it tells you exactly who it was. And so I was out in Australia, in the outback, in the middle of nowhere. A gigantic petroglyph of who? Thoth, out of Kemet, in Australia, carved into rock in the ground. They call him Thoth-Amabi in Australia. The Aboriginal people call him Thoth-Amabi, and he's on a ship flying through the Milky Way galaxy. That's what it is, a giant disc, and he's sitting on this thing, and they say that's him flying through the Milky Way galaxy.
Wow.
And, so the more you look into it, these structures, they were built by people, not aliens. In other words, Thoth, in my opinion, wasn't from this planet, and also his relatives, but they had the people doing the labor. They taught the construction techniques, and they had the blueprints on how to do this. They weren't going to get out there themselves and do all this hard labor, but they had the blueprints. They laid out the foundation, and they said, hey, this is how we do this, and we're going to do this all around the entire planet.
I mean, how do you think it was built? I mean, I've had people that I have a lot of respect for and know for a fact that they are extremely intelligent individuals. One of them I've had on the show, his name's Chris Beck, and he was talking about the exact same thing, the aquifers, the crystals, the energy, and I mean, he was like, well, how do you move,
how do
you move
it?
things?
Yeah.
Frequency and vibration.
That's it.
And if you think about it, if I put a subwoofer under a glass top table and I put a brick on it, it's going to move.
It's going to move.
And so do you think, is that how it did? Did they create some type of frequency and vibration?
There's a famous Sumerian cylinder scroll. I'm going to send you a copy of this image. You see an Anunnaki god, you call him a god with a lowercase g, it ain't the God. Okay, we know God is a god for real, but that ain't the God. They call him a god because these people didn't understand. These people had advanced technology. He's sitting on this box. This box has a symbol for magnetism on it, okay? And this ancient Sumerian tablet. And then, so he's sitting here with this box. There's this tripod thing up in the air, and it's got this disc. Underneath the disc is a gigantic stone table, and there's human beings. You can tell they're human because their height compared to this guy, they're tiny. And a human is picking it up with one hand. That disc is a cymatic frequency. You can perfectly match. I found the exact frequency, and I have a video on that frequency, which creates that exact same cymatic pattern. And so that cymatic pattern and magnetism in some way reduce the weight of that gigantic stone table, allowing an average normal human being to pick it up with one hand. I'm going to send you this image. Pretty interesting stuff. So when you now say, well, how did they do all this? Cymatic frequencies and magnetism, electromagnetism and cymatic frequencies, in some way together, they combine those two things to reduce the weight. They didn't make them completely weightless, but they significantly reduced the weight of a lot of the stones. The second thing is, Thoth gives away something else in the emerald tablets. He utilizes cymatic frequencies and photons to manifest solid matter. Now that sounds crazy in ancient tablets, but guess what happened 2 years ago in a laboratory in the world we live in right now? Scientists got together and they combined cymatic frequencies and photons, and for the first time ever created solid matter. That's in physics.org.
Wow.
So
where did that happen?
That happened, I believe it was in the UK.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll give you the link to all this stuff. So pretty interesting, right? So the tablets keep getting proven by modern science. This is why I keep going back to the tablets, because wait a minute. This guy says this then. You know, you've heard of the active denial system in the military. It's this dish that sends out a beam of frequency towards people that are looking to be, do harm, right? Mobs, and it'll make you stop in your tracks. It'll make you feel like you got to vomit. It'll make you feel like you're on fire. It can even put voices in your head. It's called the active denial system in the military. Well, in the Emerald Tablets, Thoth has this group of people coming at him because they don't know who he is when he lands his ship. He says, I raised my staff and sent out a ray of vibration which stopped them still in their tracks. Sounds like the active denial system to me. Same technology, just a different year. So I go over. I keep putting these things in my book to show the commonalities between the two, because what we're doing now, we're just simply rediscovering everything that already existed.
Yeah.
We haven't done anything new yet. Everything was already done. Everything has already been done. We're just rediscovering what we lost.
Could you describe? I was watching this documentary last night, trying to get spun up on all this stuff again. And they talked a lot about how the pyramids, how a lot of these structures are measured in the metric system.
Yeah.
However, and they're perfect. I don't know the exact measurements, but the stones are in the perfect metric system.
Yes.
Let's say it's 3 meters by 3 meters. The doorways, perfect metric system, maybe 3 meters by 2 meters. The base of the pyramid.
Yeah.
It's
all based on meters. The whole thing.
The metric system wasn't developed for another 2,000 years.
Listen, even the Grand Gallery, the location of the Grand Gallery inside the Great Pyramid, when you look at the longitude, it's the same exact digits as the speed of light in meters per second. How is this possible? Well, I started asking the same question, and I said, wait, I got to find some kind of link to this, and I found it. Guess what they found in Mexico decades ago? They found Proto-Sumerian cuneiform tablets and pottery and everything else. What is proto, meaning pre-Sumerian, stuff doing in the Americas? But not only did they find that, this is even on Wikipedia. It was a metric system. It was their metric system. So the metric system is thousands and tens of thousands of years old. Forget thousands, tens of thousands of years old. We only rediscovered what already existed, or probably the guy, I forget his name now, the French man who came up with it, probably found these tablets or the existence of these tablets and said, oh, I can make this whole metric system out of this. It already existed. The metric system is ancient. We only rediscovered what it was recently. That's all. That's the only thing I can give you.
How about the golden ratio?
Yeah.
What is the golden ratio?
The golden ratio is a specific numeric equation that gives you 3.17. It gives you the Fibonacci spiral. It also gives you the golden rectangle and the golden triangle, which no matter which way you look at them, you can always get the perfect spiral to fit inside. And that spiral, for whatever reason, because that spiral is in everything that's in life, it's very beautiful to us. So the most magnificent structures were always set on the Fibonacci spiral or pi, right? And so even the Great Pyramid is built on pi. All these magnificent structures were built on pi because for some reason it taps into our inner consciousness, our inner being. Our fingers, if you take your fingers and look at the space between your digits, you'll get pi. and you can get the Fibonacci code based on the space in the digits of your own hand. The distance from your eyes to your nose, the distance from your top of your, in between your eyebrows to the tip of your nose, all this is all the same thing over. And it just keep the distance from your elbow to your wrist, the distance from the wrist to the tip of your middle finger, it's all pi. You see?
Are you kidding me? What do you mean it's
the
pi?
whole human body's designed on that number.
You mean it's what do you mean it's pi?
You can get if you calculate the distance in the space in between your digits and your elbows and your joints and everything else. I'll send you a diagram on this as well. You'll get the Fibonacci sequence built into the human avatar body itself. It's in everything.
I mean, I don't understand how it could be pi, because if it's pi is what, 3.14? Repeating forever?
Right, but you see, when you calculate, well, pi creates the Fibonacci spiral, or allows you to place the Fibonacci spiral inside of anything, all right? And so when you start creating these calculations, and you start doing the measurements of these distances, you start finding out that they fit perfectly with that number, and that you can get the Fibonacci sequence is built into the human avatar body. And I'll give you a complete diagram so you can see how it all breaks down.
Okay. I just want to figure it out right now because my mind's blown. So, I mean, obviously the distance from my eye to the middle of my, whatever this is, nose,
right, top of your nose,
is completely different than from my elbow to my wrist.
Right, but there's a ratio, and when you apply this specific ratio, you'll find that this is the reason why this is this distance is the average distance, and this distance here is the average distance. In other words, they can calculate based on how many inches or millimeters or centimeters. It comes out to be a perfect, when they make the boxes and connect everything, it comes out to be like the golden rectangle, the golden triangle, and you can fit the Fibonacci sequence right inside, or the Fibonacci spiral right inside of them. When they begin to make all the connections, like connecting dots, all of a sudden, everything fits perfectly. And like I said, so in other words, if I take the distance from this digit to this digit, and this digit to this digit, and this digit to the top of my finger, all of a sudden, I'll find that when I look at it underneath the connected rectangles, that Fibonacci will fit inside of these digits. So the Fibonacci sequence, which is now we find in almost all life, is actually part of fractals. So we're living in a fractal-based universe. Everything is a fractal of something else, something bigger, something grander. But also, it's also a fingerprint. So the fingerprint of God is the Fibonacci sequence. It's the evidence that we're living in a creation, that we also are created.
Interesting. Let's take a quick break and then we'll dive back in.
All right.
I've spent more time than I would like to admit researching, testing, trying to find the perfect mattress that's going to give me a good night's sleep. And it basically got to the point where I just gave up. I suffer from chronic back pain. It comes from 14 years of combat operations as a Navy SEAL and a CIA contractor. My back's just shot. No matter what mattress I use, I wake up, I can't move. Takes me about 45 minutes just to loosen up, to bend over, to put my shoes on, to get out the door. And then a friend of mine told me about Helix mattresses. So I went to the website. Turns out they got a quiz you take. You take the quiz, and then they make a recommendation out of the 20 mattresses they have in stock. Mine was the Midnight Lux, and bam, had it shipped right to my house. Very skeptical, by the way, but slept on it first night. Slept like a baby. Complete game changer. Another thing I like about Helix mattresses is they have the enhanced cooling feature that keeps you from overheating. We've all used mattresses where you wake up, especially these memory foam ones, right? You wake up and you're sweating and you can't go back to sleep. Well, Helix is taking care of that. Take the Helix Sleep Quiz at helixsleep.com and find your perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders and 2 free pillows for our listeners. Go to helixsleep.com/SRS and use the code HelixPartner20. This is their best offer yet, and it's not going to last long. With Helix, better sleep starts now. Here's the situation. You've got China, Russia, Ukraine, the border. The banks seem to be collapsing. Plus, the Chinese just negotiated with Iran, Saudi Arabia, and Brazil to drop the US dollar. And Most Americans, including myself, feel that we're in a recession right now. But despite all the evidence, I can't tell you what's going to happen for sure. Nobody can. Yet when it comes to your money, you should understand what's at stake. That's why I partnered with Goldco to possibly help at times like this. Go to SeanLikesGold.com or call 855-936-GOLD to get your free gold and silver kit. The kit shows you how to defend your money with precious metals and how listeners of the show could get up to $10,000 in bonus silver. Go to SeanLikesGold.com or call 855-936-GOLD to get your free gold and silver kit. I can't predict the future, but I can certainly prepare for it. So go to SeanLikesGold.com or call 855-936-GOLD now. Performance may vary. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision. All right, Billy, we're back from the break.
Yeah.
This discussion is blowing my mind here. But I wanted to talk to you about CERN, too. So is CERN learning anything from ancient Egypt?
Yeah.
CERN being, can you describe what CERN is?
Sure. CERN is the LHC, the Large Hadron Collider. It's the largest machine in the world, located in Switzerland. And it's all underground. And it uses this gigantic track, this underground tube that's connected. And they send atoms in opposite directions and speed them up to, a percentage of the speed of light and then let them collide. And then they analyze the collision to see what comes out of this collision between atoms, quarks and muons and everything else that they discover. But something else they discover in the process is that they create microscopic black holes. Now,
really?
Yeah. So originally, a lot of people were getting scared about this because they were like, man, if you guys create a black hole here on Earth, will it suck the Earth in? I mean, kind of fair to assume, like, black holes are supposed to be pretty deadly things. Even light can't escape them. So why create one here on Earth? But I think, in my opinion, again, this is nothing that I've read, but my hypothesis is that part of the work going on at CERN is to learn how to create stable wormholes. What Einstein and Rosen called an Einstein-Rosen bridge, where you take space and you fold it and make a hole, punch a hole in between to make a connection, a shortcut through space-time. And so it could be learning or trying to experiment, either by accident or on purpose, how to create a stable wormhole. How do you create one and hold it open? The biggest thing is holding it open.
Hold on. Let's backtrack. Yeah. I'm slow. So, I don't have a degree in astrophysics and I don't have anything from MIT or Harvard. So you're talking about you're folding space and creating a hole through it. So I'm envisioning.
Yeah. You take a piece of paper.
Dr. Greer kind of showed me this, I think.
You just bend it like this.
Bend it like this.
And if you had a pencil, you could poke a hole right through. So you can go from point A to point B. Instead of traveling over the length of that sheet of paper to get from point A to point B, you now just arrive at point B almost instantaneously.
Okay.
You see? And Einstein and another professor, another theoretical physicist named Rosen, they call it the Einstein-Rosen bridge, was a theoretical name for this type of hypothesis on how to create a wormhole or what a wormhole would be, how it would operate, how it would work. The biggest problem that we have is not creating the wormhole now, because we can create them, but how do you keep it open? How do you make it stable for something to pass through without collapsing? Now, NASA recently discovered something called X points around Earth and also around the sun. These are naturally occurring portals that open and close every single day all around the outside of our planet. The Themis satellite system discovered these portals a few years back, and they've been analyzing and watching them. Some of them create direct pathways to the sun and even to other planets in our solar system. So these are called X points. They exist all around the outside of our planet. They're where magnetic diffusion points hit and cross, like our magnetic fields hit and cross. In some way, combining that crossing of electromagnetic fields with charged particles from the sun opens up a portal. So portals naturally can occur in nature. You don't have to make them artificially. So that's pretty interesting. All we have to do now is learn how to harness that power, and we can travel through space, and we can go great distances without having to put ourselves in hibernation pods and things like that. But now what's interesting is you look at some of the pyramid structures and also read the ancient texts. If you go to one of the Sumerian tablets, they talk about having something called a Du-Ran key. It was called a bond heaven earth. And Enlil talks about walking from his home world directly to Earth and walking from Earth directly back to his home world, bypassing even getting in a spaceship. You go fast forward a little bit more, the ancient Egyptians talk about something called a Jed pillar Ankh. They have a Jed connected to the inside of Ankh. People think the Ankh was like for decoration or represented rebirth and the womb of a woman and all that. It kind of did. Nowadays it's just decoration like jewelry. But it also represented something more technological in the ancient times. When you go to the super ancient texts, you discover that Ankh and that Jed were a oscillator that would resonate to the atomic frequency of the owner. That was the code programmed into the actual Ankh. The actual portal that they would walk through to travel wherever they were going, it would only let you walk through it if your frequency was programmed into the portal. That was your key. Without walking through with that, you would be obliterated. That's how they kept people from just getting into these portals. Only the elite of the elite had access to these portals to travel all around the world. There's one in Mexico, in Tula, Mexico, where Thoth, the Atlantean, who came from Africa over there, he would stand there, and this looks like an indentation in the wall, and he would literally walk through it, and he would reappear somewhere else in the world, and he would come back from time to time and so forth. But again, he would have the Jed pillar Ankh in his hand. Then you look at Bosnia in Europe. There's a pyramid there called the Pyramid of the Sun. Just like the one, there's one in Mexico called the Pyramid of the Sun. There's one in Bosnia called the Pyramid of the Sun. It's massive. In this valley, there's like 5 massive pyramids, all covered with brush and trees and debris. Well, they started digging this thing out. They said, oh my God, these are solid stone blocks. There's tunnels underneath that are connecting the pyramids, the same exact tunnels that are in Teotihuacan in Mexico, connecting the pyramid structures there. But inside of this one tunnel, they found this gigantic crystal. It's called the K2 megalith. And on it is written in runes, an ancient writing. It says, we must stand in defense until we can open the gate. Well, what gate are they talking about? I believe they're talking about the Stargate, to get from wherever they were to get out of this war. There was a war going on. Again, that second pyramid war I told you about, it was a global war. It wasn't only global, it was interplanetary as well, because it went to the moon and also to Mars. But that's probably going to be another podcast. But the evidence of it is available in scientific data. But this K2 megalith, this gigantic crystal, it has something to do with activating the portal at this Pyramid of the Sun in Bosnia, which at some point they were defending it and trying to thwart some people from getting access to it until they can get it activated so they can walk through themselves. Pretty interesting stuff. And this is well documented, the K2 megalith gigantic crystal. So CERN, in my opinion, is researching and learning about technologies that already existed. Again, we're just rediscovering everything. When you go to CERN, right outside the front door is this gigantic picture of this Indian god that is standing inside of a portal, walking through. So I think they kind of knew what they were going to be doing when they started this whole building and started this whole project, but they just kind of kept it low key to the general public, and they only released tidbits of information as to what's going on. There was something interesting before we go on. There was a field trip of sorts where they let the tour to let people come in and look around. And as one person was looking around, they saw these gigantic clear panels. They don't know what material they were made out of, and I have a picture of them leaning up against the side of a part of the machine with these hieroglyphs on them. So they sent these hieroglyphs out. Everyone, including I've sent the hieroglyphs out. Nobody can decipher these hieroglyphs. Nobody knows what in the world these are, what they mean, where they came from, who wrote them, what writing, what ancient culture are they linked to. Nobody knows. Massive, giant, clear plates leaning up against the machine. I think there were 4 of them, if I remember correctly. Pretty interesting. I just thought that was a weird thing that, to happen there. But they have at the front door, gigantic portal, a representation of a portal with one of these ancient Indian gods walking through it.
What do you think they're doing with these mini black holes that you think that they're creating?
All experiments.
Have they documented this?
Yeah, they have. They have, yeah. People were trying to stop them from doing it because it was gonna destroy the planet and everything else, but they just kept working anyway. They didn't care. But they are just, in my opinion, learning about these creation of portals, learning how to create stable wormholes, just all experimenting, just trying to figure out what type of energy can we inject into one of these holes that will stabilize it, maybe even expand it. And where do they lead? Where do they go? Like when we go through them, where will we end up? Maybe they're sending small probes through or things through to take a look. Maybe they're sending nano probes into them. Who knows?
What do you think about this? Are you for this? You against this? What do you think?
This type of research without complete oversight, to me, is scary stuff, man. I mean, you don't even know what can come through. Like, I do believe in life in other worlds and also life in even other dimensions. We know that based on theoretical physicists like Michio Kaku and many other well-respected physicists, that we're living in a universe based on 11 dimensions. They theorized based on the mathematics that without 11 dimensions, this universe would collapse. Okay?
Okay, so can you... I have a tough time wrapping my head around different dimensions as well. I've talked to a couple different people. They broke it down fairly well for me. I would like to hear you break down what is a dimension?
Yeah. Well, dimension is a realm that exists at a different frequency. So right now we're in the third dimension. We only can control the first and the second. All right. The first dimension is a line. The second dimension is connected lines. And because we're in the third dimension, we're like the God over the second and the first. We can control and manipulate those dimensions from the outside. If people were living in those dimensions, like one-dimensional people or two-dimensional people, they would be at complete awe of what our capabilities were because they first of all, they wouldn't be able to see us as a third dimensional being. All they would see is the manipulation of their environment. And they would wonder what's going on. All right, so that's the kind of power we would have. Now, extrapolate, fourth dimension. The fourth dimension used to be said it was time. It's not time. That's just a hypothesis that Einstein was trying to correlate time to the third. The fourth dimension is a tesseract, a fourth dimensional hypercube. From the fourth dimension and all the way up, things change completely. So we're in the third. Somebody in the fourth dimension, an entity in the fourth dimension, can see into everything. They can see through this ceiling and watch us sitting here right now. All right. They can see the past, present, and future all at the same time. In other words, when I first walked in a building and you greeted me, they would see that. In another room, they would see us taking photos. And in this room, they would see us doing this interview. But they would see all three things happening at the same time. It's like having a house and living different parts of your life at the same time in different years in the same house, right? And then above that, you have the fifth, sixth, seventh. Now, these dimensions are compactified. And yes, that's an actual real word, compactified. They look it up, guys. Whoever's looking, look up the word. They're stacked so tight on top of each other that they're like a Planck unit of distance away from this universe, right? And now the only way to get into one is to move into a right angle at a different frequency. You have to obtain the subatomic frequency of that dimension. So if there are beings in higher dimensions that have developed the ability to understand and get the actual subatomic frequency number of the third dimension in this universe, they can theoretically walk from their universe or their dimension directly into ours.
What do you mean the frequency?
Okay. Every universe has a specific frequency. Every dimension in that same universe also has a frequency. Every atom resonates at a specific frequency. Nothing ever rests. Everything is always vibrating. At the subatomic level, we know that when you dig deep into the nucleus of an actual atom, what's in there is a tiny vibrating string. So we're living in a symphony of music, and the music that's jingling and making this noise is creating the illusion of physicality, the illusion of solidity, even the illusion of distance, which doesn't even exist. And so that's what we're living in. Now, if I can obtain, for example, let's say there's a cancer tumor in a person's body. The cells in that cancerous tumor are now operating or vibrating at a specific resonant frequency. We know this for a fact. If I have a device that actually can match the frequency of that tumor, I can send a cancellation frequency to that tumor.
You're talking about a Rife machine.
Something like a Rife machine. I can destroy it without destroying the surrounding tissue, right? So imagine having the capability of now understanding on a more grand scale, a dimension, fifth dimension, like somebody there obtains the frequency of the third dimension. They can just come right on through. This could be some of the reason for paranormal activity and things like that. It could be entities or beings having a peek into our world, into our dimension. It might not be anything scary at all, in some cases. Will it scare us? Maybe, yeah, because we can't perceive them as to what they truly appear and look like. but it could be a higher dimensional being coming to have a look around. They could be on vacation. I mean, theoretically, you know?
I don't know who the hell is going to come on vacation to this world, buddy, but,
it's something to look at. This is a reality show. Okay.
Yeah.
We're on season 2023. That's just the way it is, man.
Yeah. It's so there's 11 frequencies.
11 dimensions.
Who came up with this?
Oh, big time theoretical physicist, Michio Kaku, Professor James Gates Jr., and many other supersymmetry experts. And then now I've been talking about the fact that if there's 11 dimensions, that our mind connects to also 11 dimensions for over a decade. And if you go back and look at some of those old posts, people were calling me a kook, a crazy, a tinfoil wearing hat, pseudoscientist, blah, blah, blah. Well, 2 years ago, scientists at the Brain Institute discovered that the human mind connects to what? 11 dimensions. So now my theory was accurate, science has proved it, and theoretical physicists say that there are 11 dimensions. So our minds, our consciousness is multidimensional. And everything that exists in the third dimension that we had we took part in creating, it started all on the multidimensional platform. So this chair that we're sitting in right now, a person thought about this chair first before it manifested as solid matter, but they thought about it on the multidimensional platform, higher dimensional thinking, the original platform before all these other platforms came out. And in that realm, it existed and was constructed in a higher dimension. Then what happens is the person who was thinking about creating this chair collapsed it from multi-dimensions into 2 dimensions. How? By drawing it on a piece of paper. Then it went from there probably into a computer nowadays, which is a CAD, computer-assisted design, which is still 2D, even though it gives you the illusion of 3D in the computer. All computer screens are just 2-dimensional objects. And from there, it gets sent, now the data from it gets sent to an engineer who now crafts it into a 3-dimensional object that we can maneuver in XYZ axis in space-time. So this chair that I'm sitting in and you're sitting in started off, it was created in multi-dimensions and then collapsed into a 3-dimensional structure that we're sitting on right now.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Let's talk about, I got a whole list of stuff to talk about with it. Let's talk about the Book of Enoch.
Oh man, the Book of Enoch, powerful book. You know that Enoch was a real powerful man because he's talked about in the Bible. Yet his book is not in the Bible. It was left out by accident on purpose. And the reason why is because he's talking about, and he calls these beings by their names, beings that were not from Earth, that came here from up above and engaged mankind. They taught us how to build weapons. They taught us about perfume and makeup. They taught us how to make jewelry and beer and all this other crazy stuff, right? So these beings were physical, corporeal beings. They actually, at some point, even went to war with humans against other humans, putting on clothing and getting swords and everything else. They were having sex with humans. So these weren't like the angels that we're thinking with the fluffy wings, and these were people. I think there was a misconception in some cases as to what is an angel and what is a person based on the level of technology and the consciousness of those beings. I think that the people became like a cargo cult. In other words, they deified some of these people, even though they weren't deifiable. They were just people with more advanced knowledge. And so these beings did this. They engaged mankind. They also gave Enoch an appointed date that they were going to take him into space to go meet the master.
Who is Enoch?
Enoch is, he's a half human, half Anunnaki, according to some of the texts. So one of these, he's a quote unquote demigod, supposedly. So he was, his father was a god with a lowercase g, and his mother was a human being, supposedly. This is what the stories say. How mythological is that? We can't really understand it. But he was special. He had offspring, he had a family, and these beings that came to visit gave him an appointed date that he would be taken away from Earth. And so he got taken away from Earth, and he then describes the shape of the Earth, the size, the color, everything from space, a gigantic blue glowing sphere. He's then brought back at some point in the future. He went away for a while, then comes back. He left I guess his estate to his kids, his sons, So they were waiting for him to leave, and they was also waiting for him to come back. This was planned. It wasn't like some mystical thing. In the Bible, it seems as if he just disappeared from earth and he was taken into heaven and never came back, but that's not the case. In the book of Enoch, you find out he was brought back. Pretty interesting. But also what's interesting about Enoch is he came back with some advanced knowledge and understanding about construction techniques.
Okay.
So all of a sudden, this guy understands and knows how to build megalithic structures. Who taught him this information? Wherever he went, he became a student. And they brought him back, and he had this knowledge and this wisdom. There's only one Bible that exists with the full book of Enoch in the same Bible, and that's the Ethiopian Bible. It's a really, really old Bible, long before the Sinai Bible, long before the King James Version, out of Ethiopia, right where actually a lot of the Jewish people are. There's black Jews in Ethiopia, which I'm going to go see them next year when I go down to the Lalibela temples, which is a mountain that was carved into a temple from the outside going in, just like Abu Simbel and Petra, Jordan. And so, ironically, right there in that same area, they've got the Bible with the book of Enoch inside of it. But the reason why it was left out is because he was taken away, taught an advanced construction knowledge that nobody had the capability of knowing. And he was also, he also had a record of these beings that were engaging the people in a way that it didn't seem too godly, let's put it that way. And so that part was left out as well.
Why do you think Enoch was chosen?
It may have been chosen because according to the ancient records, his father wasn't human. In other words, he was half Anunnaki or Atlantean in some way. Just like Ziusudra, aka Noah, was also half Anunnaki or Atlantean. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, same scenario. I believe it was Enki that was his father. And when Noah was born, or Ziusudra is his real name, when he was born, he didn't look like his, brothers and sisters or his family members. His hair was different, his eyes were a different color, his skin was a different color and everything else. So it's pretty interesting. And so again, he was spared. And when he got spared in the ancient Sumerian tablets, Enki and Enlil, they had a big fight because Enlil wanted the people to be wiped out and Enki saved enough people that they can survive and re-kickstart civilization.
I want to move into some of the other ancient ruins.
Yeah.
Easter Island.
Oh man, Easter Island.
Easter Island really catches my attention. In fact, I looked at getting there. It seems like it's
hard.
It's not easy. There's not very many flights going in and out of there at all.
I've been trying to go to Easter Island for the last 10 years.
You can't get in?
Not only cannot get in, nobody's going to get in now because they just went there. Somebody went there and lit that place on fire. Yeah,
what?
They burned down the majority of the moai heads. They put some type of a chemical on the moais and lit that on fire, which melted solid stone.
When did this happen?
That happened in October of 2022. Yeah.
Somebody went there and ruined it.
Yeah. First of all, it's inside. How do you get that much fuel, first of all, on the island? It's hard to get there. How do you get the fuel there? And whatever was added to this fuel or whatever type of fuel it was, I mean, who had the approval to bring that kind of chemical through international waters onto that island to then have the time to put it on top of the stone and then to actually light them all on fire? There's no trees on Easter Island. There's nothing to keep the flames going. So somebody manually had to go and burn all these heads. So now with that being destroyed, and my biggest dream was to go there because those bodies, their heads are just the top of the body. There's full bodies underneath the ground that go down for meters. And their hands are holding weapons in some cases. They have technology in their hands. They're kind of, etched into the side of the bodies. But these things are super megalithic. And the reason why the heads are above the ground is because there was obviously a global flood. And that's a mud flow that covered these things up. That's why some of them are tilted over and falling over in different angles. That's the mud flow of the water coming off the ocean and then running across the land and the mud piling up on top of these things. That's why the bodies are completely covered in dirt and soil. But yeah, incredible place. The heads are, pointed at different star systems. There's similar heads like you can find in South America.
Really?
Yeah, similar with the body still attached. So again, linking the cultures, showing that there's this link, that there wasn't just isolated civilizations, that this was at one point a global civilization. And these moai heads and their bodies are very similar to the Toltecs in Mexico. If you go to Tula, Mexico, and climb to the top of the Kukulkan house, which is like a half pyramid, at the top there's gigantic Toltecs, which resemble the bodies of these moais in Easter Island. And so it's an incredible place. In my opinion, more evidence of an ancient astronaut theory that existed and remnants of an ancient civilization that we'll probably never know about. And now with the fires destroying everything, you know, who knows?
I had no idea that fires destroyed those.
Yeah.
You think that was done on purpose?
Oh yeah, for sure.
I mean, to destroy
the evidence. Too many people want to figure out like the bodies and everything. Too many good ideas started coming up showing the evidence of the mud flow that covered the bodies and everything else. And the technology that was in their hands, you know, analyzing and trying to really understand what is it and how it linked to other cultures around the world. And now, again, somebody else at a very high level wiped out more history.
Let's move into Stonehenge.
Yeah.
What is that?
Stonehenge is a gigantic place that allows you to do star alignments and also harness frequencies. Stonehenge may have been also a portal generator. There's been accounts, I've been on different TV shows on like Discovery Channel and Science Channel talking about Stonehenge, where there's been accounts where people disappeared, all right? A weird lightning storm comes out of nowhere, and this is back before they put up the gates and the fences and all that, and all of a sudden people just scream and then disappear from the center of the circle. And so it may be some type of a portal generator, maybe it harnessed some type of energy or magnetic field of the earth and opened up a portal. It could be an ancient communication device. It might have been multifunctional, just like the Great Pyramid at Giza. It could be a multifunctional device, star alignments, communication, and portal generation as well.
Is it aligned with anything? Is it positioned in any certain particular way, like the pyramids?
Yep. All star alignments. It aligns with specific stars and solstices that happen around the planet. The summer solstice, the winter solstice, all those alignments can be found right there at Stonehenge. And it's also rumored to have been built by who? Thoth, the Atlantean priest king from the Emerald Tablets.
When you say aligned to certain stardust systems, what do you mean?
So if you look at the stones in a specific way, there's like sometimes there's little keyholes on them and things like that. The sun will shine directly through those little tiny keyholes that are carved out of the stone. They'll drop. It'll shine directly into the center of the circle. These alignments happen at specific times of the year. So whoever built this, they had a lot of celestial knowledge of days, months, years, times, and also, of course, the angles of the sun and how to capture the sun and illuminate certain areas of the henge. Just like they did at Abu Simbel in Egypt, where you have this mountain that was carved from the outside going in, and in the back of this temple that was carved out of solid stone of a mountain, there are 3 gods sitting there, all right? And then the sun during the solstice comes through this tiny little hole in the top of the temple, the face of the temple, and it shines directly on and illuminates these gods in the back of this temple. If you're off by 1 millimeter when you start the first cut, you can't make it a perfect cut. You can't make this thing happen. So again, it's all the same people, I think, you know, the same knowledge and understanding of the sun and the angles and the solstices and star alignments.
You know, you've been doing this for a long time. Yeah. What are some less known structures that really fascinate you?
Oh, yeah. Wow. So in Turkey, you have something called Göbekli Tepe, which a lot of people know about Göbekli Tepe. Now, it's been made famous because why? It predates now even Sumerian culture, even though Sumerian culture goes back way beyond that, technically with the tablets. But they're saying now, okay, the earth isn't, the history isn't 6,000 years old. We can go back to 13,000 now because we know this was an advanced culture 13,000 years ago. But over there's also another place called Karahan Tepe. Karahan Tepe, in my opinion, is even older. And so I think a lot of people don't know about these places, these sites that exist. They have these gigantic stone pillars, and on these pillars are etched animals that are not from that region. So how did people know what the animals look like in other parts of the world to etch them into these gigantic megalithic stone pillars? Pretty interesting. And the other thing about that area is the majority of it was covered up by sand, but not sand from the area. Somebody covered that entire area with sand from over 400 miles away.
Really?
Yeah, crazy. Just wild stuff. Pretty interesting. There's also a place over there called Kuyu. Now, Kuyu, I've got to get there next year. I couldn't make it because the whole global sickness came, and then all the flights got canceled. Then when I finally had a flight to go there, they had an earthquake, and the whole airport, got destroyed and everything. I think they've rebuilt the airport now. So I'm going to go there next year. But Kuyu is an underground base built in ancient times, thousands of years ago, that was designed to house over 30,000 people, including livestock. And at the deepest levels, you can go down there. There's been no signs of collapse. And there's 14,000 ventilation shafts that go to the deepest levels to bring oxygen no matter how deep you are in the place. And it's one gigantic rolling stone door that an average small person can just roll with their hand and seal it from the inside. But from the outside, it's impenetrable.
No kidding.
Yeah.
I have seen a little bit of information on this.
Okay.
I would love to go there too.
Yeah, that's an incredible place, yeah.
Have you been to all these places?
I haven't been to Turkey. That earthquake ruined my second opportunity, the sickness and then the earthquake, but I'm going to get there next year. But I've been to a lot of places. But this year I'm going back to Egypt again with a group of 70 people, taking them on a private VIP tour. Then I'm going to do a second tour with a smaller group for 4 days, and then I'm going to go to Cambodia right after that and take people on a tour through Cambodia, through Angkor Wat, Tao Pram, all these other ancient sites out there.
What's going on over there?
Angkor Wat's an amazing place. It's the largest temple complex in the world. And actually, the X-Men mansion from X-Men is based on the Angkor Wat temple.
Really?
This is a megalithic temple that has a super megalithic Olympic-sized swimming pool on the second floor, made out of solid stone. Can you imagine the weight? Imagine the water, with the water in it, what the weight is.
Yeah.
How do you build a structure that can disperse evenly that amount of weight load without collapse? Who has the technology, the understanding, the physics knowledge to build that structure? It's such a massive structure. And according to the homegrown people, the indigenous people, it was built in a day and a night. By who? By the brothers that came down from the heavens. So in some way, these people show up. What type of technology they used, nobody knows, but they built this according to them in a day and a night. And it's weird how the actual structure looks like it was poured into place. It looks like molten rock. It's an incredible temple. If you ever get a chance to go to Angkor Wat, I highly, highly recommend it. And then at Tao Pram, I love taking people there because it's an ancient temple, thousands of years old, but in the actual relief of the building, there's carvings in stone. One of them is a stegosaurus. What's that doing there? What is a dinosaur with the meat on its bones doing carved into an ancient temple? There's only one reason. They knew what a dinosaur looked like because obviously at some point we walked amongst dinosaurs. So
that's in there.
That's in there. Yeah. So, and just so many other incredible discoveries. It's a real incredible place. I highly recommend, Cambodia. There's a river called the River of 1,000 Lingas with these carved structures underneath the flowing water, all the way down the river out of solid stone. How in the world do you carve solid stone structures underneath a flowing river? I mean, it's mind-boggling stuff. It's just, it's mind-boggling. That's that Kulin Mountain. So we'll hike up Kulin Mountain. We'll see the 1,000 Linga River, and then we'll go swimming at the waterfall with the monks. It's going to be an incredible trip. So just incredible stuff. Just places that people, out there you never think existed, but they're out there.
I can't wait to go to. I got a kid, and I got another one on the way. They're one of the is 2.
Yeah,
getting ready to be 2, and when they're a little bit older, I'm definitely
You got to
go on some of these excursions with you.
You got to do it, man. I'm taking my stepson Gabriel with me to Egypt. He'll be there for the second part of the trip, the 4-day tour. I know he can handle 4 days. He's 10. but he'll love climbing inside the pyramids. I'm going to take him all inside the shafts, places where nobody's allowed to go. Miles and miles of inner shafts of the bent pyramid that people, nobody ever spends an hour or two inside of there, but we can. And I'll take them all the way to the top of the pyramid from the inside.
You get access to all this stuff.
Yeah, I have VIP access to all this stuff. The Sphinx, I'll take you underneath the Sphinx. Nobody can even touch the Sphinx. Everybody has to go on a ramp on the side about 100 yards away. I'll take you right in between the Sphinx's paw, let you touch the Dreamstone and take a photo with you right there.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
That would be amazing.
Yeah.
So I want to get into Antarctica.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
It really sparked my interest. I had, when we met at Dr. Greer's conference, with Eric Hecker.
Yeah.
He talked about how Raytheon has a facility down there.
Mm-hmm.
I'd had people email in about this guy, Admiral Byrd, who was a famous explorer, World War II.
Yep.
World War II admiral.
Yeah.
And had done a lot of exploring down there. And then, the more I dig into this, it's just...
Yeah, it's a wild story.
It is. We got in 1954, Admiral Byrd quoted, Antarctica in the future would become the most important place in the world for science.
Mm-hmm.
Rockefeller was a big patron of Byrd's expeditions to the North Pole and the South Pole. Why do you think Admiral Byrd and the Rockefellers were so much more interested in Antarctica, the South Pole, rather than the North Pole, having been to both?
Well, he had been to both. He had been to the North Pole in the 1920s, and he had seen that. But there is a situation that began to happen during World War II, where they discovered that the Nazis had went down to Antarctica and built a base down there, New Schwabenland. And they were like, wait a minute, why in the world would they go to this desolate place? What's down there that they would want to go and go through the harsh weather and risk everything, risk even their lives to be down there and build a base? So he decided to fly down there. Now, there's an incredible story that was in Admiral Byrd's diary that was found by his kids, where he said he flew into an area that opened up at Antarctica, and he went into an area where it was lush and tropical almost. And as he got into this area, this is according to his own diary, people can look this up, something took over his plane, and these two UFO-type craft, circular craft, flying saucers came, and it took over his craft, and it guided him in to this area where they landed. And then they took him to meet somebody that he calls in his diary, the Master. Pretty interesting story. And according to this account, the Nazis had gotten help to create these craft called the Hanabu. They had 4 versions of this craft, these circular disc craft, from these people down there. But the guy, this Master, told him that they were wary of the nuclear bombs that had just been utilized, dropped the nuke on Japan and so forth, and they were wary of our experimentation with nuclear devices and wars because they're sharing this planet as well. Pretty interesting story. And so, all of a sudden, Admiral Byrd's going down there with a fleet, not just a small fleet. He took over 3,000 people with him. This was a huge expedition. It was a military expedition. When he got down there, they had a situation where some of these flying objects were attacking some of their ships and actually destroyed some of them. Sent him back home packing with his tail between his legs. This is one of the top admirals, literally the top admiral in the world at the time for the United States military. And he said that we have a new enemy that can fly from pole to pole with extreme speed. Why would he make a statement like that? And then all of a sudden, these Nazi, they are rumored to have these craft, which some of the designs have been found, called Hanabu. And these Hanabu craft had the capability of utilizing a couple different forms of propulsion. One was jets, so they can take off vertically. They had little jets that would thrust and take off vertically, but then from there they can shoot off horizontally. Well, they were using a device that was spinning in the center of the craft, and what it appears to be is they began to copy technology from the ancient Indian Vedas, because Hitler was sending his people all around the world to get knowledge on ancient technology. That's how they found these people in Antarctica. He even sent people to Tibet, Nazis to Tibet, to talk to the people in Tibet to find out about this ancient technology. He found out about Brahmanas, and these people supposedly in Antarctica helped him develop a couple of them, where they use a ferrofluid vortex engine. A ferrofluid is a liquid metal like mercury. And in the ancient Indian Vedas, if you take mercury and rotate it at a high rotation, a high RPM, and electrify it, you get something called anti-gravity. So he was utilizing something that had rotating discs underneath these round craft, according to eyewitness accounts, and also the schematics that were discovered during the collapse of Nazi Germany. And it's pretty interesting that I think besides the uranium that's down there in Antarctica, which obviously you know what uranium's used for, right? Nuclear power plants and also nuclear weapons. There's mountains of, Admiral Byrd said there were mountains of coal with no ice caps. No ice caps, his exact words. And I can give you a copy to this video. His own mouth is saying, no ice. Mountains of coal that can satisfy the world's need for coal for a very, very, very long time. Also, there's plutonium down there. Again, so uranium and plutonium, we know that if you have a high level of plutonium and uranium, it's one of the easier elements that you can separate the atoms. You can split atoms very easily, which makes it high use for weaponry and also power plants. So that's why the government wanted access down there. That's why the Germans wanted access down there. And that's why after Germany fell, we had Project Paperclip, where we took all the scientists from Germany that had learned all this wisdom and knowledge, and we brought them to America. People think Project Paperclip was just a small number of Nazis. We took over 2,000 Nazis with us and brought them to America and put them in positions of power over technology companies, the CIA, the space program at NASA, and so forth and so on. And we began to develop these technologies. So in a weird kind of way, America became the Fourth Reich, to be honest with you. And I know that they were developing at the time Hanabu number 4, which supposedly Hitler never got killed. He escaped in Hanabu number 4 to Argentina, which is very, very close to where? Antarctica. If you look at Google Sky right now on the computer and look down on Antarctica, you'll find bases from, research bases from every major country in the world there. And you'll also find the Rockefeller Foundation base as well. So Admiral Byrd was right. All the technology and research is the #1 place in the world for technology research is right down there in Antarctica. I believe that as the ice is melting, they're finding remnants of an ancient civilization. We know that Antarctica was not a frozen tundra for 12 million years, like mainstream science says 12 million years to build up all this ice. No, that's not accurate. We know this because of the Perry-Reese map. The Perry-Reese map shows Antarctica what it looked like without ice on it, and that's not even that old. So we know that Antarctica shifted into that spot. How? Because we know that Antarctica is surrounded by tectonic plates. And so that landmass was on a plate that slipped and there was something called a pole shift of the crust of the Earth, which shifted it from a more habitable climate into the position it is now. And that's why the animals that are being uncovered from the ice were flash frozen with undigested food in their stomachs. And there's an entire advanced civilization there, including some of the largest pyramids on Earth, right in Antarctica.
That's what I wanted to get to so apparently the pyramids down there are they're a lot bigger than the ones in
super megalithic.
Egypt.
Like they make the one at Giza, the Great Pyramid, look like, a buggy, a dune buggy. I mean, these things are super massive.
Do you know anything about them?
No, there's not a lot. There's only a couple things we know. Like one of the pyramids is 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers of the base.
Oh, wow.
Okay. The height is just, it's massive. It's way up there. Like, it's in the thousands of feet. But also one former military person that was a source for Linda Moulton Howe. This was on a documentary she was in. She said that source told her, after going down there for research, I guess in private security, that it was still emitting some type of exotic energy, which is pretty interesting because that was the second time I heard a statement like that. The first time was on a documentary that came on Discovery Channel about the Bermuda Triangle when they found those pyramids off the coast of Cuba down there, all right, which is clearly scanned. Everybody knows that they exist. But this guy was taking he would get off the boat and take like a dinghy out to float to the center area. And he said the same thing. Some type of exotic energy was draining his batteries on his cameras. He had to try 3 times to get this thing recorded properly. He said exotic energy. And what's interesting is if you take a perfect line and draw it from the tip of the Bermuda Triangle, the center of the Bermuda Triangle, straight through the Earth, you come out at the Yonaguni Pyramid at the Dragon's Triangle in Japan, which is also rumored to have disappearances and exotic energy and all this other crazy stuff. So in some way, these pyramid structures around the world are all linked with potentially portals of some type or energetic portals.
Interesting. Just some facts about Antarctica. It's 5 million square miles, 99% of it is covered with ice. It's the highest, driest, and coldest continent on Earth. Record negative 130 degrees Fahrenheit. It's the fifth largest continent, twice the size of Australia. 70% of the planet's fresh water comes from Antarctica. There are rivers and lakes underneath the ice. The difference between the North and South Pole, the North Pole ice, the North Pole is ice over water, and it's 10,000 feet deep into the ocean. The South Pole is ice over land and is 10,000 feet high. That's the center of the plateau. And then goes on to talk about the pyramid structures. We also signed a treaty, the Antarctica Treaty. Do you know about this?
Yeah, that treaty was to allow peaceful collaboration of research and science down there, no war zone. You can actually go down there. There's a guy who's got a new show on my TV network his name is Brad Olson. It's called The Secrets of Antarctica. He went down there, and so we're documenting the whole thing. He went down there, he pulled up on the research facilities. He had to get approval to come on land. They wouldn't let him inside of the facilities, but he did get a chance to go down there. So people who say it's impenetrable and no human being no civilian can get there, that's actually not true. You actually can. It's very expensive and it's very taxing on the body, but you can get down there. And so it's pretty interesting. So that'll be coming out soon, but there's an opening next to these research facilities. And this is why I believe they made this treaty, this sharing of information treaty or whatever. There's a 30-meter wide opening there. You can see it on the Google Sky thing. And what's interesting, on Google Earth, I'm sorry. And when you look at it, like what's in there? Now, why are they over here? And why are they so close to this gigantic opening? What's in there? I think the answer is whatever Admiral Byrd came across, or whatever they're coming across, I think it's linked. I think there's a remnant of an ancient civilization in there that possibly is still there, and they're in communication with them, in my opinion. Another thing that backs this up, I took a remote viewing course with Major Ed Dames, Project Stargate, former CIA, United States. And his project was for remote viewing. So I took a course with him several years. He was my actual teacher, my direct teacher. It wasn't like I was under some other people that worked with him. No, he was my direct teacher. There's pictures of me with this man. And he told me that there's beings that have easy and free access to come and go as they please from Antarctica. And at one of these classes, class was over. It was like a 10-hour class. We were just sitting around talking, having a casual conversation. He told me a few other things, but that was one of the things that kind of stood out. And he says they come and go as they please because nobody can stop them.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
What do you make of Eric Hecker's testimony?
Oh, it's pretty interesting, man. Look, I mean, a lot of these guys are pretty shaken up, you know. You know that from how hard it is for them to talk about what happened, that they went through something. It's pretty clear to see that something happened that affected them in a way that they'll probably never be the same again. You know, so when you see that, you have to say, man, what happened? And, you know, you have to almost kind of take them for their word. Now, there's always my story, your story, and the truth, right? There's always a combination of all. But from these guys' perspective and from my perspective looking in, I believe, honestly, that, you know, that something happened. And they're doing the best. He's doing the best he can to describe what it was.
Are you familiar with the bell?
The Nazi bell, the Die Glock?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you talk about that?
Forbidden knowledge.
You know about all of it.
The Die Glock. The Die Glock is an amazing device that was being developed by the Nazis during World War II. This Die Glock, again, technology that they learned about through an advanced civilization that they were in communication with through the Thule Society. This Thule, Thule, Thule Society, they were using psychics to channel information from an advanced alien race. And they were taking this knowledge and then turning it into actual real workable technology. And so they had this thing in Germany called the henge, where they had these gigantic stone pillars in the shape of a henge. And they had the Die Glock in the middle. It looked like an acorn, a UFO type, but an acorn-shaped UFO. And it had these multi-counterclockwise spinning pieces on it that was spinning all different ways. The ultimate purpose of it seems to have been some type of time travel. And this thing at one point, based on eyewitness accounts, it's turned on and activated and it disappeared from the henge. It was seen like, I forget how many decades later, I think it crashed somewhere in Virginia or something, according to these accounts. I got to look that up to make sure I'm not making a mistake there, but it reappeared later and it crashed somewhere, I believe, in the Americas. And this thing was the same exact shape and description as the Die Glock. And what was it for? I believe that they were trying to tap into time travel so that they can go back in time and change the past so they can have a Nazi-dominant future. You see, they want to alter realities. The only problem with going back in time they didn't take into consideration is that if you go back in time, you can't alter the future reality that you existed in on the same timeline. Because when you go back in time, you shift into a different alternate timeline altogether, allowing you to go back in time in the first place and see even yourself. So it's like the grandfather paradox, right? If you go back in time and kill your grandfather, how in the world were you born to go back in time to kill your grandfather? Well, the answer is you shift into an alternate timeline. Now, going into the future, you stay on the same timeline. We know this because time travel into the future happens every day. Even when you get on an airplane, you travel into the future based on relativity. The person standing still on the ground and you moving across the sky in a plane, we know that you're moving forward in time by microns of tenths of a second, but you're moving in time. Same thing with astronauts when they travel into space. We know for a fact that because they're traveling at high speeds, they come back, microns of a second younger than us. So traveling to the future, you can stay on the same timeline, but going into the past, you can't. So that whole thing would have failed anyway.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Fascinating stuff. Let's take another break. When we come back, I want to talk a little bit about Elon Musk and the big push to settle Mars.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right.
Cool. You've heard the buzz about ketone supplements and how they can boost your workouts by helping your body use fatty acids for fuel. I take a shot of HVMN ketone supplement before my morning workout. It's focused energy. It's not an energy drink though. It's like a feeling of being in the zone. I don't feel hyper jittery, anxiety, stuff like I get when I drink too much coffee. They're great for cycling, long runs, and all kinds of workouts, and can help you stay sharper on a regular basis. We also just received some exciting news. In addition to being available in select Equinox gyms, Ketone IQ can now be found in local Sprout stores nationwide. I wish I'd had this product when I was on active duty. I get better endurance, I don't get the crash, and it helps curb my appetite. HVMN is offering my audience 30% off your first subscription order of Ketone IQ. You can save 30% off your first subscription order of Ketone IQ at hvmn.com/Sean. Again, visit hvmn.com/Sean and subscribe upon checkout for 30% off. You know, whenever I look at pictures of my kids from the past year or even just a few months ago, I am amazed at how fast they're growing up. And then it hits me hard. I'm getting older too. That's why planning for my family's financial security has become a top priority. Making sure we're prepared and have enough life insurance in case something unexpected happens and I'm out of the picture is crucial. And Fabric by Gerber Life makes it simple to get the protection that's right for your family. Fabric by Gerber Life
was designed by parents for parents to help you get a high-quality, surprisingly affordable term life insurance policy in less than 10 minutes. You could go to Start from Covered in less than 10 minutes with no health exam required. With over 1,800 five-star reviews, they're rated as excellent on Trustpilot. Join the thousands of parents who trust Fabric to protect their family. Apply today in just minutes at meetfabric.com/Sean. That's meetfabric.com/Sean, MEET fabric.com/Sean. Policies issued by Western Southern Life Assurance Company, not available in certain states. Prices subject to underwriting and health questions. All right, Billy, we're back from the break. I want to talk about Mars. So we see Mars and just space in general. We see, as time goes on, we see more and more billionaires, trillionaires, Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, Richard Branson. I mean, there's this obsession with space. And Elon says, I believe he wants to occupy Mars by, is it 2025?
Yeah.
And why is the fascination in space? Has all of Earth been discovered? I mean,
no.
Is it hopeless here? Why is everybody moving to space?
Yeah, well, they're in their mind, it's hopeless here. And so we haven't even, really looked at the oceans that much. There's so much going on here on this planet. We haven't explored a lot of Earth. There's so much more to explore. However, based on the way we're set up as a global economic system, and you look at what's going on, it just seems to a lot of billionaires that the next big move is, let's go create a breakaway civilization and start our own thing over here, basically is what it is. And so we know that Mars has a lot of data over the last several decades. Why? Because we've sent so many missions to Mars, and so has Russia as well. If you look at the total amount of missions to Mars with rovers and satellites and calculate the expenditure, you're in the trillions of dollars. Now, why would anybody spend trillions of dollars to go visit a cold, dry rock? So it makes these billionaires start asking questions, and then they're in the in crowd so they can get some answers, and they find out that Mars is not exactly what we've been told in terms of habitability. We found out that Mars, we were told, was a cold, dry rock with no magnetic field, and DNA would just unravel based on the radiation. All of a sudden, the new science has come out. Mars has a rotating magnetic field. And not only that, it spins on its axis almost at the same exact speed of Earth. So a day on Mars is like 23.5 hours. And so that speed of the rotation on its axis creates something called bow shock, which bends and warps cosmic rays and radiation around the planet, along with the weakened magnetic field. You can actually survive. Anything with DNA can survive on the surface. Also now, the science data has come back from the REMS unit we sent there, and there's oxygen.
There is oxygen.
There is oxygen on Mars. Yes, there's oxygen. Not only that, guess what they said about the soil? They said the soil on Mars is better for growing crops than the soil on Earth.
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious. How would they know this, right? Also, there's not just oxygen, but all the other gases that are needed to sustain biological life. Now, is oxygen still leaking into the atmosphere? Yes, it's still leaking out into the atmosphere, but there's somewhere being generated. They keep finding more and more oxygen is being generated from somewhere as it's leaking. So who's creating or what is creating this oxygen? I believe, my personal opinion, this is not in any science book, that there are trees and plant life on Mars based on some of the satellite images that I've seen. I'm going to send you some to show to your viewers with the source links and the source, they can look it up themselves and see for themselves what I'm looking at. I believe that there's a source that is generating, and they've also found a lot of methane. Why is there methane? Methane is usually a byproduct of a biological process. There's a lot of methane on Mars, which means something is alive and something is creating waste product. Now, I don't see any cows on TV on Mars, so something's up there. They don't want to tell us what it is. So my personal opinion, based off of my research and what I've seen in some of these anomalies that exist in the images, they are building a breakaway civilization on Mars because that's the next big place to go and create their own thing. And there's an infrastructure that is being built there for a very, very long time. And when they arrive, They are going to inhabit those infrastructures. They're not going to be living in a tin can and walking around in a spacesuit until they die. Billionaires that have the creature comforts of this planet, oceans, lakes, rivers, private jet flights, parties and mansions and everything else, aren't going to go live in a tin can until they die. There's something up there that they know exists, and they're going to live in it. Most of it, I believe, is underground, subterranean, and that's where they're going. And it's a great place to become an explorer. I wouldn't mind going to Mars. If I can get a way to get a ticket to Mars, I actually believe I would go. I would love to see some of these anomalies that I found up there with my own eyes.
I need to correct myself. It's by 2050. They're
2050?
saying Mars will be inhabited.
Well, actually, he's changed that. Okay, look at some of the older articles. Originally, it was 2020. Then I believe it was 2025, then 2030. Now it's 2050. Originally, he wanted to take 80,000 people. Then it went up from there. I think it's now 1 million people he wants to do it with. So it keeps changing. You might have heard 2025 or read it somewhere before, but the timeline keeps changing as the reality of the technology accomplishing its mission changes. And he's utilizing something extremely dangerous to get there. I would never go with Elon Musk technology because it has too many components. First, it has to lift off from Earth and go into space, not with no people on it. Then it's got to build its own space little station up there, right? And it's got to fuel up. And then another thing has to launch and connect to that. And then they both have to take off and go to Mars. And then something's got to detach and go down to the surface and start building things and doing this and doing that and getting fuel ready for a return or whatever they need for whatever they need to create on the surface. And then after years of that going on, then people get in the ship and they take off and this other thing has to come back and they got to connect to that and they got to ride that to Mars. It's like, come on. You know how many accidents can happen? Are you kidding me? This is like a bad deck of cards just waiting to collapse. One mistake anywhere in any component and everybody's dead. So to me, it's a joke. I mean, I'd rather go on Branson. Richard Branson has a better idea. He's got a space plane. It takes off, it flies into space, it comes back. It doesn't even have the heat tiles underneath it because it drops through the atmosphere and comes straight back in, and then it flies back to the ground. I'd rather go on something like that than go on something that has 100,000 connections that have got to be made before you can even step foot on the surface.
Yeah. Why do you think that these elitists are done here on Earth?
You know, it's like, how many times can you beat a dead horse? And the big problem we have is a lot of people are waking up now, right? Evidence of that is the fact that we're sitting here talking about this on this podcast to millions of people. I'm on mainstream TV shows. I'm on History Channel, Discovery Channel, Science Channel, Travel Channel. I'm on mainstream shows talking about these topics because people want to hear them now. When I first started talking about this stuff, I would hide in the bushes and talk to one like friend. And now all of a sudden I could talk to the world through many different platforms. So the world is waking up. The world is changing and becoming a much different place. And how long will it be before the people say, we're not going to play your game anymore. We're just done. And this whole thing shifts in another direction. And that could cause a lot of turmoil and in the transition process, a lot of wars, infighting, civil wars. It can cause economic collapses, which can cause a lot of starvation and poverty in the interim while things recoalesce. And they're thinking, you know what, how can we avoid all of this? Let's just go to Mars, start fresh.
That's interesting. I mean, what do you in your mind, do you think this is going to happen by 2050?
I believe it could happen before then, actually. Yeah, I think that the technology he's talking about utilizing is basing it on technology from like 2015. That any technology that's using now was developed 10 years ago. And so by 2050, you're talking about technology that he probably had developed maybe in 2038 or something like that. So I think it'll happen a lot sooner than that. And I have a lot of, I'm an optimist. I have optimistic mentality. I believe that I have a lot of optimism in humanity that we are going to come through this time in our short lifespan on this planet through what we're doing to each other, the divide and conquer tactics, the separation, the division. We're going to see through all this illusion that's been put on us and programmed into our bodies. I think eventually we're going to rise up and take back control of this planet, reform this global economic system in something that's positive, that works, And I believe we're going to start heading back towards a golden age again. There were golden ages in the past on this planet, and I believe that we're headed back to another one again. It's going to take some time. It's a gradual, slow process, but look where we came from in only 100 years, like I said earlier. A horse, buggy, and carriage are putting cars in space. So I believe that it's going to happen. I think that we've gotten past this nuclear scare, my personal opinion. I think that the beings up there let us know by showing up at these flights and these missile silos and deactivating our nukes that we weren't going to be able to use them whether we wanted to or not anyway, after what we did to Japan and so forth. And so I just believe that we're in a stage right now where we got past destroying ourselves. And after we get through this arduous process of learning how to walk, because we're children, we got to learn how to walk, then we'll learn how to run. It's going to take some time, but we'll get there. So if you look at Mars, you'll find that a lot of the anomalies are kind of really resemble ancient structures on Earth. Not only that, we've actually discovered things that look like, and we can't say they are because we're not there, that look like ankhs. You know, the shape of the Egyptian ankh. We found quite a few laying on the surface of Mars in different areas and so forth. How in the world can the Egyptian ankh be on Mars? Things carved into sides of mountains that look like Egyptian motif. Why would that be on Mars and on Earth? Building remnants of what looks like ancient structures that resemble the same construction technique that we see in Peru and Bolivia and Egypt and everywhere else. And so it's like, why in the world would we see something so similar on Mars and on Earth? What is the connection? When you go into the ancient Sumerian tablets, you discover that there were beings living on Mars called the Igigi in these ancient tablets. They were the working class Anunnaki people, and they were up there creating a breakaway civilization, but the atmosphere was very harsh as it is today. And so they were complaining to their rulers who were on Earth, Enki, Enlil, and Anu, that the conditions up there were kind of harsh, and they don't mind it, but they would just like to have a break. And they also said, and by the way, we would love to have some women too. They didn't have any women, supposedly. They wanted some women, and they wanted to take a rest. And so they weren't given a break. And so in the Epic of Atrahasis, they decided to go to war against the kings of Earth. These are the sons of God. Anu was called the God figure, and his sons would be these Igigi beings, the sons of God that fell to Earth and rebelled against God. They came down from Mars to Earth. They encircled the campus in South Africa called Adam's Calendar. And the whole thing is scripted out in this tablet, how they were about to go to war, literally, and fight. And then Enki says, I have an idea. There's an existing hominid on this planet. We can add our essence to it and get it to bear your load. So an agreement was made and the war was thwarted that one time. And eventually they did go to war. However, these beings were traveling back and forth from Earth to Mars. They had the same construction technique, the same concepts, the same knowledge and everything else, the same blueprints. And they were building a concurrent running civilization on Mars that was running on Earth. And that's why when you look at some of these images, we've downloaded, we meaning my team of anomaly hunters, have downloaded over 1 million images and have cataloged over 60,000 amazing anomalies from Mars image data that shows you this is not just a rare thing, a rare occurrence. It's circumstantial evidence that links Mars to Earth. Another incredible thing, remember they said they took women back with them in this tablet. The human being, circadian rhythm, is actually more in tune to Mars' daylight and night cycle than the Earth daylight-night cycle. That's real biology, real science. That's interesting. So you start putting all these pieces of the puzzle together, and all of a sudden, it looks like we have a direct connection with Mars, the god of war. And why the god of war? Because in that last war, according to the tablets, it extended all the way to Mars. And what has happened on Mars? It looks like it was in a war. And when you analyze the Mars Global Surveyor data, and the other data from the rovers, you find that there's xenon in the atmosphere and xenon in the soil. But not any kind of xenon, weapons-grade xenon. That's a byproduct of nuclear warfare. Where'd that come from? Pretty interesting.
Very interesting. Let's move into some consciousness stuff.
Okay.
So I would like to talk about quantum entanglement and consciousness and how they blend together.
Yeah, beautiful. That's a huge topic. I talk about that in my Manifest Destiny classes every year because it's a huge topic for people to understand how they're manifesting. and how they're even getting ideas. A lot of the times you're entangling with information. If you go into a laboratory and you take two particles and you use a laser with something called parabolic down conversion, you can get those particles on the same frequency. Once you get those particles to vibrate at the same frequency, you can entangle them. Once they're entangled, what happens is, let's say they were atoms, right? Atoms all have spin rates. So you can get one is spinning rating up and the other one is spinning down, and they're entangled. If I take the atom that's spinning down and take it to the other end of the galaxy, or the other end of the universe for that matter, if I had the capability, if I was to make the one local to me spin up, the one that's down will go up, and vice versa. I can utilize that to send rudimentary communication through ups and downs, zeros and ones, right? So you have this entanglement that happens which bypasses the speed of light. It bypasses space-time. Einstein called it spooky action at a distance, right? So now what scientists discovered later on is that our thoughts phase in and out of this dimension, our synapses between our neurons and our own brain. They disappear sometimes and go where? They say that they're going and entangling with information in other dimensions, other places. So I began to hypothesize that this could be the reason behind ideas popping up in your head, people unknowingly developing the same inventions at the same time in different parts of the world simultaneously, roughly around the same time. And also the capability for people to manifest things and attract things into their life. A lot of the times I believe that this way that you're thinking and focusing your mind, your brain, your conscious energy, it becomes a magnet. So if you look at Einstein's theory of relativity and you look at a planet, you'll see that a planet warps space around it. That's why gravity happens. Things fall toward the mass because space is warped, it's bent. Replace that planet with your consciousness. Now that's warping the ether of this metaverse. And what's happening is things are falling toward you when you focus on them. The things that you want to bring into your life, negative or positive, whatever you focus on is falling toward you. A lot of the times I believe that part of that falling toward, the initiation of it, is an entanglement. When you start to focus your mind heavily on a specific thing that you want to manifest into your life or bring into your reality, somehow those synapses entangle with something in the universe. Then the universe says, send this his way, send this her way, and it begins to fall toward you. And this is how I believe on the spiritual level, this ability for us to attract things into our life and attract our realities into our life based on what we're focusing on, conscious thought, happens. And what's interesting with the conscious thought is we now know that, like I said earlier, our mind is connecting to up to 11 dimensions, which is pretty interesting. So as you're focusing on things, you could even be connecting to information in higher dimensions. Could it be that some psychics, mystics, right? Edgar Casey, who would go into this type of a half daze and tap into information to give people cures for their illnesses and diseases that would actually work? Could he be tapping into quantum entangled thoughts that exist? He said he would send his mind out into the universe to get the answer because the answers already exist. And he would get the answer back. So in some way, I believe we're all entangling with information throughout the universe. It's just that sometimes we don't discern what that information is, and some people who seem to have these special abilities are able to discern the information as it comes back in, analyze it, and then it can actually even speak on it or utilize it in some way, shape, or form.
Do you think everybody has these abilities?
Yeah. I think everyone
Only
has
a couple
them.
of us have developed them.
Right. I think that we all had them at a higher level. If you look into the ancient texts again, there were people here already, and their bones have been found. Bigger jawbones, much bigger skulls, which means bigger brains, not smaller brains, bigger brains. We know this because there's more mass capacity, more cranial capacity for mass in the skull area. And so we're talking about a very sophisticated cousin of ours that existed here before we became Homo sapiens sapien. And I believe that we all have these abilities natural, telekinesis, telepathy, psychic abilities, and the ability to observe the Earth's magnetic field. All of that was built into us and still is. If you look right now in science, we have billions of magnetite crystals in our heads, but yet you and I can't navigate the Earth without GPS. Why is that? Our magnetite crystals are still tracking Earth's magnetic field. We are completely unaware of it. They took a person, put them into a room, put a giant bar magnet over their head, and put a cap on your head to track the crystals or orientation, the crystals were tracking the orientation of the magnet. We should be able to navigate like turtles and birds do and so forth and else, but we don't have the ability to because why? We've lost our conscious awareness of what's already happening inside of us. Then we have a lot of junk DNA. I don't believe it's junk. I believe that DNA used to be connected and that now it's been disconnected by some artificial force, which has disconnected us from a lot of our natural, everyday, birthright given abilities.
What is junk DNA?
What scientists say is junk DNA is just extra DNA that they have no idea what it's for. It's just kind of laying around, but it's not used for anything whatsoever. It just happens to just be in the body, but it's totally useless and not plugged into anything.
Okay.
But in my opinion, it's supposed to be plugged into something. It's supposed to be connected. It's supposed to be active. And, we know that DNA is a storage medium of information. A scientist named George Church took his ebook, which was, I forget how many pages it was, a few hundred pages, even multimedia stuff in the book. He then transmitted that book from a computer onto DNA. And then he was able to transmit it back from the DNA back up to the server again into the book. He replicated it then 80 billion times, the book. He replicated on his computer 80 billion times and then put it on the DNA and it fit in one drop. 1 gram of DNA can hold over 433 petabytes of data. So they said, wait a minute, this is crazy. So Microsoft started experimenting with this too. So they were able to take data, zeros and ones, convert it into A's, C's, T's, and G's, which is what read-write is on our DNA, and then put the data in a volume on DNA, and then take the data from the DNA and move it back from A's, C's, T's, and G's into zeros and ones and put it back on another computer. So now they have made a working DNA hard drive, which now you can store immense amount of information. They estimate that one human body can store 13.5 billion years of data.
Wow.
And how old is the universe?
I have no idea.
13.5 billion years. Everything that exists, everything that's happened since the beginning of time is stored inside of your individual body and mine as well.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I don't even know what to say to that.
It's massive. We're a walking universal library. We are the way for the universe to figure out and explore the third dimension and understand what it's like to be and live in the third dimension as every individual living thing. And we're all connected through this quantum entanglement. Every single thing that exists is all connected, still connected. Space is an illusion. Distance is an illusion. Separation is all an illusion.
What do you mean it's an illusion?
We appear to be sitting in two separate chairs with a space in between us.
Mm-hmm.
But we're all atoms on an energetic grid that's connected and has always been connected. So the space in between us appears to be a distance, but if you go on the quantum level, you discover that we're both local. We're still in the same position, which is the original position. This entire universe is made up of a complete holography. We're living in a fractal holographic matrix, a matrix of light. And it doesn't take away from there being a creator, because what I'm telling you about is the method used of this to make this creation. The method is a fractal holographic matrix, a matrix of light. Quantum physicists will tell you that a human being exists both as a wave of light and also solid matter. And they got the first image of a wave converting into solid matter on a special type of camera. This is in physics.org. So in wave particle duality, they discovered that everything in the entire universe exists first as waves of light until a conscious observer interacts with it, and then it collapses. This is hard to wrap your mind around, but imagine this. We're sitting here. Your house, it exists as a wave of potentials, not your house. It's a wave of light. Now, the construction technique of the stacking of those atoms that built your house has a specific resonant frequency, so no matter who looks at it, it always collapses into the same exact shape. But if nobody's looking, it's just a wave of potentials. Until you see it, when you bend the corner, it collapses back into a solid structure. This is now well-known, proven science due to the double slit experiment. If you look that up, you'll find out they took a microscopic box, they put a little gun inside that can shoot individual electrons through slits inside the box to hit the back wall. So the two slits here, and they want these particles to hit the back wall to see if it was going to make a digital imprint on the back wall. Well, when they did this, when they looked It was waves. So they said, wait a minute, how can there be a wave pattern on the back wall? We shot individual single electrons through the slits. There should be dot, 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 dot. I said, we got to look at this and see what's going on. So they put a camera in the box to see what was happening. When they looked, just looking, all of a sudden the electron said, oh, you're looking at me? Okay, I'm going to go back to being solid matter now. Dot, 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 dot. Took the camera away, waves. Put the camera back, dot, 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 dot. Oh, electrons are conscious. They are aware that they're being observed. And electrons orbit every atom in the universe, which means every atom is conscious. That means you think that you're sitting in a chair that's just made by man. We didn't make this chair. We stacked atoms. We stacked conscious atoms in a format that allowed us to sit on them. Everything is conscious. This chair is conscious. This suit is conscious. Everything is conscious because they're all made of atoms. And all we are ourselves are a stack of conscious atoms observing ourselves right now. You see? And so it gets really deep, man. I can go deeper and deeper, but it's pretty powerful stuff.
Keep going. Keep going.
So the benefit of knowing this, imagine teaching your kids that everything that exists is conscious. A rock, a blade of grass, your clothing, even your book bag is aware. It's conscious. Imagine teaching them how to respect conscious things, the level of respect they will have for their personal items, their bike, their clothing, their book bag, their schoolwork. Understanding and knowing that everything that they interact with, everything they touch or see has a level of consciousness imbued into it. Now you're training your kid to be a super conscious person that understands, like, treat everything that exists, no matter whether we think man made it or it's natural, with respect and dignity. That's the depth of understanding that people need to get to. And when we can get to that level of understanding, whew, wow.
So if we're all, I mean, in which we are, I do understand, if we're all stacked atoms,
Yeah.
stacked conscious atoms,
Yep.
what holds us together?
Electromagnetic forces. That's what holds us together. You don't touch anything. So I may look like I'm touching this chair right now, right? I'm not actually touching the chair. You actually never touch anything. The repulsion of the electromagnetic frequency orbiting the electrons and atoms in my hand are repelling the ones inside the chair, creating a repulsive force, not allowing my hand to pass through the chair, because honestly, atoms are 99.999% empty space. And so what that means is atoms are mostly empty. There's nothing there. The only thing we have is these electromagnetic fields that give us the illusion of separation and solidity. And so if I can obtain the atomic frequency of the vibration of the atoms in this chair and make my hand match that frequency, I would pass my hand right through the chair like it didn't even exist. So there's probably people, beings, maybe on other planets or maybe even here now, that have learned this technique. We're going to match the frequency of this wall and just walk right through. Imagine the military that puts on a special suit that can match the frequency of a solid concrete wall and walk right through the wall. It's going to look like magic, but it's just technology. You see, they understand how to match frequencies. If I took all 8 billion people on Earth and took away the empty space in their atoms, I can fit every human being into one sugar cube. There's nothing here. We're not even here. That's how, it's really our higher selves. See, our consciousness doesn't exist. It's not created by the brain, I should say. It exists, but it's not created by the brain. It exists in a higher dimension. It's here in the third dimension now because it's inhabiting this avatar body, but it's coming in on a screen, on a beam of light, on an invisible beam. We're inhabiting this avatar body. If you understand that your body doesn't create the consciousness, it downloads it. And what downloads it into your body? You have your neurocorrelates of consciousness, which are 3 giant neurons that wrap around the inside of the skull like a giant crown of thorns. Sound familiar? Everyone walks around with a crown of thorns in their head right now. And then you have your neocortex in the front, which is for spatial and higher reasoning. And then you have your magnetite crystals. And so those 3 things together harness and hold in the frequency that is you, that is saying, this is who I am. And it allows you to inhabit temporally, this avatar body until this avatar body gives out and ceases to operate and exist because of entropy, and releases that spirit energy back into the source, where it will then be recycled once again somewhere else. And so this, the understanding of this is just so powerful because you got to understand that you are already eternal. We're already eternal beings. When you talk to yourself, you're talking to your higher self from a higher dimension. You're speaking to yourself in another realm. We are all supernatural, eternal beings. A lot of people are trying to fight to become eternal, but we already are eternal. We've already been here for eons and eons. There could be people that you know that look like kids that are ancient. And there also can be people that are older people that are newborn babies, spiritually. Could be their first time arriving here in this energy format.
You're talking about old souls.
Old souls, right. Exactly, old souls. There could be a kid that could be ancient, could be eons old. And there could be a lady that could be 70, that could be brand new. First cycle here, first time operating in this energy, in this spiritual energy, in this dimension. So it's a lot to grasp. I know I threw a lot at you at once, but it's such a huge story. I think it's really amazing. For me, it makes me feel more incredible. I feel like I'm part of something super massive and big. I don't think it makes me feel small at all. I feel like because everything is connected, that everything is me and everything is you. If I'm talking to you, I'm really talking to myself. There's only one consciousness that exists.
Well, that was actually a question I wanted to ask you. Do you think that we share consciousness?
Absolutely.
Well, then, if we share consciousness, why is there good and evil? Why are there murderers? Why are there child rapists? Why do all these bad things happen?
It's all aspect of one. So if you look even in the Bible, God says, I create the good and I create the evil. Do what I, saith the Lord. He says he creates the good and the evil, not Satan. He said, I do this. Yin and yang, good and evil, positive and negative. This is what permeates the entire universe.
Do you think there's a way to tap into other, now I'm confused.
Okay.
So if we're all one consciousness, how can we not tap into each other's consciousness? Or do you believe that we can?
I just told you earlier, there's a way to hack into other people's minds.
Mm-hmm.
But let me explain it to you in this way. If you turn on the radio, you can tune into 99.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5. You can change channel.
Mm-hmm.
All those stations are coming from one source, right? A few miles away. And so you have to understand what has been done here. Everything we create is a fractal of what's on the largest scale, as above, so below. So what would a radio be universally? Okay, consciousness says, okay, I want to see what it's like to experience life in this third dimension as everything that can possibly exist in every format. So I'm going to transmit out these frequencies. 99.1, Billy Carson. 99.2, you. 99.3, Jane Doe. 99.4, so forth and so on. And so these frequencies are encapsulated in our bodies, but they're coming from one source. A slight variance of the main frequency, a slight dot number off, and you have another experience, you see? And that's what's happening. And so it's a way for the universe to understand and know itself and experience everything from every perspective you can possibly think of. And also, possibly, for the creator to see, will this experiment eventually funnel out or dispense all the darkness and become a universe full of light? Could this be a grand experiment? It's very possible as well.
Are you getting into we're living in a simulation?
I believe that we're living in a simulation.
I don't understand it. I don't understand when people say we're living in a simulation. I have no idea what they're talking about.
So if you understand that we're still talking about a creation, right? So we believe, most people believe that we're living in a created universe. I happen to believe so because when I look at the science, the quantum physics proves to me that someone or something created this. This isn't just pop up out of the blue and just, hey, here we are. There's a universe with people in it. So if you look at the quantum physics and what's been done recently in laboratories, scientists were able to do something incredible. They created an 8th dimensional quasi-crystal. Now this 8th dimensional quasi-crystal, it gave them a glimpse into understanding the third dimension, and this is how. When they position it in a particular angle, it created, excuse me, when they position it in a particular angle, it created something called a fourth dimensional quasi-crystal. And when they position the fourth dimensional quasi-crystal in a particular angle, it casts a shadow of a sphere. And the sphere is our universe. So they discovered that we are living in the shadow of a higher dimension. In other words, the angle of a higher multidimensional quasi-crystal potentially could be what has created this gigantic sphere we call our universe. And what's interesting about that is this is a shadow, but not a shadow of darkness, it's a shadow of light. It's a light matrix. We're talking about the spiritual technology utilized to create this entire realm. This entire realm was created with some type of spiritual technology, and this technology is so incredible, it's imbued with divine matter, divine wisdom, divine knowledge, but it's also imbued with darkness. But what's interesting about the darkness in this yin and yang, it always seems to be a battle against each other, but in the end, for the most part, the light always seems to win. Even if it takes a long period of time, the cycle happens where the darkness leaves and the light comes in. We're sitting in a room right now that's pretty well lit, right? If I was to turn on something dark, I couldn't make the light dim any. In other words, there's no darkness I can inject into this room with these physical lights that would make this room dark right now.
Mm-hmm.
But if I turn all these lights off and just do something as simple as turn on the light on my cell phone, the darkness will flee from that light instantaneously. So the smallest amount of light will make darkness flee. And so I take that to the universal scale because I believe it's all fractal. I believe that it's all as above, so below. And it's all about how many conscious beings does it take before the darkness flees. There's a number that we have to hit. When we hit that specific percentage of number of awakened souls on this planet, that's when it will flee. What we're talking about is obtaining Christ consciousness. I get a little emotional about this because it's so powerful. Sorry. So we're talking about this. See, Christ never said he was returning. Jesus never said he was coming back. He said that Christ will return. We're talking about this. When every single person gets this right, it's back. And we're back in the golden age.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. You want to take a break?
Yeah.
I want to tell you about this business venture I've been on for about the past 7-8 months, and it's finally come to fruition. I've been hell-bent on finding the cleanest functional mushroom supplement on the planet, and that all kind of stemmed from the psychedelic treatment I did. Came out of it, got a ton of benefits, haven't had a drop of alcohol in almost 2 years. I'm more in the moment with my family. And that led me down researching the benefits of just everyday functional mushrooms. And I started taking some supplements. I found some coffee replacements. I even repped a brand. And, you know, it got to the point where I just wanted the finest ingredients available, no matter where they come from. And it got to this point where I was just going to start my own brand. And so we started going to trade shows and looking for the finest ingredients. And in doing that, I ran into this guy, maybe you've heard of him. His name's Laird Hamilton and his wife, Gabby Reese. And they have an entire line of supplements with all the finest ingredients. And we got to talking. It turns out they have the perfect functional mushroom supplement. It's actually called Performance Mushrooms. And this has everything. It's USDA organic. It's got chaga, cordyceps, lion's mane, maitake. This stuff is amazing for energy balance, for cognition. Look, just being honest, see a lot of people taking care of their bodies. I do not see a lot of people taking care of their brain. This is the product, guys. And so we got to talking, and our values seemed very aligned. We're both into the functional mushrooms. And after a lot of back and forth, I am now a shareholder in the company. I have a small amount of ownership, and I'm just really proud to be repping and be a part of the company that's making the best functional mushroom supplement on the planet. You can get this stuff at layeredsuperfoods.com. You can use the promo code SRS. That'll get you 20% off these performance mushrooms or anything in the store. They got a ton of good stuff. Once again, that's layeredsuperfoods.com. Use the promo code SRS. That gets you 20% off. You guys are gonna love this stuff. I guarantee it.
Hey guys, let me tell you about this subscription service that I've been working real hard on called Vigilance Elite Patreon. Basically on Patreon, we have it broken up into 3 different tiers. We got tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. Let's dive in.
Our tier 1 patrons get all the behind the scenes footage of the Sean Ryan show. That could include behind the scenes photos, that could be side conversations that we have in between breaks, that could be specific questions that our patrons give us for the guest on the Sean Ryan show, and a ton of bonus content that doesn't really fit into any specific category. For our tier 2 patrons, they get access to our tactical training library, which consists of well over 100 videos. We've broken those videos up into separate categories, and those categories are rifle fundamentals, pistol fundamentals, drills, tactics, driving, gear and weapon setups, and everybody's favorite, mindset. Also on tier 2, you will get a live update from me on the 1st and the 15th of every month, where we talk about the upcoming guests on the Sean Ryan show, plus all the benefits of tier 1. Our top tier, which is tier 3, gets full access to all the other tiers, plus they get full access to me, where we do video teleconferencing, VTC, once a month. We discuss anything from tactics to current events to who's coming on the show. I take suggestions, and it's very interactive. No matter what tier you choose, the support is greatly appreciated, and it is the only thing that makes this show drive on. So thank you for all the support. See you on Patreon.
All right, Billy, we're back from the break.
Okay.
We're talking about shared consciousness.
Yeah.
While we were talking about that, I had a thought pop in my head. Like I said, I've been diving deep into all of this stuff.
Yeah.
I hear a lot about the multiverse, and that they now believe, this is everywhere.
Yeah.
I'm not making this shit up.
Yeah.
They believe that there are multiple universes out there, and they've actually found the edge of our universe.
Yeah.
Can you talk about that for a little bit?
Absolutely. Not only did they find the edge of our universe, but they also found what seems to be a merging part or the beginning part of another universe overlapping slightly.
Really?
Yeah. You can look this up. This is pretty interesting because now it proves like, wait a minute, there is a multiverse. And so we're not the only ones. So what happens at the other side of a black hole? Could it be a white hole? So as energy is being sucked out of one universe, is it going in and creating another universe from scratch? Is that the Big Bang? You know, where the energy is coming from? All these questions start to pop up and arise. But I do believe that we're living in a soup of universes. Like, we're just one of many universes. I think it goes many levels. First of all, I believe we're in a fractal holographic universe, number one, which means that we're not even close to base reality, that there are realities that have been created and created and created. Give you an example real quick. And then I'll go into the multi part of it. We have video games, right, that exist. One is called No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky was created by like 14 college kids on one DVD. It has 80 quadrillion planets. The game never ends, and unlimited numbers of life forms as they travel throughout this game. The game never ends, and life forms evolve and come into existence and everything else. There's a universe on one DVD. Now, what happens if you put AI on that software? Then those beings become conscious, and those animals become conscious. Another game that exists is The Sims. The Sims are people that have jobs, go to work, have babies, go to parties, hang out, and all this kind of stuff. That's the video game. They're talking about putting AI into The Sims. They're going to become conscious. Now, what happens in The Sims and this other game, No Man's Sky, when these people become conscious from the AI and then write their own programs inside the program and create another conscious universe and another one and another one. So the universe could be many, many layers deep. And that's just a hypothesis, but what I'm saying is we may not be in base reality, being that we could have been created by an ancestor of another universe. And how many of these multiverses exist out there? And I believe also that in each universe, based on just understanding quantum physics and quantum mechanics, there's a doppelganger potentially of you in a lot of these universes. So you exist, every potential outcome of you exists in every universe. So in some universes, you're not sitting here talking to me because this is not even your career. You might still be in the military in another universe and so forth and so on. You see all the potential outcomes that you could think about actually play themselves out in the multiverse. And so what's pretty interesting, even if you travel back in time, like I said, you shift into an alternate timeline, I believe that you shift into another universe. Something very similar to your own, but not the same one you were on. That's why you can't affect the future. And so this multiverse talk, it gets really, really complicated. But what's interesting is there's a meditation technique that is even taught on how to tap into knowledge and information from the multiverse, going and finding a doppelganger of yourself that has the answers, that's doing things that you want to do, that maybe has found his or her passion, and learning, taking a peer in, to peek in, almost like remote viewing in a way, to figure out what that is, and then bringing it back with you and utilizing it here, and which is a pretty interesting use of setting the mind outside of space and time. And so these multiverses that supposedly exist and they bounce off of each other, and it's like this sea of multiverses, according to theoretical physics. But I believe that each one of these is potentially an experiment that's running concurrently. In other words, this one is an experiment with these laws of physics and this amount of darkness and this amount of light. Let's see how the darkness gets taken out of this one and how much the light can take over and turn it into a glowing light universe, light meaning positive energy. This one over here, let's change the laws of physics a little bit and let's do this over here. Let's start all with light and a very little bit of darkness and see what happens there. Let's see if darkness has the power to take over. I'm just hypothesizing now, but imagine this on the grand scale, this soup of universes all over the place, and each one running its own individual experiment. To what end, I don't know. Again, this is just a hypothesis, but it's very, very possible that that's what could be happening. And I really feel like this one that we're in is an experiment to see how we can actually destroy darkness, maybe once and forever. We know that we're living in a cyclical civilization that rises and falls. We know that based on ancient texts and tablets and ancient accounts, that there have been golden ages on this planet before, at least 4 of them. Now we're heading into the 5th age, which is the age of Aquarius, which starts in 2025. And we're heading in through the Yuga cycle, which now I believe we're in the Tetra Yuga, heading back into a Silver Age, heading back towards the Golden Age, which will take thousands of years, but we're on the right track. However, what is stopping us from staying in a Golden Age? 4 times we've had a Golden Age. How come we keep falling back down? What is stopping us from staying and maintaining the Golden Age? There's nowhere that I've ever read in any book, text, scripture, papyrus, cylinder scroll, anything that says you have to fall. It just says the cycle happens. But what if this civilization is the one that rises and doesn't fall? What if we're the ones that really truly learn what happened in the ancient past, and we're able to utilize that knowledge and that wisdom, because the past is prologue, to stop the fall of a golden age in the future? That's my ultimate mission. That's my main objective. How do I help usher mankind back towards that age? I'm planting seeds of a tree that are going to grow. I'll never sit in the shade of those trees. But the work that I'm doing, I feel, will have some impact on the golden age.
Fascinating. Fascinating. On the break, we had talked a little bit about your time here and making the best use of it.
Yeah.
Let's have that conversation again.
Right. Well, you have to understand, on a geological time scale, human beings have been here for less than a blink of an eye. Not even a blink, less than a blink when you look at the grand scale of time in the universe, right? I mean, think about it. Our sun is 5 billion years old. It's a middle-aged sun. It only has another 5 billion years to go. But human beings have only been around for, like Homo sapien, 200,000 years. So you can't even, it's just the numbers are crazy. However, You have to understand that when I say a blink of an eye, I mean like we have got to do what we're supposed to do here in a very short period of time. Our lifespans are very short, and they've gotten even shorter due to everything else that's going on that we've allowed them to do to us. And I do mean we've allowed them to do. They haven't done it against our will. We've allowed it to happen because we outnumber them. And we've got to take back control of who we are, what we are, and our true power, and realize we're here to complete a mission. And the ultimate mission that we're here to complete is to bring heaven to earth. This could be part of the experiment. How many people can we help, assist, show service to others, to love, to make sure that everyone's okay, to not allow others to be oppressed and suppressed? Since we have the numbers in our favor. How much can we help to change the global economic situation and push mankind back towards this golden age and bring out the technologies that are needed to sustain this planet in a way that's green and that everyone can prosper? We have a very limited amount of time, and I believe that this experiment resets itself. It's just like a video game. Oh, they failed this time when they got to this level. Now, okay, they only sustained for, 10,000 years, and here comes the fall again. Let's see if they can do it again. Let's see if they can sustain it next time. And this 4 times we've gone through this cycle. We have less than a blink of an eye to figure out what we're supposed to do here. And everyone thinks it's supposed to wake up, punch a clock, go to work, come home, go to sleep, and do it all over again until you die. But that's not what it is. I believe the mission is, how do we create heaven here? Instead of waiting to die so you can live, how do you live now? How do you maximize what we have here now? And if we can do that, we prove something to this system, this grand divine system that says, oh, they're ready for the next level. And that's what I really believe is going on.
You know, I'm going to be honest. I think that's a great place to end it. I mean, essentially what you're saying is be a good person.
Yeah.
Do good things. Leave this place better than you found it.
That's it, man. Right on the head.
And, I mean, there's no better message to end with than that, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, what do you got coming up soon?
Oh, a lot going on. We just had the first annual Forbidden Conscious Awards, and it was a success. We're having the second annual Conscious Awards coming up next August 2024, and you're going to be one of the nominees. I'm claiming it right now. You're going to be one of the nominees for Podcaster of the Year. And it's an amazing event. Next year will be a 3-day weekend of incredible weekend of great things going on with great people, everybody on the same frequency. And I have a big workshop coming up. It's my Blueprint for God Power workshop that I'm going to do with Dr. Be Serious in October. It's going to be another mind-bending workshop. The first one, we had 10,000 people that tuned in for 11 hours straight. And this time it's going to be probably 12 hours straight of incredible teaching techniques and information and knowledge that they'll never be able to see on YouTube or anybody else's channel or TV. This is straight wisdom and knowledge straight from the source. So they got to tune into that. It's going to be amazing. Other than that, just doing our global tours, Egypt, Cambodia. Next year will be Turkey. We'll do a whole Turkey tour, another Egypt tour, and probably Mexico or either Peru. And of course, just getting everybody on that Forbidden Knowledge TV and letting them get a chance to binge watch conscious television instead of binge watching the fear porn that's on the other stuff.
Very cool. Very cool. Where can people find you?
You can go to 4bk.tv, the number 4bk.tv, or at Forbidden Knowledge on every platform that exists, and you'll find me.
Perfect. Well, I appreciate the invite, and I can't wait till next August. I want to see those awards, and
absolutely,
and it'll be cool to be there and take part in that.
Oh, it's gonna be amazing, brother.
Well, Billy, I really appreciate your time. You have blown my mind here. I got a lot to think about, and I'd love to get you back at some point.
Oh, gotta come back. This is mandatory.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate you, man.
Hey everybody, I'm Sean Ryan. Click here to subscribe to the Sean Ryan Show YouTube channel for the hottest and most compelling interviews that you will not see anywhere else. I've also made a playlist of all the previous SRS episodes so they're easy to find. You can find that right here. Hey everybody, welcome back to the show. Every once in a while, I will take a speculative interview where nobody really knows the truth on the subject matter. And when I do that, I always talk about that in the introduction. This interview, however, may be a little bit hard for some of you to believe, but I assure you there is no speculation. In fact, I've provided a lot of the documentation you'll see presented in the actual episode, and for those of you that still don't believe, do your own research, look this stuff up yourself, and you'll find that it's very real. Remote viewing has been around for a very long time. The US was a little bit late to the game on it, as the Russians have been utilizing this stuff for several years before we did. I brought on the first remote viewer for the United States. This man is a legend. He called The Hunt for the Red October submarine. Many of you have seen that movie. He called where the first International Space Station was going to crash into the Earth. He called a lot of things, and we're going to cover all of them on this show. Ironically, I've heard that this man actually remote viewed his own death, which supposedly happens at age 78. Coincidentally, this episode was recorded on his 78th birthday. And I address that and ask him this question in the episode. You'll see it's at the very end. Ladies and gentlemen, if you get anything out of these episodes, please like, comment, and subscribe to the YouTube channel. Head over to Spotify or Apple Podcast. Leave us a review. That really, really helps the show. Just leave one word in the review. That helps us. And ladies and gents, without further ado, please welcome remote viewer number 001 for the United States, Mr. Joe McMonagle. One last thing before we kick this off. There's a lot of talk in this episode about the Monroe Institute, a institute that helps develop and hone in these type of abilities, which offers courses to regular, everyday people like myself. I plan on going. Check out their website. I wouldn't be surprised if I see you there. Love you all. Enjoy the show. Joe McMonagle, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Glad to be here, actually.
I am very glad that you're here as well. I've been looking into you for right around a year now, and wow. Sean Webb has introduced us, a mutual friend of us, and credit to Sean. I've been listening to you for about a year, on and off, and then in the weeks leading up to the interview, your voice has been in my head. I don't know if you're pulling tricks on me or not, but it's been in my head a lot.
I can't do that. Doesn't work that way.
And Sean has been a very valuable resource.
He's a cool guy. I like him a lot. I really do. He's a neat guy.
All right, Joe. So I want to give you an introduction, and I believe this may be the longest introduction I've ever done. So bear with me here.
Okay.
Joe McMonagle, you spent over 12 years as an Army intelligence officer in Vietnam and Southeast Asia. You've survived 3 assassination attempts. Army Intel performed a fake funeral on you. You survived over a decade in a job that has a 20-month life expectancy. After your field service, you were tapped for a highly classified black project connected with the development of the first remote viewing program for the United States Intelligence Service called Grill Flame, later renamed Stargate. You have provided time-sensitive and actionable intelligence for the CIA, the DIA, the NSA, the FBI, DEA, NRO, National Reconnaissance Office, NASA, U.S. Special Operations Units, Joint Chief of Staff, the National Security Council, and the White House, among other agencies that we can't even bring up. Your esteemed service in remote viewing for government earned you a Legion of Merit Award, one of the most prestigious awards in the U.S. Army intelligence officer can be given. After your military retirement, you spent decades as a remote viewing consultant for U.S. intelligence, saving dozens of lives
including those of some missing children. You have remote viewed everything from classified submarines to hostage situations and even Mars. You've performed numerous successful remote viewings on live television in Japan and the US, and you currently guest teach remote viewing at the Monroe Institute. Many call you a psychic spy, but you are remote viewer number 001 for the United States. Joe, I'm out of breath now. Welcome to the Sean Ryan Show. It is an honor to have you here. So I can't wait to get your life story.
I just have to say one thing, and that's the 3 assassination attempts. You could interpret one of them as an attempt, and that was when I was in Austria eating dinner with my ex-wife and close friend, and got something in my drink that wiped me out. I had no heartbeat till he got me to a clinic, and surprised everybody by coming back to life.
Wow.
And as a result, got smuggled out to a rest home in Munich where they wanted to know how badly my brain was damaged because I had no heartbeat for so long. So they assumed I had brain damage. That and the fact that I was talking about God's a white light and you can't cease to exist might have had something to do with it.
Interesting.
So they let everybody think I was dead. And I think it was just a few years ago, maybe 5 or 6 years ago, I met somebody in Lynchburg, Virginia, who came up with, he had a beard, he came up, he said, "Do you recognize me?" And I said, "No." He said, "Well, I work for you at the detachment, the border site detachment, and we all thought you were dead all these years."
Wow.
And here you are giving a lecture in Lynchburg. And so that kind of is, you could interpret that as an assassination attempt. There's a couple other events that could be seen that way, but only from a certain perspective. I don't think they were assassination attempts.
Really?
I think they were just plain accidents where I happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Okay.
That kind of thing.
Well, we will get to that in your life story if you don't mind prompting me when appropriate. But Joe, I want to go through your whole life. I would like to document. This is your biography. I want to document your entire life, starting at childhood all the way up to now. But before we get into that, everybody on the show gets a gift. So, little something for you and Scooter on the way home.
Thank you.
From us.
Oh, very cool. Thank you.
Those are not poisoned, I promise.
No, hey.
They're just gummy bears.
Gummy bears.
That's right.
Yeah.
But
that's very great. Thank you.
You're welcome. And something that I did forget to mention in the introduction is you've been married to your beautiful bride for 39 years. And
that's correct.
That is amazing.
Yeah.
And it's nice to see people with healthy relationships that last, because you don't see that very often anymore. And so congratulations.
I started out rough, but I smoothed out at the end.
Well, you did damn good. So, but yeah, let's, like I said, I would like to, you had a very extensive career. I know you spent a lot of time in Vietnam, Southeast Asia, and Army intelligence, but I would actually like to start before then in your childhood. So, where did you grow up?
I grew up in Miami, Florida, in what would be termed, not loosely, but in reality, as a slum. The house we lived in had bars on all the windows and doors, and we had these broomsticks in the corner for the rats that would come out of the sewers and stuff. So they were like house cats, that kind of thing. And it was a bad area of town. It was 79th Street, about Northwest 2nd Avenue, which was right next to, I think it was Edison High School, if I'm not mistaken now. But mostly it was refugees from from Cuba, a lot of poor people, white people, black people, Puerto Rican.
A melting pot.
A melting pot of very poor people. And so there was a lot of rough gangs there and whatnot, which I adamantly fought not being a member of. And I remember I would tell them, it's okay to mess with me, but don't mess with my sisters or my mother. And I was ready to back that up. And they learned to leave them alone and pick on me. So I was one of the fastest kids on the block.
What time frame is this?
That's, let's see, 1950s.
1950s?
Yeah. I was born in 1946, so it would be about 1958 on. And I went to Catholic school, elementary school, which is about 1.5 miles away. It's now the cathedral in Miami.
Okay.
But it's now in a very poor neighborhood. It wasn't then, but we had to walk out of the poor area to get to the church. It was a little wooden church called St. Mary's on a little hilltop. And now it's, all encroached by big buildings and whatnot. And it's a cathedral, all polished and pretty and everything.
Yeah. Who were your parents?
My mother was, my father met my mother when she was wrapping Christmas presents for a department store in Miami. And my father quit school when he was 14. He had polio, so he wore braces on his legs. And his father left his mother and him and his other brother when he was 14. So he quit school to help bring money in to help his mother. And so he did everything from caddying for golf players, which were mostly hoods from New York that would come down to Miami over the winter and play golf and gamble and that sort of thing. Back then, you could only get to Miami by train. There was no road that got to Miami.
Interesting.
My grandmother came to Miami in a ox cart, actually along the shoreline.
Are you kidding me?
No, they used oxen because they could pull these wagons through the water and the sand and whatnot. And she had her house built right on the Miami River, and it was a perfectly square house, but she lived upstairs, and downstairs you could pull these ropes, and the plywood siding would come up and make like a extension of a roof around the outside. And under there was a big horseshoe-shaped bar. And so she served local moonshine, and they had music, and they would dance under these live oaks. And they had all these old statues and whatnot. And people would show up and dug out canoes, because back then they hunted the birds for the feathers for hats over in Europe, that sort of thing. And so she serviced those people who were the people out of the swamp and whatnot.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's an interesting story, the background of my dad.
Yeah.
But he never had really a formal education. But he was a hell of a golfer. He took his braces off, by the way, and threw them in the trash because nobody would give him a job when he wore them. So he walked. His right leg was worse than his left leg, so it was about 3 inches shorter. When the war started, he tried to join the Army. He spent 3 weeks in the Army, and the DI walking along behind the soldiers standing at attention saw his one leg up in the air, and he asked him, "Do you always stand on your toes like that?" And he said, "Only the right leg gets a little shorter." So they gave him an honorable discharge and threw him out. And all of his buddies were killed in the war. So it really soured him on all that stuff. And he was upset by that, I think, his whole life. But he worked in a warehouse his whole life. And I don't know if people are familiar with people with polio, but walking on the toes or the ball of your feet on one side on a concrete floor your whole life, you develop a callus that goes right to the bone. It's one of the most painful things you can endure. And he never said a word, ever, about it. But he drank a lot. When he would come home, he'd go through a 6-pack or a 10-pack of beer every night.
Yeah.
And people really condemned him for it, like all the relatives, your dad's nothing but an alcoholic, blah, blah, blah. But he really loved his family, and he worked his whole life very hard to take care of us.
Were you close with your parents?
I was close with my dad, but not my mom. My mom was very controlling, and she usually got controlling when I wanted to do something, like leave after dark to go somewhere. And so she'd scream at me and yell at me, and I would just ignore her. And sometimes she'd stop me and slap me across the face and say, "Pay attention to me." And I just laugh or smile at her, and she keeps slapping me, and finally give up, and I'd walk out the door and do what I wanted. But I learned in the Army, actually, I was thinking about, I had an epiphany, like my 7th year in the Army, and I realized what she was actually doing was out of fear for her children. She was trying to protect us in the areas we were growing up in. And that was her way of doing it. And so I came home and I confronted her with that. And she said, yes, that's all she ever meant to do. And so we had this coming together. And so we became very good friends and very close until her death, which was at a very young age.
Oh.
So she had a heart attack. Had to take 2 buses to get to the hospital. And they gave her a bottle of pills and sent her home, and she didn't last very long. Same thing happened with my twin sister.
Really?
So yeah.
So
I
you're
have
a twin.
A real gripe with hospitals that just give people pills and send them home. No, it's
Still
not right.
doing it today, 70-something years later.
Yeah.
But when did your sister pass?
She passed, I think it was around just before her 50th birthday. And she lived in Ocala, Florida at the time. She was also schizophrenic.
Oh, man.
But at the end, she was very well controlled with meds. Was, living her life. And it was a good one at the end. But, and we were always close. She said I was the only one she ever trusted because I never lied to her. I'd always tell her the truth. She'd call me sometimes. I get a call at 3 a.m. in Germany. I'm standing on the side of the road. It's pouring down rain. I don't know what to do. There's nothing here. And I'd say, how did you get there? Well, I was on a bus. And I said, why'd you get off the bus? So little Abner was looking at me. Yeah, little Abner is a cartoon in the newspaper. And she said, no, he's not. He was driving the bus. So I had to get off. And I go, oh, geez, what do I do? So I say, stand on the edge of the road. And when somebody comes by, wave like crazy. And then I didn't hear from her for 6 months. The state trooper picked her up, took her to a hospital. Where they'd stabilize her, and once she was stable, she'd call me on the phone and apologize and everything. But that's the kind of life she led. And
wow.
So I worried about her all the time.
When did that start?
It started at age 15. She got pregnant from a boyfriend or something, and my parents sent her up to Baltimore to live with another aunt who kept her there until she birthed the baby, and then he took the child away from her and gave it away to adoption or something. And that was it. That's drove her over the edge, I think. And she hated my mother till she died. You couldn't talk her into any other belief.
Man.
And But I had 3 other sisters, and my second oldest sister, who was 7 years my junior. When she was born, I climbed a tree in the backyard and said, "I'm not coming down out of the tree until you take her back." I was 7 years old. And my mother said, "That's not going to happen." And so I'm not coming down out of the tree. She said, "Fine, stay in the tree." And she went inside and closed the door. And that night, the mosquitoes drove me out of the tree. So I snuck in the house and noticed the little bassinet sitting on the kitchen table. And I snuck up on it and looked over the edge, and it was my new sister. And while I was staring at her, she opened one eye, and started screaming. And I went, But it's like a bird, she kind of anchored on me. And everywhere I went, she went. Everything I did, she wanted to see what I was doing. And in her early years at school, I had to walk her to school, which is okay as long as I didn't have ownership.
Yeah.
But as soon as we left the house, she'd say, "You got to hold my hand." And I'd say, "I'm not going to hold your hand." She said, "You got to hold my hand. I can't see. The sun's too bright." So I have to hold her hand all the way to school. And when people meet her now, they think she's my twin because we think alike, talk alike. Everything about her is the same as me almost. But my other 2 sisters, my next one in line was Elizabeth, and Beth's gentle like a deer. I remember her whole time as a child, she would walk around in the rooms on her tiptoes. I think she was my dad's favorite, and she was trying to emulate him because he's walking on tiptoes on his right foot.
Oh, yeah.
So she always walked on tiptoes.
Interesting.
And she was very quiet. She was an observer. She'd come into a room and just observe. And then my baby sister, Kathy, was the one that was a real terrorist. She got into it all the time at school, and she got in a fight over a basketball or something with some boy, and I think she was 8 or 9 at the time. And he pushed her down on the basketball court, and she broke her arm. So she was in a cast. And she came to me and she said, "How do I deal with this kid?" And I said, "Just tell him you want to tell him a secret, but he's got to come close because you're going to whisper. And when he comes up close, you just, with the cast." And that afternoon, I got to talk to a cop who brought her to the house and said, "Did you tell your sister to do this?" And I said, "Hell yeah, I did." I almost went to jail for it. But my other sisters told me that she was wild child her whole life. She died from a brain tumor at 35 or 36.
Oh, man.
Yeah. So I lost my twin sister and my baby sister.
I'm sorry.
The 2 in between are now retired senior master sergeants from the Air Force.
Are you kidding me? Were they in the intelligence service as well?
No. Okay. They supported an active fighter squadron up in Portland, Oregon, their whole time they were in.
Interesting.
Yeah. That's where they both lived. Or one lived across the river in Washington State, and my other sister lived in Portland. So they worked at that active fighter squadron their whole time in the service.
Okay.
And one was a secretary to the commander, I think, kind of a secretary or a person who supported him. And my other sister she's very proud of her MOS because it's one of the few combat MOSs the Air Force has. It's where they parachute in a team and they set up all the electronic requirements for a landing strip.
Mm-hmm.
So when they acquire a landing strip in a combat zone and it's got no support, they go in and support the fighters they bring in and the bombers and things like that until they can bring in a regular crew. And they tried to push her out of that MOS a couple times when she got more rank, and she fought them to the end.
Very cool. Here's the situation. You've got China, Russia, Ukraine, the border. The banks seem to be collapsing. Plus, the Chinese just negotiated with Iran, Saudi Arabia, and Brazil to drop the US dollar. And most Americans, including myself, feel that we're in a recession right now. But despite all the evidence, I can't tell you what's going to happen for sure. Nobody can. Yet when it comes to your money, you should understand what's at stake. That's why I partnered with Goldco to possibly help at times like this. Go to SeanLikesGold.com or call 855-936-GOLD to get your free gold and silver kit. The kit shows you how to defend your money with precious metals and how listeners of the show could get up to $10,000 in bonus silver. Go to SeanLikesGold.com or call 855-936-GOLD to get your free gold and silver kit. I can't predict the future, but I can certainly prepare for it. So go to SeanLikesGold.com or call 855-936-GOLD now. Performance may vary. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision. I've spent more time than I would like to admit researching, testing, trying to find the perfect mattress that's going to give me a good night's sleep. And it basically got to the point where I just gave up. I suffer from chronic back pain. It comes from 14 years of combat operations as a Navy SEAL and a CIA contractor. My back's just shot. No matter what mattress I use, I wake up, I can't move. Takes me about 45 minutes just to loosen up, to bend over, to put my shoes on, to get out the door. And then somebody, a friend of mine, told me about Helix mattresses. So I went to the website. Turns out they got a quiz you take. You take the quiz, and then they make a recommendation out of the 20 mattresses they have in stock. Mine was the Midnight Lux, and bam, had it shipped right to my house. Very skeptical, by the way, but slept on it first night. Slept like a baby. Complete game changer. Another thing I like about Helix mattresses is they have the enhanced cooling feature that keeps you from overheating. We've all used mattresses where you wake up, especially these memory foam ones, right? You wake up and you're sweating and you can't go back to sleep. Well, Helix is taking care of that. Take the Helix Sleep Quiz at helixsleep.com and find your perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders and 2 free pillows for our listeners. Go to helixsleep.com/SRS and use the code HelixPartner20. This is their best offer yet, and it's not going to last long. With Helix, better sleep starts now. Joe, I don't remember if I've read or heard or watched or listened, but I remember hearing somewhere that something in your childhood kind of shaped or maybe developed you for the career that you were going to dive into. Can you talk about that at all?
Yeah, I had to get out of Miami. I'm really a bug about racial things. I grew up with, people with no money, people who grew up hard just like I did. Mm-hmm. And many of them were white, many of them were black, many of them were Hispanic, some of them were foreign. And the way they're treated is not right. And my mother and I were walking through a place called, you have to bear with me, I'm trying to remember some things here. I think it was called Grinnell's Park. I think that was what it was called, Grinnell's Park, which is downtown Miami, right across from all the big buildings and stuff. And it was a park where you could just walk through and whatnot. I remember meeting Roy Rogers there. And what was the other? The guy with the white stallion. Had the silver bullets. Long Ranger. He actually gave me one of his silver bullets.
Oh man!
It turned out to be a blank, but it was silver plated. Anyway, I'm walking through there with my mother, and it was hot, and I was thirsty, and I saw a water fountain, and I went up and started drinking out of it. My mother grabbed me and pulled me away from it. She said, "Don't use that fountain. It's colored only." And I said, "Why?" And she said, "I can't explain it, but you shouldn't drink out of those water fountains." Next time I saw my doctor, my mother took me to my doctor. I think I was maybe 12 or 13 at the time. He read me the riot act about using those water fountains and said all these diseases. He just read off this huge list of diseases I could get drinking out of a colored water fountain. And I told him, I said, that doesn't make any sense to me at all. That's nuts. And he got angry, and my mother got angry. And I said, I got to get out of this place. This isn't right. And I don't think that changed up until the day I left, when I was 18. As soon as I turned 18, I went downtown. Vietnam was starting to build up, and nobody was enlisting voluntarily. Everybody was trying to avoid the draft, or if they got the draft, they wanted a really high number, that kind of stuff. But when I graduated from high school, I and my group of buddies, maybe 4 of us, went downtown and went to the place where they had all the recruiting sites. And we went around to each one, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines. And I think we even visited the Coast Guard. And I went back to the Army. When I first walked into the Army recruiting office, they said, they looked at me, they looked at my high school record, and because we had these folders, it had all our information in it. And I said, get out of here. We don't want to talk to you. You're too smart for the Army. And I said, what are you talking about? He says, we're bullet launchers and we're bullet catchers. That's all we do. Go find somebody else. And there I threw me out. So I went around the other places, and it became apparent to me they were lying. Every single one of those recruiters were lying. The Air Force, you have a private room. You get to travel all over the world. The typical BS they do to rope you in.
Mm-hmm.
And so my buddies got hooked by the Navy, mostly. They all joined the Navy, but I didn't know that because I went back to the Army place. And I walked in, and he says, why are you back here? I said, you're the only guy that's not lying to me. So I joined the Army. I came out, met my buddies, and they had joined the Navy.
What did you join the Army to do?
I actually joined the Army because I felt like if I was going to serve the country, that was the place to be. I just felt like they were guys who were taking up the mission versus kind of dragging their feet going in. These guys were like the guys that they would go with. I just felt like they were serious about it. And that's the message this guy was delivering. And so we talked, and he asked me why, and I wanted to join the Army. I said, I want to fly fixed wing. He said, do you know the difference? And I said, yeah, I know I don't want to fly a helicopter. He said, why not? I said, I heard it's a bag of rocks when it can't fly anymore. And he says, you're right, it's a bag of rocks. So he says, we don't have a lot of fixed wing pilots, but you're smart enough for it. So he said, I would advise you to get tested before you join. So I went back, and actually I committed to it. I went back and I got tested, and they opened arms, come on in. And so I did all the tests and scored fairly high. And because by then I was in a private boys' school paid for by a Monsignor at the cathedral. So my whole high school education was very good with Jesuits and whatnot. So the Army took me in, promised me fixed wing, and then I got to my basic training. I took the basic training, and when they started to ship me off to the fixed wing school, they said there's some basic requirements you have to meet, and I couldn't meet the depth perception test. I was 3 inches off at 25 feet, and they said you have a stigmatization or something in your vision, which doesn't permit you to get a good depth perception. So you can't fly fixed wing. You can't fly anything. So find something else. So I went through a brochure of MOSs and came up with the idea that I wanted to do this thing it was called a Sidewinder back then. It was a track-mounted 106 recoilless rifle. It had 6 recoilless rifle barrels on it, and it was track-mounted, and it was very quick. It was like 50 miles an hour, and I thought, yeah, that's it. Strike and run. I was thinking, boy, if you're fast, they can't get you. So I went to AIT for that and finished my AIT. And then when they gave assignments to everybody in the class, everybody was off to Vietnam, Philippines, all these different places. And you, Joe, go sit in the barracks because we don't know what we're going to do with you yet. So I'm sitting in the barracks when somebody came in from the orderly room and said, they've just obsoleted your weapons group. The Army's doing away with it. So you have to find another MOS. So I don't know what the heck I want to do. So I went out on the base, and this is at Columbia, South Carolina. So I'm walking around on the base during training hours. Can't find any MOS that I want to do, so I'm at the PX beer hall at 2 in the afternoon. So it's empty, and I'm sitting in there drinking a beer, and a civilian guy came in and sat way across the place from me. I said, what are you sitting way over there? Why don't you come sit over here and we could talk? So he came over, and he asked me what I was doing, and I told him. And he said, I might be able to help you. He said, come by and see me tomorrow. And he gave me his card. And all his card had on it was phone number. So I called him the next day, and he gave me directions. And he was in a trailer. So I visited him at his trailer in Columbia, South Carolina, on the base. And when I went in, he introduced himself, gave me his name and everything. And he said, I think I can help you pick an MOS. And I said, how do we do that? Do I look through a brochure? No. And he handed me a dart. I said, what's this for? And he pulled his curtain back, and it was a big standard dartboard on the wall, but it had little numbers written in all the little places. And he said, you throw the dart, you hit a number, we look it up, and it tells you your MOS. So I threw the dart, and it hit on one of the black lines that separated things. And I said, what does that mean? Do I get to throw the dart again? He said, no, that's, believe it or not, is an MOS. And I said, what is it? And he said, I can't tell you. I said, what do you mean you can't tell me? He said, well, this is a recruitment for intelligence. And I said, what's that? I had no idea. And so he said, I can't explain it to you because you don't have a clearance. And I said, well, how am I supposed to do an MOS that I don't have a clearance for? He said, well, we do background and everything once you volunteered. And I said, okay, I'll volunteer. And he said, you don't have enough commitment time. I had only committed for 4 years. He said, you got to have 6 years commitment because the school was over a year and a half. So I said, okay, what do I do? He said, well, we have some papers for that. And he had me sign my discharge from the 4-year commitment and sign a recruitment for a 6-year commitment. And then he told me that my MOS, he gave me the numbers. It was 05D10. And I said, what does that mean? He said, I can't tell you. You have to go to school for it. And we're going to send you up to Fort Devens, Massachusetts. So I went to Fort Devens. And the first school I was in was 120 people. And we all had headsets on, and we were all learning Morse code. So I learned Morse code. And you had to pass, I think it was 18 words per minute, sending and receiving, to graduate. I couldn't get past 10. And I mean, that went on and on. I was getting like within 10 days of graduation, I couldn't pass 10. So I snuck out through a hole in the fence and went to this hotel and got absolutely wasted on beer. Because I was, almost 21. So anyway, I came back in just in time for school the next day. And people couldn't stand next to me. I smelled so bad. And he came up to me and he said, you're not typing anything. And I said, I'm not into it today. And he's doing one of these. And he says, where have you been all night? I said, I might have had a few beers. He said, well, full with this a little while. If you don't pass it today, you're out. And so I passed 12, 15, 18, and 20, almost 22.
Wow.
In 4 hours.
With a hangover.
I mean, I was still drunk. So I graduated third in the class. Top 3 guys didn't go anywhere. We went to the next school. Everybody else block allocated Southeast Asia. So the next class, we had 21 or 22 people in it. And it was for everything but the Morse code. Every kind of radio operation in the world. Russian radios, Chinese radios, Czech radios, German radios, American radios, small radios, big radios, burst transmission type radios, all that kind of stuff. I graduated first in that class. I and number 2 guy went to a third class. The rest block allocated Southeast Asia. The third class I went to was me and him, 2 guys that were not wearing uniforms, and another guy who was wearing a uniform I'd never seen before. And we're like 7 of us in this class. I graduated first in that class. And that basically was 6 months in the snow. I never saw a warm building, a warm room, a warm tent. I mean, living in the snow, literally. And then I got sent into Boston for a 2-week test. My job was to go into Boston, seek out someone who I thought might be an instigator, anti-war demonstrator, or whoever, and file reports on them. So I saw this woman who looked to be part Chinese, and she was definitely a rabble-rouser. So I started writing her up and sending reports in on a every other day basis. And after about 2.5 weeks, I got a telephone call. He said, come back into the base. We want to go over some things with you. And it was a Saturday. I thought that was kind of unusual. So I went in on Saturday. When I walked in the office, she was sitting at this couch.
The woman you were surveilling?
Yeah. And she had been surveilling me. So we had picked up on each other and were writing reports on one another. And so we both passed.
Wow. Wow.
So then everybody got assignments but me. So I'm sitting around for a week waiting for an assignment. And they came in one day and they said, go into Fitchburg, Massachusetts, here's $300. Go into Fitchburg and buy civilian clothes. So I went to this men's store in Fitchburg and bought a suit and, typical load of clothes. And I came back and they took all my uniforms away and everything. And I waited another week. And then they came and got me and took me to an air base. Put me on a C-130 and I had to sign for an entire pallet load of classified material. Because they had given me my clearances by then. So we made, 6 or 7 stops. And I was signing off the stuff that people were taking off this pallet. And when it got down to just a few objects, we landed and they said, get off with this stuff. And I got off and the plane left. And I was sitting on this little runway. And on the right side was the Atlantic Ocean. And on the left side was this light blue, like Mediterranean color. And I could see both at the same time because the place I was sitting was maybe 300 meters across. And I was sitting on a log, and I said, where am I? I had no idea. Nobody would tell me. And this baby blue Jeep pulled up, and a guy got out of the Jeep with black shorts, white T-shirt, flip-flops. And he came over and he said, my name's Sal Corrado. I'm a warrant officer, and I'm your boss. Get in. I said, where the hell are we? He says, you're on Eleuthera in the Bahamas. So my first tour was 18 months on Eleuthera in the Bahamas, which is an out island. It's a thin 116-mile island that's only half a mile wide at any given point. And our cover was air sea rescue. Half the unit couldn't swim. Now, I was a Red Cross lifeguard, so I worked at the Eden Rock on Miami Beach for a few months. So I taught them how to swim. I taught the guys with kids and a wife how to swim. I taught everybody that didn't know how to swim how to swim. And I became the major swimmer and diver because that was our cover. But sometimes a boat would run aground or something. We had to go out and save people, that kind of stuff.
Actually
live it.
Actually play out your cover.
So I can't tell you what we did there. It's still classified, but I was there just a year. It was considered a hardship tour. Most of the guys brought their wife and kids over. I was the only one that extended 6 months. So I'm from Miami. It was a round-trip $27 ticket on a jet, Whisper jet to Miami. 18-minute flight. So I was having a good time.
Good.
And met my first wife that way in Miami. And that was a mistake. Because my next tour was Germany.
Your next tour
my
was
next
Germany?
tour was Vietnam.
Okay.
And that was rough.
What was the job satisfaction like in the Bahamas?
In the Bahamas?
Were you excited? Was it an exciting project?
Yeah, the mission was exciting. But the mission was every third week, or maybe not, or sometimes that kind of thing.
Okay.
I met a guy. The most exciting part of it was I met a hit guy out of, he was a Haitian refugee. His name was Maurice. He was a French Haitian. And he was a good friend of what they call the voodoo mama of the island. She was an old lady with one leg. They all lived in the Keys, which was a slum area. You walked on boards from one little islet to the next, and they lived in basically shacks built from driftwood, that kind of thing. They were avoided by everybody. Hey, I grew up that way. It didn't bother me at all. I go visit her and take her a big brown bag full of bologna sandwiches, which she loved because she had no teeth. I took care of her. We had a Class 5 hurricane that hit the island. And we were supposed to, we worked in pairs, so I and my partner were supposed to evacuate some equipment when the airspeed got up of a certain height. So we're watching this animator, and suddenly the animator jumped to like 100 miles an hour or better. So we started jerking this classified equipment out, putting it in a Jeep in black bags. And we watched the plane as we were loading the Jeep. We watched the plane take off and just fly off to Florida. So he says, well, what do we do? And I said, put it back in the trailer, transfer everything to this van that we had, and get the loading chains that they delivered it with. And we pounded 2-foot stakes into the coral and chained it down on all 4 corners. And actually went into the hut. And as we were shutting the door, 2 wild dogs came in with us. They were probably the smartest animals on the planet. They came running in. So we shut the door and wrapped it with 1-inch strap and welded it shut. So I've been in a lot of hurricanes in my life in Miami.
I'll bet.
And I knew that this was going to be a bad one because it was already a Class 4 and it was coming up from Cuba. And it actually hit the island, came up the island, and stood a half a mile away at the edge of the eye for 23 hours or something. And you almost couldn't think inside this van because the gravel and sand hitting the wall of the metal van was excruciatingly loud. And the 2 wild dogs wouldn't let us touch them, but they really loved the food we gave them. And when we got 2 feet of water in the van, I started thinking, we're in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
But it never got higher than that. We slept up on equipment racks with blankets, and the dogs went up there with us, climbed right on up. And when it was all over, we came out, everything was gone. Everything. The
completely
trucks,
destroyed.
The Jeeps, the generators, the wires, the antennas, everything gone. And but we had survived it. So I got an immediate, I got chastised for not following orders and being at the airport. And that cost me a $50 fine, which I couldn't afford. Back then, my income as an E4, by then I was an E4, Specialist 4, was $72 a month, I think.
Wow.
And I got fined $70. And I was like, that's going to hurt. I can't even get a haircut with that.
Yeah.
And then I came out, I was pissed. And my boss said, now turn around and go right back in. And I said, why? He said, just turn around and go right back in. So I went back in. And the guy smiled at me. I saluted and reported a second time. And he said, no, I'm going to promote you to Buck Sergeant and congratulate you on a job you did really well. So I got one of the first MUX, Meritorious Unit Citations, or Meritorious Unit, not unit. It was a Meritorious Medal.
Okay.
It was above Archon.
Wow.
So, and then later I got promoted to E6. So the guy that was training me became my junior that worked for me.
No kidding.
Yeah. And so I extended 6 months. And so I went straight from there to Vietnam. That was my second tour.
How did you receive the information that you were going to Vietnam? I mean, it was well into the war by this point if you had joined at 18.
That was a story in itself. I got sent from the island back to Homestead, Florida, at the big air base there, we had an Army unit, and the Army unit was working with the Navy there. And so I became an instructor for the Navy, teaching them how to work a piece of equipment that they'd never seen before. And it irritated them that an Army guy could walk into their area, had total clearance to be behind their black, law. Well, I did the best job I could. And I noticed every time the block allocation came out for Southeast Asia, my name was on it, right at the top. It had a line through it with the colonel's initials. So after the third occasion, I went by to see the colonel, and I said, I'm here on a social visit. I said, I need to know why you keep lining me out and initialing it. He said, well, I've had long conversations with your ex-boss, and we've greased the scales for your going to officer candidate school. And I said, no, sir, that's not going to happen. And he said, who talked you out of it? And I said, me. I said, I'm not going. He said, why not? And I said, because I will go when I want to go, not when you want me to go. And I will earn it. I'm not going to have anybody grease anything for me. And I walked out. And the next block allocation came out. Red line and initials again. So I went back to see him, and I said, I thought we had this discussion. And he said, yeah. He said, but Southeast Asia is not in your future. And I said, it should be. I'm due, overdue. And I said, why are you doing this? And it turned out, and he's very open with me, his son died at age 18 from leukemia or something like that. And I looked almost identical to his dead son. And he had taken me on as somebody to protect. And I said, don't do this. I will not receive this well. Mm-hmm. The next block allocation, Southeast Asia. That's how I got to Vietnam.
So you wanted to go?
I wanted to go, yeah. That was part of being in the military for me. That was like, that's where it all is. It's a war. That's where they send people in the Army. Mm-hmm. You know? That, and I felt I was well trained. I knew what I was doing. Why not? It didn't make any sense to me that somebody was keeping me out of it. Mm-hmm. It angered me in a sense.
Were there a lot of people at that time that actually wanted to go to the war? Because
no, hell no.
Nowadays we don't hear that.
No, there was huge demonstrations starting to build for resentment about it. Nobody wanted to be drafted. Nobody wanted to volunteer. It was a bad war. Nobody wanted to be in it. It was growing. This was, beginning of 67. And so, no, it was not a good thing. But I felt like it's denial. It's like stupid. You got it. If you're in the Army and you're a volunteer, that's what you do. You go where the war is. You go where the fight is. You go where you're needed. And so I went to Vietnam. And funny thing happened when I got to Vietnam and I walked in my first orderly room. That I had these orders in a packet that said not to be diverted by anybody, no matter what their rank, by order of some general somewhere. The first thing they tried to do was divert me. Divert me to a colonel who came in with a Jeep and a 5-ton and was looking for 25 warm bodies. And he had blood on him. And I said, I'm not going where he's going. Obviously, he's not very good at what he does. So I just walked away from him. and went to the tent of the guy who was running the repo depot and just walked into his tent, laid in his cot, and took a nap. My orders said not to be diverted, so I took it seriously. So I finally got my orders to go up to the 330th Radar Recon in Pleiku area, Central Highlands. And so when I got up there and I walked in the orderly room, they said, "Oh, you're already in E6." And I said, "Well, yeah." He handed me another E6 stripe. I said, "What's this?" He said, "Well, that's the blood stripe we were going to give you when you walked in." You know what a blood stripe is.
What is it?
That back then it meant the guy you were replacing was killed.
Oh, shit.
So you got his rank to take over. And I said, "I don't know anything about what he was doing." He said, "Well, nevertheless, you're in charge of it." And so when I met the first guys I met, I said, "I'm not in charge of you guys. You're in charge of me because I've not been here before. So until I'm comfortable, I'll do everybody else's job. But the guy who's been here the longest, you're in charge." So that's how I did it.
And so, what was your mission?
My mission in Vietnam was manyfold. One was predominantly running outstations, what we call outstations for direction pointing. We had some 5 or 6 HF, high frequency direction pointing stations. And they were out of the way. They might have 6, possibly upwards of 8 men assigned to them. But they were huge bunkers in the center of an antenna field that would do direction pointing. And getting from the outside of the antenna field to the inside of one of those bunkers usually required somebody coming out and meeting you and saying, "Step where I step." Because there was no other defense. They had swing rack twin 50s on top of the bunker and big searchlights and a lot of booby traps and a lot of mines and stuff. And generally speaking, the enemy usually left it alone, but when they decided they wanted to take one out, it was Katie bar the door, that kind of thing. A lot of support fire, which is predominantly what the bunker was for, because it was always danger close stuff. But nevertheless, that's what I did, is I managed those things, those sites and things like that. And we had a thing called an ANPRD-1 at the time. I don't know if you are familiar with that.
I am not.
An ARPRD-1 was basically a radio with a rotational antenna on top that does direction finding in the HF area. It's at the time it was the most modern stuff they had at the end of the Second World War.
Okay.
So that piece of equipment weighed 68 pounds. It was considered man-packable.
Oh, man.
So you could dismantle it and man-pack it.
This was back in the hard days.
Problem was, it had batteries. The frickin' batteries weighed 60 pounds apiece. So it was like crazy. So the best we could do is we would hard mount it in a Jeep. And the Jeep that I went to the motor pool and selected a Jeep. And I told the motor pool sergeant, I said, "You got any V8s laying around?" I had a V8 put in my Jeep. I had the windshield taken off. I had a cutter bar put up in the front, welded in the front. 2 layers of sandbags laid in it. It was the fastest frickin' Jeep on the planet. And, you know, this is something I never understood. You're in a combat area. You're in a heavily fortified combat area. So they dropped the speed limit to 25 miles an hour because of all the troops walking around. Bullshit. I'm not going down at 25 miles an hour. IEDs are set at 25 miles an hour. I'd blow through there at 70, and they'd be going off, half a mile behind me. Or if my driver happened to hit a piece of cardboard in the road, I usually beat him senseless with my helmet. It was like, no, 70 miles an hour is comfortable. And they have these things where they stop everybody to form up a convoy where they can mount heavy mortar teams in a truck in the front and a truck in the back, and all this protection for a convoy. And what do? The bottom of the mountain pass, going up the other side, they hit the lead truck, the tail truck, blast the bridge out of condition, and then rake it as long as they can before cover arrives. And cover's not very efficient in the mountains anyway. So, no, we'd come up for these convoys, and I'd pull out my special pass. I was an intelligence guy. And I'd say, move those barricades. We blow through there. I figure they're never going to open up on us with just a single Jeep.
Yeah.
They're waiting for that convoy. And so we'd be going down the road to the coast, out of the mountains, out of Ankh to the coast, and we'd go by areas where you could see them setting up their mortar emplacements and their heavy gun emplacements, their Russian heavy machine guns and stuff.
Wow.
We just blow through
Is
there.
a single Jeep?
Yeah, single Jeep. We might draw some ground fire, but they couldn't hit us.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff.
What kind of intelligence ops were you running?
Want to define the headquarters for most of these units, like the 144th, the 145th, North Vietnamese Division, or whatever they call it. I can't remember now. Usually the larger units, the headquarters units, we're looking for their prime headquarters.
Okay.
And if we could locate that by locating the antenna first, their prime broadcast antenna, then once we located that, then we could go into the area and suss out where some of their main units were. And then once we had built the schematic of how they were laid out, we could call in,
Okay. So you guys were kind of triangulating on
on
enemy
the antennas.
enemy HQs,
Right?
And then
Predominantly
ordering a
the
strike.
HQs. Sometimes we got smaller units that were operating in the area that were doing a lot of damage.
Mm-hmm.
They would bring us in on that. I remember one, and we took a lot of photographs too. Sometimes when we saw things that were obviously enemy active things.
So this is almost maybe, along the lines of what NSA is doing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, basically, but way up front.
Yeah.
And when I first got there, we lived in the base camp. We lived in a hole in the ground. It was actually a hole dug in the ground for a GP medium, and there were 6 guys in the hole living together. And so we just had the tent top spread out with a trench dug around it. And we had ammo crates for floor. So when it got wet and mucky in the bottom, we could walk around on the ammo crates and it was dry. And we had a couple tent poles in the center. And so we were sleeping right up against the dugout wall. And we could sandbag our sleeping cots. It was really warm, comfortable, dry. We get a rat in there every now and then, but we found us a dog. We call him Big Red. Buck Sergeant Red. And we turned him into an alcoholic. He got to liking beer so much. The worst beer in the world. Blue Ribbon.
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Blue Ribbon. In the steel cans that rusted. But we give him a beer for any rat that he brought us dead. He turned into such an alcoholic.
Will work for beer.
Every morning, we'd throw the tent flap back, and he'd be like this, pause, sound asleep by the entry, 2 dead rats laying in front of him. So, 2 Pabst Blue Ribbon beers for breakfast. Then he was happy.
That's awesome.
And you'd see him around the unit sitting with his ears like this, staring at a rat hole. Not moving, like stone statue dog. That rat stick his nose out, he'd have him. One more beer.
I read that you were in a helo crash in Vietnam.
Yeah, you could call it a crash. It was more or less like blown out of the sky. I hitched a ride coming back to Pleiku. I didn't want to take a vehicle ride for some reason. It was just quicker. I want to get back to Pleiku City, so I hitched a ride on a helicopter, and I had my rucksack. I had all my equipment with me. And so I was riding in this helicopter. And in Vietnam, the heat was so bad that helicopters back then with the smaller engines just couldn't lift off. They had to take an aircraft takeoff. They had to move in ground effect like an airplane. Once they get above a certain height, it's like only 400 or 500 feet, they could operate like a helicopter because the air got heavier. And so landing was the same problem. So we were coming into Pleiku to land. So we were cruising along the outside edge of the runway to where the helicopter parking pad was. And they waved us off because they had a big cargo plane coming in. So we moved over to the trees and went to about 100 feet over the trees. Not above the trees. It's like around 100, 120 feet total. But we were over the tops of the trees, and the air was cooler. So I was sitting on the side of the helicopter with my feet on the sked. And I'm pretty sure we got hit with an RPG right in the belly because there was this white fireball. That's all I remembered. And I woke up on the ground. And I had fallen through trees, I guess ricocheting off of limbs or something. But when I landed in this flat sitting position. So I was sitting on the ground like this with my rucksack still on, but my rifle was laying way out here somewhere. I think I was still carrying the rifle then, but so I went to reach for it and passed out from the pain. Because the impact had jammed my spine. Had multi-fractured my spine to some degree. And I was in a lot of pain. So I was eventually able, it was right at dusk when this happened. So I was able to roll over because I was hearing things in the bushes I didn't like. And all I had was I had a knife, and I found a really good fist-sized rock. So I crawled up into some bushes and just laid there, in the fetal position, hoping if somebody found me, I wouldn't have to get into it. And I was out there all night like that. And then the next day, they came in to recover the wreckage, I guess, for parts or something. And they found a number of us still alive.
So you weren't the only survivor?
I wasn't the only survivor. Just about everybody survived. There might have been one dead or somebody that died later. I don't know. I just know when I got to the MASH unit, I was one of the fewer damaged people. I just had a spine compression. That's what they call it. So they put me in traction. They actually put metal pins in my skull and hooked wire, sandbags, and so I was like taut over this cot for, oh God, they had me there for like 2 weeks in traction. And I started feeling pretty good. And then they had a bunch of people come in wounded, and they said, sorry, we're going to take you out of traction. We think you're going to be okay. They took me out of traction. I stood up, and almost passed out because of the recompression of standing up. And they gave me a couple shots, and they handed me a big bottle of Percocets. I remember it was like this big around, about this tall. And they said, "You're going to be all right. Take these. Go back to your unit and walk it off."
Trick or treat.
Trick or treat. So I went back to the unit, and that's what I did. I walked it off. It was a lot of pain, but it started easing the more Percocets I took.
Yeah.
The better it got, and we even had some speed that we would take sometimes, which caused some problems because then you couldn't get something to go to sleep with. So we all started drinking Jack Daniels and throwing the cap away, that kind of thing.
Chasing the dragon.
Which I really paid for when I got out of the Army. That's a much later story. But I just learned to deal with it.
A lot of guys in Vietnam saw some weird things in the jungle.
You didn't have to be in the jungle to see weird things.
Really?
My first week there, I saw probably one of the worst things I've ever seen in my life. I was in a 3/4 ton sitting up front. We pulled up to an intersection of a main road. And the 3/4 was right behind a, what do they call it, a Lalo truck or I can't remember what they call them now.
Some type of an indigenous vehicle?
Yeah, it was like a motorcycle with seats in the back for up to 6 people.
Like a tuk-tuk or something?
Tuk-tuk, yeah.
Okay.
That's what they call them, tuk-tuk. And it was a woman and a small boy in the back, and the driver revving his engine. And it was a convoy of trucks going through. And the convoy were all low boys with tanks on them and APCs and, heavy equipment. And they're blowing through this intersection, one behind the other. And sometimes there was a break. But the convoy kept going. And this guy got a break. I guess he thought he could make it. And he gunned the engine and he popped the clutch and he got out in the middle and it stalled. Bang. The next convoy truck hit him hard, spun him around, and the back wheels of the trailer went over him. And then every truck behind that, bang, bang. Every single one of them hit that tuk-tuk and started pounding it down in size. To the point you could not see the difference between the metal and the bodies. It was just like a big spongy mess in the middle of the road. No stops. Nobody, the convoy just kept blowing through there. And I've always thought, so they just didn't show up at home. Nobody could have known who they were.
Yeah.
But nobody stopped. Nobody gave a shit. They just...
Like it was nothing.
A bang. That was nothing. And I can't get that out of my head. That was my introduction to Southeast Asia. That and little kids. Innocent kids. Since then, it's kind of interesting. I probably wouldn't do a thing for an adult in trouble. Yeah, okay. But kids and dogs, or cats, innocent animals, innocent children, are what hurts. That's what drives me crazy. So if I see a child being mistreated or something, it takes a lot of willpower to walk away without pounding somebody into the pavement.
Yeah.
I just can't deal with that. But grown adults, I don't give a shit. Hey, you asked for it, you earned it.
Yeah.
You're that stupid. Well,
yeah,
that's life. I've always felt that way ever since my military career. And it's probably unfair. It's probably bad thinking. I don't know. It's just
Well, I mean, don't you think that maybe kind of mindset develops as you experience war and see the lengths that humans will go to get what they want, prove a point, egos get involved in
oh yeah,
you know, but even just the war, you know, by traveling around the world, and I mean, you had some, I don't know what you were doing in the Bahamas, but you know, the Bahamas, Vietnam, I mean,
I've been all over the world.
Start to see humanity for what it is.
Yeah, I think so. But I got to tell you that the average human being walking on the street has no control over what the governments do. It's the politicians that start wars.
Yeah.
It's the military. You have to finish them, clean them up, end them, however you want to look at it. I had a dinner with probably five generals, and the rest were colonels, Russian generals and colonels. And of course, they're heavy into the vodka and whatnot. There's a reason for that, by the way. They drink 3 vodkas. Whoever got up and left the room were spies. KGB, FSB, internal security. If they have a third drink, they can't testify in court. So they get up and leave when the third drink's poured. And after they leave, there's one thing she had interesting, because they all agreed it's politicians that destroy a country from the inside out. It's never the people that are willing to die for the country. It's politicians. And they dislike politicians almost as much as I do.
I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah, I really do. I just like the idea that somebody can just arbitrarily start a war based on some stupid policies without sitting down and talking about it or talking it out. It's corrupt. Because the people they represent shouldn't be set up for that or subjected to that without the say-so. And I understand government has to do certain things, government has to set certain policies, all that kind of crap. But it's usually for the good of the big companies, economy, money, power, and it degrades into worse stuff.
You know, it took me a long time to come to that conclusion and realization, and
it's hard to get there.
Yeah.
It really is, because your idealism gets in the way. You want to believe it's better than that. You want to believe that people are smarter than that people are more aware of what the hell is going on. Most people aren't aware. They don't want to be aware. It's like inconvenient. It affects their decision-making at work. It affects their decision-making with regard to their family, their income. Everything goes to security. Secure first, then deal with those issues. But you never get to those issues.
Yeah.
It's always too much else that goes on.
You've heard me talk about my passion for ketone supplements and how they boost your workouts by helping your body use fatty acids for fuel. I take a shot of HVMN's ketone supplement before my morning workout and before I record my show. It's not an energy drink, but what it does do is it gives me the energy and the clarity that I need to get through my day. I don't drink coffee, so this is my go-to when I need that edge. Ketone IQ comes in convenient shots and are great for workouts or when you need to be in the zone. Some of the world's best athletes rely on this to improve their performance because it doesn't contain sugar or caffeine, but it gives them the same benefits. I wish I had this when I was on active duty. I have more endurance, I don't get the crash,
and it helps curb my appetite when I'm doing a long day of interviews without a food break. Folks, HVMN is offering my audience 30% off your first subscription order of Ketone IQ at hvmn.com/Sean. Again, visit hvmn.com/Sean and subscribe upon checkout for 30% off. Find Ketone IQ in your local Sprouts or Earth Bar stores nationwide. This episode is sponsored by BetterHelp. There's a common misconception that relationships have to be easy to be right. Well, I don't think that's true. I think that the best relationships happen when both people actually put in the work to make it the best relationship. Therapy can be a place to work through challenges you face in life in all of your relationships, whether with friends, work, your significant other, yourself, or anyone. It's helpful for learning positive coping skills and how to set boundaries. It empowers you to be the best version of yourself. And it isn't just for those people who've experienced tremendous amounts of trauma. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online. It's designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. Become your own soulmate, whether you're looking for one or not. Visit betterhelp.com/Sean today. Get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/Sean. When did you come to that conclusion, Joe?
I came to that conclusion when I got into this special project.
So after Vietnam?
Yeah, a long time after Vietnam. I spent better than 7 years in Europe and spent 14 months in Thailand, up in Udon Thani, which was basically the CIA headquarters for the operations in Laos and Cambodia. And I lived in the village of Nang Khai for off and on for quite a few months, which is where all the operatives lived, going in and out of Bien Thanh and other places in upcountry. So I met a lot of the indigenous folks who were smugglers and gun runners and drug sellers and that sort of thing.
Did you have an experience with some type of a medicine man over there?
I'm trying to think. I had an experience with a really bad doctor. Oh, wait a minute. No, I had an experience with a medicine man. Actually, I didn't have that experience. Let me back up. I had an event that happened when I was living in Nang Khai. I lived in a hut that was off the ground in Nang Khai. It was probably 500 years old, this hut. It was 15, maybe 17 feet off the ground. You went up and down through a ladder, a center hole in the hut. And when you got up at night, you pulled the ladder up, shut the trap door, and put a pin through it. So that was security. Below you, there was a walkway to the ladder, but inside that wired-in area under the hut is where you kept the pigs. Pigs are a great alarm. You wake a pig up in the middle of the night, they start going crazy. So they make great alarms. So everybody keeps pigs under their hut. And so I slept on a pad that was on the floor, and I had a little candle, it's usually lit. And I had a beam that went across my head, maybe this high above my head. So I sat up too quick and hit the beam. But on this side of the beam, where my head would hit, were 2 pins, and I had a combat shotgun laying up there with alternating solid slug XXX. That was my go-to weapon if something happened in the middle of the night. And this one night, well, I had an open balcony. It had, you wanted a window, you just cut a window with a chainsaw. The bugs weren't bad because I had lizards hanging off the ceiling that would run over and suck up the bugs flying in. Anyway, it was a nice place to sleep and live. And I had a cook and a maid and a gardener and a guard and I don't know what else. And it was like $70 a month. So I was sleeping there. And you know, you come awake sometimes and you know there's somebody in the room with you, but your eyes are shut. And it's something wakes you up. It's probably some very tiny noise that doesn't fit or something. But I became consciously awake and aware something was in the room with me. And I was laying with my eyes shut. So I had this whole thing in my head. I'm going to roll to the right, taking the gun with me, and I'm going to bring it to my chest and rack around as I roll over the candle to put the light out. And whatever's standing in the room, if it's standing in the room, I'm going to hit it with a solid slug first. And that's what I did. And everything worked like clockwork. And it was this figure of a human standing at the foot of the pad on the other side of the trapdoor, which was still locked and pinned, by the way. Pigs had not made a sound, nothing. And so I hit this thing square in the chest, I mean right here, with a solid slug, and it slammed it against the wall, and it dropped to one knee and then stood up again. And I went, in my head I was thinking, shit, what kind of body armor is that? So I shot it again with a XXX, and it almost dropped to a knee and then stood back up again and then took off for the balcony. And I think I hit it a third time as it was going over the balcony. And I'm a pretty good shot. I went to the balcony and looked over, expecting to see a body laying there. It was up on its feet and heading for the jungle already. And all I could think of was, I want the armor. I couldn't think of, what the hell was that? And then I talked to the village chief about it. He gave it a name. I can't remember what he called it, but he said it was like an assassin, that people could take a plate of food or something into this place, a special place in the jungle, put a name on top and lay the plate of food out there. And this thing would read the message and hunt that person down and assassinate them. I thought, nice story. But I couldn't find any trails or anything, so I couldn't do anything about it. So that was in 1972.
Was there any remnants of anything inside
Nothing.
the hut?
Absolutely nothing.
Just shells.
Just empty shell casings. No holes in the wall. Nothing. So, you know, I could understand some flattened rounds or something from it. You know, XXX is just basically 10-30 round ball peens that had to do something.
Yeah.
But it didn't. And whatever this armor is, it was taking it in and holding it in some way. So it was probably soft, some kind of soft armor. I don't know. But
wow.
I didn't know what to do with that. So that was 72. Flash forward to probably 10 years ago now at the Monroe Institute, where I teach remote viewing and whatnot. I met a guy there at one of my talks. He was attending a Gateway program, and he was a cryptozoologist he said he was doing work for the Smithsonian at the time. I don't know if that was the same time he was in Thailand or not, but he was a cryptozoologist. They hunt for animals that have never been seen before, or bugs or stuff like that no one's ever seen. And he was telling me about this little deer that walked out of the jungles in Vietnam at the end of the war. No one had ever seen one. It was the size of a dog, little bitty thing. And it had horns that came out of its snout and went up its face around the eyes and came over like two hooks. And that was their nose. They actually breathed through that while they were eating watercress, because the water would always be up to here. So they breathed through these horns while they ate watercress. That's what their favorite food, evidently. No one had ever seen one before. No one had ever eaten one or skinned it or anything. There was no evidence that it had ever been seen before by anybody. And they walked out of the jungle at the end of the war. And I was like, how does something do that?
Wow.
Go through the whole war of Vietnam and survive. It's like, with all the arc lights and the bombing and the shelling. And, wow. And he was telling me about that. He said, but that wasn't the most unusual thing that happened. I said, what was that? He said, well, we were way up in upcountry Thailand. I think he said it was like due west of Udorn. And he said we were under the protection of a paramilitary police force out of Thailand. And they would set up a camp, and they had these tents they were walled tents they would set up, and they had 2 cots in the tent. And so wherever they set up to do a scouring of the jungle for these animals and bugs and things, they would put up 3 rolls of concertina wire and searchlights and all that kind of stuff and provide protection, because there are a lot of bandits up there and whatnot. And he said, I was awakened one night by my partner in the bed next to me, in the cot next to me. And he said, when I looked over, there was this human figure on top of him, strangling him, and he was choking. So he said, I can't remember what caliber pistol he said he had, but he reached in his boot, pulled his pistol out, and shot this figure in the side twice. And it rolled off onto the floor and got up and ran out of the tent. And by then, all the lights came on and all the guards fired some rounds in the air. And this thing shot across the area and went over the 3 rolls of concertina and vanished into the jungle. They couldn't say anything about it, but his friend had ripped out big chunks of hair in both hands, which they put together and put in an envelope and mailed it back to whatever lab they used. So the next morning, they found a blood trail. So they followed it. And he said it went for a few kilometers, and it popped into a village. And they went to the village headman and talked to him, and he said, no, nobody was shot in the village that he was aware of. But his medicine man was sick. So they said, can we talk to your medicine man? And they said, sure. So they went and talked to the medicine man. And the medicine man was really ill. He was laying in the bed. And he had 2 bullet holes in the side. But he was in his 80s.
He was in his 80s?
80s. Not a hair on his body. I don't know what to make of that. He doesn't know what to make of that. But then that's when I told him about my experience in 72. So, yeah, I mean, you got to wonder about that stuff. I can't attest to anything other than the fact I know I hit it 3 times, or twice anyway. And it didn't even slow it down. And he shot it twice in the side, and the medicine man had 2 bullet holes in him. So
So that was in 1971?
72 for me. With him, it was like 10 years ago when he related this to me, and he'd just come back.
So this is 52 years ago.
Yeah.
52 years, you still have no answers?
No answers.
I mean, that's the kind of thing that will that would haunt me for the rest of my life.
I want to go back there and see if we can find it.
What do you think that may have been?
I don't know. I think it's a mixture of things. I think it's somebody who fulfilled the worst nightmares of people, dressed in a body armor suit that could take the rounds, maybe. When he was younger, could take the rounds better. Then when he's older, maybe put the suit on wrong or didn't have good side protection. Because most body armor doesn't have good side protection.
Mm-mm.
It has good front, good back protection, but no lateral protection. So if you're gonna like President Reagan, when he was hit, was a ricochet off the door frame or something, caught him in the side. You know he's wearing body armor under his jacket or his coat. So I think it's a combination of that, maybe covering it with some kind of hair off another real animal or something, because the report he claims they got back was dog hair, no specific species. So if they couldn't isolate the species, then it could have been off a number of different animals, all mixed together, that kind of thing. So I think it's a local, who knows?
Yeah.
I just don't know. But I think it would be interesting to go back there and find
Would definitely be
find
interesting.
out.
But even an 82-year-old
couldn't have jumped 3
villager.
Well, if he was in really good shape and was taking drugs, maybe.
Yeah. I mean, even today's body armor, to take a slug.
Oh, no.
No.
He'd have to be 19 years old, physically better fit than I was, and the armor had to be impeccably good. I mean, just like nobody's business.
Mm-hmm.
I'd always, back in my memory, was always thinking, God, it'd be great to have a piece of that armor.
Yeah.
Just see how it's made or how it's constructed.
Wow.
I have a retired colonel friend who came up with an idea of using spider wire, which was the new fishing line, and a new weaving concept to make body armor lighter and more efficient. He worked on that his whole career as part-time and came up with some pretty good ideas in terms of the weaving methodology, because it would tighten up as it was hit, but the weave was very tight. It wouldn't come apart if some of the strands got broken. That sort of thing. He had some good ideas there. I don't know what happened to him, but he really had some good ideas. But anyway, that's digressing. I've always wanted to go back.
I would want to go back too.
Yeah.
Or
I'd
maybe I
have to
wouldn't.
find
I
out
don't
what
know.
the hell that was.
But
it scared the bejesus out of me when it happened. And I didn't feel particularly quick about wanting to run off in the jungle after that thing.
I'll bet.
I'd be shooting for the ankles, maybe. Or a headshot, one or the other.
Yeah.
Triple X for the head and solid slug for the ankles. I don't know.
Wow. That is...
I don't even know what I'd do.
That's something.
Yeah.
I would love to know. How many... Have you heard of other people besides you and the other gentlemen?
The one guy and me. I never expected to hear it again from anybody. But when the guy told me he was a cryptozoologist and was in that area and then said, oh, this really weird thing happened. And he told me about it. I was like,
wow. Yeah.
There it is.
When was your When was your first? When did you get poisoned? Was that in this time frame?
No, that was. Let me think a minute. That was after Thailand. That was no. I'm sorry. It's before Thailand. It was towards the end of my first tour in Germany. Tour being 3 years. And I was working in, well, I can't talk about what I was working in, but I could meet my wife every now and then. So a friend of mine brought her to the restaurant where we met, which was in Brunau am See, which was across the Elbe River in Austria. Really nice restaurant. Brunau is the same city that Hitler was born in. Born over a butcher shop. Go figure, you know. So, but this was a great restaurant. So I asked him to stick around, have dinner with us, since he had brought her and had driven so far. We were probably 200 kilometers from where the unit was that I was assigned to. So we ordered dinner, and we had before dinner drinks. And all I did was take a couple sips of my drink and started feeling really bad. And I didn't want to be, I felt like I was going to start barfing any minute. And I didn't want to do that in a restaurant. So I headed for the front door. And when I got to the front door, I remember hitting it with my hand. It was a glass swinging door. And the door swung open, and it was like a pop. It actually like a snap, like you snap your fingers. And I was standing on a cobblestone street, and it was a warm rain, and it was falling. Yeah, but I didn't feel like I was getting wet. So I went like this and noticed the rain was going through my hands. And I said, whoa, now that's strange. And when I looked up, I saw this body half in and half out of this door. But I wasn't making that connection right away. So I kind of drifted over, which should have been a giveaway, but I wasn't paying attention to that. I was paying attention to the body. And I saw it was me laying on the concrete at the entry. And then the guy that brought my wife to the restaurant came out and grabbed me and pulled me up into his lap. He dropped to the pavement, pulled me up in his lap, and felt for a pulse somewhere in my neck, I guess. And then he started yelling at me, breathe, sucker. And he smacked me in the chest. Because we didn't have CPR back then. Nobody was trained in any of that stuff. And every time he hit me in the chest, I'd be back in my body looking up at him in this incredibly intense pain. And I'd be saying to him, stop. I was trying to get the words out, and I couldn't get them out, and I'd be standing outside my body looking down again. And he'd hit me in the chest, and I'd be back in my body in this excruciating pain. And I'd go, please, and I'd be out of my body looking down again. And I guess my wish came true, because I stayed out then. I just watched. And he kept hitting me on the chest. Nothing was working. And then he disappeared, and my ex-wife was down on her knees, and she was crying. And then this Volkswagen pulled up. And I think that's what he had brought her to the dinner in. So he jerked me up off the ground. He's my generator mechanic, so he was really a big guy. And he just jerked me up off the ground, threw me over his shoulder, and threw me in the back seat of the Volkswagen. And I'm standing outside watching all this. And then they took off, and I was like, whoa! So I'm flying along beside the car, going,
You're in a
stop,
full
stop.
out-of-body experience.
Full blown out of body.
This is the first one you've had?
First one I ever had my whole life. I'm yelling, stop, stop. And then the next thing I knew, I was kind of like in the back seat of the car, hovering, which you can't do with your whole body. But I had that sense. And I saw him blow through back then they had customs from Austria into Germany and Germany into Austria, that kind of thing. He blew right through the customs check. Hung a hard right. Now we're back in Germany. He drove for quite a while, back across through another customs into Austria, and then back through another customs into Germany. He had to go around the city or something. But where we wound up was over near a city called Passau. It's way down in the southern tip of Bavaria. And he went to what's called a clinic or something. It's not a full-blown hospital. It's like a clinic. And he pulled me out of the car, threw me over his shoulder, and went to the door, and the door was locked. And I was like, I'm thinking, watching this, isn't that just like a hospital to be locked up when you need it? But he started kicking the door with his foot really hard. And this doctor rolls up to the door in a wheelchair. And I'm thinking, no, this has got to be a dream. That's what I started thinking. But the doctor unlocked the door, and I found out later that's what they do. They lock the door after 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock at night. And brought him in. He laid me on a table in an emergency room with the big lights and all that stuff.
Are you still out of body at this point?
Yeah, I'm hovering in that room, watching them cutting my clothes off and sticking all kinds of things up in my throat and up my nose and all stuff. So I don't know what the hell's going on, but I'm feeling a lot of heat on the back of my neck. And I thought, this must be the emergency light, and I must be bumping up against it. That's what my thought was. I turned around and I was enveloped in a white light. The light was the brightest light I've ever been in, but the least disturbing. It was like total, complete comfort. It's like being in the hand of God. And this voice said, it's okay. And I was like, yeah, this is perfect. And it says, but you can't stay. I went, I'm looking for something to hold on to. They're not pulling